Chapter 1 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 1. Ralph Meets with Love in the Wilderness. He woke up while it was yet night, and knew that he had been awakened by a touch. But like a good hunter and warrior, he forbore to start up or cry out till sleep had so much run off him that he could tell somewhat of what was toward. So now he saw the lady bending over him, and she said in a kind and very low voice, "Rise up, young man, rise up, Ralph, and say no word, but come with me a little way into the wood ere dawn come, for I have a word for thee." So he stood up and was ready to go with her, his heart beating hard for joy and wonder. "Nay," she whispered, "take thy sword and war gear, lest ill befall. Do on thine hauberk, I will be thy squire." And she held his war coat out for him to do on. "Now," she said still softly, "hide thy curly hair with the helm, gird thy sword to thee, and come without a word." Even so he did, and therewithal felt her hand take his, for it was dark as they stepped amidst the trees. And she led him into the seventh heaven, for he heard her voice, though it were but a whisper, as it were a caress and a laugh of joy in each word. She led him along swiftly, fumbling naught with the paths betwixt the pine tree boles, where it was as dark might be. Every minute he looked to hear her say a word of why she had brought him thither, and that then she would depart from him. So he prayed that the silence and the holding of his hand might last a long while, for he might think of naught save her, and long it lasted forsooth. And still she spake no word, though whiles a little sweet chuckle, as of the garden warbler at his softest, came from her lips, and the ripple of her raiment, as her swift feet drave it, sounded loud to his eager ears in the dark windless wood. At last, and it was more than half an hour of their walking thus, it grew lighter, and he could see the shape of her alongside of him. And still she held his hand, and glided on, swifter and swifter as he thought. And soon he knew that outside the wood dawn was giving place to day, and even there in the wood it was scarce darker than twilight. Yet a little further, and it grew lighter still, and he heard the throstles singing a little way off, and knew that they were on the edge of the pine wood. And still her swift feet sped on, till they came to a little grassy woodlawn, with naught anear it on the side away from the wood, save maples and thorn bushes. It was broad daylight there, though the sun had not yet arisen. There she let fall his hand, and turned about to him, and faced him flushed and eager, with her eyes exceeding bright, and her lips half open and quivering. He stood beholding her, trembling, what for eagerness, what for fear of her words when he told her of his desire. For he had now made up his mind to do no less. He put his helm from off his head, and laid it down on the grass, and he noted therewith that she had come in her green gown only, and had left mantle and cote hardy behind. Now he stood up again, and was just going to speak, when lo! she put both her palms to her face, and her bosom heaved, and her shoulders were shaken with sobs, and she burst out a weeping, so that the tears ran through her fingers. Then he cast himself on the ground before her, and kissed her feet, and clasped her about the knees, and laid his cheek to her raiment, and fawned upon her, and cried out many an idle word of love. And still she wept a while and spake not. At last she reached her hand down to his face and fondled it, and he let his lips lie on the hand, and she suffered it a while, and then took him by the arm and raised him up and led him on swiftly as before. And he knew not what to do or say, and durst by no means stay her, and could frame no word to ask her wherefore. So they sped across a waste not much beset with trees, he silent, she never wearying or slacking her pace or faltering as to the way, till they came into the thick wood again. And ever when he would have spoken, she hushed him with "Not yet, not yet," until at last, when the sun had been up for some 3 hours, she led him through a hazel copse like a deep hedge, into a cleared grassy place, where were great grey stones lying about, as if it had been the broken doom-ring of a forgotten folk. There she threw herself down on the grass, and buried her face amidst the flowers, and was weeping and sobbing again, and he bending over her, till she turned to him, and drew him down to her, and put her hands to his face, and laid her cheeks, all wet with tears, to his, and fell to kissing him long and sweetly, so that in his turn he was like to weep for the very sweetness of love. Then at last she spake: "This is the first word that now I have brought thee away from death, and so sweet it is to me that I can scarce bear it." "Oh, sweet to me," he said, "for I have waited for thee many days." And he fell to kissing and clipping her, as one who might not be satisfied. At last she drew herself from him a little, and turning on him a face smiling with love, she said: "Forbear it a little till we talk together." "Yea," quoth he, "but may I hold thine hand a while?" "No harm in that," she said laughing, and she gave him her hand and spake: "I spake it that I have brought thee from death, and thou hast asked me no word concerning what and how." "I will ask it now then," said he, "since thou wilt have it so." She said: "Dost thou think that he would have let thee live?" "Who?" said he, "since thou lettest me live?" "He, thy foeman, the Knight of the Sun," she said. "Why didst thou not flee from him before? For he did not so much desire to slay thee, but that he would have had thee depart. But if thou wert once at his house, he would thrust a sword through thee, or at least cast thee into his prison, and let thee lie there till thy youth be gone. Or so it seemed to me," she said, faltering as she looked on him. Said Ralph: "How could I depart when thou wert with him? Didst thou not see me there? I was deeming that thou wouldst have me abide." She looked upon him with such tender love that he made as if he would cast himself upon her, but she refrained him, and smiled, and said: "Ah, yes, I saw thee, and thought not that thou wouldst sunder thyself from me. Therefore had I a care of thee." And she touched his cheek with her other hand, and he sighed and knit his brows somewhat, and said: "But who is this man that he should slay me? And why is he thy tyrant that thou must flee from him?" She laughed and said: "Fair creature, he is my husband." Then Ralph flushed red, and his visage clouded, and he opened his mouth to speak, but she stayed him and said: "Yet is he not so much my husband, but that or ever we were bedded, he must needs curse me and drive me away from his house?" And she smiled, but her face reddened so deeply that her grey eyes looked strange and light therein. But Ralph leapt up, and half drew his sword, and cried out loud: "Would God I had slain him! Wherefore could I not slay him?" And he strode up and down the sward before her, in his wrath. But she leaned forward to him and laughed, and said: "Yet, O champion, we will not go back to him, for he is stronger than thou, and hath vanquished thee. This is a desert place, but thou art loud, and may be over loud. Come rest by me." So he came and sat down by her, and took her hand again, and kissed the wrist thereof, and fondled it, and said: "Yea, but he desireth thee sorely, that was easy to see. It was my ill luck that I slew him not." She stroked his face again, and said: "Long were the tale if I told thee all. After he had driven me out, and I had fled from him, he fell in with me again divers times, as was like to be, for his brother is the captain of the Dry Tree, the tall man whom thou hast seen with me, and every time this baron hath come on me, he has prayed my love as one who would die despaired if I granted it not. But oh, my love with the bright sword!" And she kissed his cheek therewith, and fondled his hand with both her hands. "Each time I said him nay, I said him nay." And again her face burned with blushes. "And his brother," said Ralph, "the big captain that I have come across these 4 times, doth he desire thee also?" She laughed and said: "But as others have, no more. He will not slay any man for my sake." Said Ralph: "Didst thou wot that I was abiding thy coming at the Castle of Abundance?" "Yea," she said. "Have I not told thee that I bade Roger lead thee thither?" Then she said softly: "That was after that first time we met, after I had ridden away on the horse of that butcher whom thou slayedst." "But why camest thou so late?" he said. "Wouldst thou have come if I had abided there yet?" She said: "What else did I desire but to be with thee? But I set out alone, looking not for any peril, since our riders had gone to the north against them of the Burg. But as I drew near to the water of the oak, I fell in with my husband and that other man, and this time all my naysays were of no avail, and whatsoever I might say, he constrained me to go with them. But straightway they fell out together, and fought, even as thou sawest." And she looked at him sweetly, and as frankly as if he had been naught but her dearest brother. But he said: "It was concerning thee that they fought. Hast thou known the Black Knight for long?" "Yea," she said, "I may not hide that he hath loved me, but he hath also betrayed me. It was through him that the Knight of the Sun drave me from him. Hearken, for this concerneth thee. He made a tale of me of true and false mingled, that I was a wise wife and an enchantress, and my lord trode in him, so that I was put to shame before all the house, and driven forth wrung with anguish, barefoot and bleeding." He looked and saw pain and grief in her face, as it had been the shadow of that past time, and the fierceness of love in him so changed his face that she arose and drew a little away from him, and stood there gazing at him. But he also rose and knelt before her, and reached up for her hands and took them in his, and said: "Tell me truly, and beguile me not, for I am a young man and without guile, and I love thee, and would have thee for my speech friend, what woman soever may be in the world. Whatever thou hast been, what art thou now? Art thou good or evil? Wilt thou bless me or ban me? For it is the truth that I have heard tales and tales of thee. Many were good, though it may be strange, but some they seem to warn me of evil in thee. O look at me, and see if I love thee or not, and I may not help it. Say once for all, Shall that be for my ruin or my bliss? If thou hast been evil, then be good this one time, and tell me." She neither reddened now nor paled at his words, but her eyes filled with tears and ran over, and she looked down on him as a woman looks on a man that she loves from the heart's root, and she said: "O my lord and love, may it be that thou shalt find me no worse to thee than the best of all those tales. Forsooth, how shall I tell thee of myself, when whatever I say thou shalt believe every word I tell thee? But O my heart, how shouldest thou, so sweet and fair and good, be taken with the love of an evil thing? At the least I will say this, that whatsoever I have been, I am good to thee. I am good to thee, and will be true to thee." He drew her down to him as he knelt there, and took his arms about her, and though she yet shrank from him a little and the eager flame of his love, he might not be gainsayed, and she gave herself to him, and let her body glide into his arms, and loved him no less than he loved her. And there between them in the wilderness was all the joy of love that might be. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 2. They break their fast in the Wildwood. Now when it was hard on noon, and they had lain long in that grassy place, Ralph rose up and stood upon his feet, and made as one listening. But the lady looked on him and said: "It is naught save a hart and his hind running in the wood. Yet mayhappen we were best on the road, for it is yet long." "Yea," said Ralph, "and it may be that my master will gather folk and pursue us." "Nay, nay," she said, "that were to wrong him, to deem that he would gather folk to follow one man. If he come, he will be by himself alone. When he found us gone, he doubtless cast himself on Silverfax my horse, in trust of the beast following after my feet." "Well," said Ralph, "and if he come alone, there is yet a sword betwixt him and thee." She was standing up by him now, with her hand on his shoulder. "Hear now the darling, the champion, how he trusteth well in his heart and his right hand. But nay, I have cared for thee well. Hearken, if thou wilt not take it amiss, that I tell thee all I do, good or evil. I said a word in the ear of Silverfax or ever I departed, and now the good beast knows my mind, and will lead the fierce lord a little astray, but not too much, lest he follow us with his eager heart, and be led by his own keen woodcraft. Indeed, I left the horse behind to that end, else hadst thou ridden the woodland ways with me, instead of my wearying thee by going afoot, and thou with thy weapons and war gear." He looked upon her tenderly, and said smiling: "And thou, my dear, art thou not a little wearied by what should weary a knight and one bred afield?" "Nay," she said, "seest thou not how I walk lightly clad, whereas I have left behind my mantle and cote hardy?" Thereat she gathered her gown into her girdle, ready for the way, and smiled as she saw his eyes embrace the loveliness of her feet. And she spake as she moved them daintily on the flowery grass: "Sooth to say, knight, I am no weakling dame, who cannot move her limbs save in the dance, or to back the white palfrey and ride the meadows, goshawk on wrist. I am both well knit and light foot, as the woodwife and goddess of yore agone. Many a toil hath gone to that, whereof I may tell thee presently. But now we were best on our way. Yet before we go, I will at least tell thee this, that in my knowing of these woods there is no sorcery at all. For in the woods, though not in these woods, was I bred, and here also I am at home, as I may say." Hand in hand then they went lightly through the hazel copse, and soon was the wood thick about them. But as before, the lady led unfalteringly through the thicket paths. Now Ralph spake and said: "It is good that thou lead me whither thou wilt, but this I may say, that it is clear to me that we are not on the way to the Castle of Abundance." "Even so," said she. "Indeed, had I come to thee there, as I was minded, I should presently have brought thee on the way which we are wending now, or one nigh to it, and that is that which leadeth to Hampton under Scaur, and the fellowship of champions, who dwell on the rock." Said Ralph: "It is well. Yet will I tell thee the truth, that a little sojourn in that fair house had liked me better. Fain had I been to see thee sitting in thine ivory chair in thy chamber of dais, with the walls hung round with thee, woven in pictures. Wilt thou not tell me in words the story of those pictures, and also concerning the book which I read, which was also of thee?" "Ah," she said, "thou hast read in the book. Well, I will tell thee the story very soon, and that the more, since there are matters written wrong in the book." Therewith she hurried him on, and her feet seemed never tired, though now, to say sooth, he began to go somewhat heavily. Then she stayed him, and laughed sweetly in his face, and said: "It is a long while now since the beginning of the June day, and meseems I know thy lack, and the slaking of it lieth somewhat nearer than Hampton under Scaur, which we shall not reach these 2 days if we go afoot all the way." "My lack," said he, "I lack naught now that I may not have when I will." And he put his arms about her shoulders, and strained her to his bosom. But she strove with him, and freed herself, and laughed outright, and said: "Thou art a bold man and rash, my knight, even unto me. Yet must I see to it that thou die not of hunger." He said merrily: "Yea, by St. Nicholas, true it is. A while ago I felt no hunger, and had forgotten that men eat. For I was troubled with much longing, and in doubt concerning my life. But now am I free and happy, and hungry therewithal." "Look," she said, pointing up to the heavens, "it is now past 2 hours after noon. That is nigh 2 hours since we left the lawn amidst the hazels, and thou longest to eat, as is but right, so lovely as thou art and young. And I withal long to tell thee something of that whereof thou hast asked me. And lastly, it is the hottest of the day, yea, so hot that even Diana, the woodwife of yore agone, might have fainted somewhat if she had been going afoot as we twain have been. And little is the risk of our resting a while. And hereby is a place where rest is good as regards the place, whatever the resters may be. It is a little aside the straightest way, but meseems we may borrow an hour or so of our journey, and hope to pay it back ere nightfall. Come, champion." Therewith she led north through a thicket of mingled trees, till Ralph heard water running, and anon they came to a little space about a brook, grassy and clear of trees, save a few big thorn bushes, with a green ridge or bank on the other side. There she stayed him and said: "Do off thy war gear, knight. There is naught to fear here, less than there was amidst the hazels." So did he, and she kneeled down and drank of the clear water, and washed her face and hands therein, and then came and kissed him, and said: "Lovely imp of Upmeads, I have some bread of last night's meal in my scrip here, and under the bank I shall find some woodland meat withal. Abide a little, and the tale and the food shall come back to thee together." Therewith she stepped lightly into the stream, and stood therein a minute to let her naked feet feel the cold ripple, for she had stripped off her foot gear as she first came to the water, and then went hither and thither gathering strawberries about the bank, while he watched her, blessing her, till he well nigh wept at the thought of his happiness. Back she came in a little while, with good store of strawberries in the lap of her gown, and they sat down on the green lip of the brook, and she drew the bread from her scrip, and they ate together, and she made him drink from the hollow of her hands, and kissed him, and wept over him for joy and the eagerness of her love. So at last she sat down quietly beside him, and fell to speaking to him, as a tale is told in the ingle-nook on an even of Yuletide. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. The Well at the World's End, Book 2 by William Morris. Chapter 3. The Lady telleth Ralph of the past days of her life. Now shalt thou hear of me somewhat more than the arras and the book could tell thee, and yet not all, for time would fail us therefore, and moreover my heart would fail me. I cannot tell where I was born, nor of what lineage, nor of who were my father and mother, for this I have known not of myself, nor has any told me. But when I first remember anything, I was playing about a garden, wherein was a little house built of timber and thatched with reed, and the great trees of the forest were all about the garden save for a little croft, which was grown over with high grass, and another somewhat bigger, wherein were goats. There was a woman at the door of the house, and she spinning, yet clad in glittering raiment, and with jewels on her neck and fingers. This was the first thing that I remember, but all as it were a matter of every day, and use and wont, as it goes with the memories of children. Of such matters I will not tell thee at large, for thou knowest how it will be. Now the woman, who as I came to know was neither old nor young in those days, but of middle age, I called mother, but now I know that she was not my mother. She was hard and stern with me, but never beat me in those days, save to make me do what I would not have done unbeaten. And as to meat, I ate and drank what I could get, as she did, and indeed was well fed with simple meats, as thou mayest suppose from the aspect of me to-day. But as she was not fierce, but rather sour to me in her daily wont in my youngest days, so also she was never tender, or ever kissed me or caressed me, for as little as I was. And I loved her naught, nor did it ever come into my mind that I should love her, though I loved a white goat of ours, and deemed it dear and lovely, and afterwards other things also that came to me from time to time, as a squirrel that I saved from a weasel, and a jackdaw that fell from a tall ash tree nigh our house, before he had learned to fly, and a house mouse that would run up and down my hand and arm, and other such like things. And shortly I may say that the wild things, even to the conies and force, loved me, and had but little fear of me, and made me happy, and I loved them. Further, as I grew up, the woman set me to do such work as I had strength for as need was. But there was no man dwelt anigh us, and seldom did I ever see man or woman there, and held no converse with any, save as I shall tell thee presently, though now and again a man or a woman passed by. What they were I knew not, nor their whence or whither, but by seeing them I came to know that there were other folk in the world besides us two. Naught else I knew save how to spin, and to tend our goats and milk them, and to set snares for birds and small deer, though when I had caught them it irked me sore to kill them, and I had let them go again, had I not feared the carline. Every day early I was put forth from the house and garth, and forbidden to go back thither till dusk. While the days were long and the grass was growing, I had to lead our ghosts to pasture in the wood lawns, and must take with me rock and spindle, and spin so much of flax or hair as the woman gave me, or be beaten. But when the winter came and the snow was on the ground, then that watching and snaring of wild things was my business. At last one day of late summer, when I, now of some 15 summers, was pasturing the goats not far from the house, the sky darkened, and there came up so great a storm of thunder and lightning, and huge drift of rain, that I was afraid, and being so near the house, I hastened thither, driving the goats, and when I had tethered them in the shed of the croft, I crept trembling up to the house, and when I was at the door, heard the crack of the loom in the weaving chamber, and deemed that the woman was weaving there. But when I looked, behold, there was no one on the bench, though the shuttle was flying from side to side, and the shed opening and changing, and the sleigh coming home in due order. Therewithal I heard a sound, as of one singing a song in a low voice, but the words I could not understand. Then terror seized on my heart, but I stepped over the threshold, and as the door of the chamber was open, I looked aside, and saw therein the woman sitting stark naked on the floor, with a great open book before her, and it was from her mouth that the song was coming. Grim she looked, and awful, for she was a big woman, black-haired and stern of aspect in her daily wont, speaking to me as few words as might be, and those harsh enough, yea harsher than when I was but little. I stood for one moment afraid beyond measure, though the woman did not look at me, and I hoped she had not seen me. Then I ran back into the storm, though it was now wilder than ever, and ran and hid myself in the thicket of the wood, half dead with fear, and wondering what would become of me. But finding that no one followed after me, I grew calmer, and the storm also drew off, and the sun shone out a little before his setting. So I sat and spun, with fear in my heart, till I had finished my tale of thread, and when dusk came, stole back again to the house, though my legs would scarce bear me over the threshold into the chamber. There sat a woman in her rich attire, no otherwise than her wont, nor did she say aught to me, but looked at the yarn that I had spun, to see that I had done my task, and nodded sternly to me as her wont was. And I went to bed amongst my goats as I was used to do, but slept not till towards morning, and then images of dreadful things, and of miseries that I may not tell thee of, mingled with my sleep for long. So I awoke, and ate my meat, and drank of the goat's milk, with a heavy heart, and then went into the house. And when I came into the chamber the woman looked at me, and contrary to her wont spoke to me, and I shook with terror at her voice, though she said naught but this, "Go fetch thy white goat, and come back to me therewith." I did so, and followed after her, sick with fear, and she led me through the wood in a lawn, which I knew well, round which was a wall, as it were, of great yew trees, and amidst a table of stone, made of 4 uprights and a great stone plank on the top of them, and this was the only thing in all the wood wherein I was used to wonder which was of man's handiwork, save and except our house, and the sheds and fences about it. The woman stayed and leaned against this stonework, and said to me, "Go about now, and gather dry sticks for a fire." I durst do naught else, and said to myself that I should be whipped if I were tardy, though, forsooth, I thought she was going to kill me, and I brought her a bundle, and she said, "Fetch more." And when I had brought her 7 bundles, she said, "It is enough, stand over against me, and hearken." So I stood there quaking, for my fear, which had somewhat abated while I went to and fro after the wood, now came back upon me tenfold. She said, "It were thy due that I should slay thee here and now, as thou slayest the partridges which thou takest in thy springes. But for certain causes I will not slay thee. Again, it were no more than thy earnings were I to torment thee till thou shouldst cry out for death to deliver thee from the anguish, and if thou wert a woman grown, even so I would deal with thee. But thou art yet but a child, therefore I will keep thee, to see what shall befall betwixt us. Yet must I do somewhat to grieve thee, and moreover something must be slain and offered up here on this altar, lest all come to naught, both thou and I, and that which we have to do. Hold thy white coat now, which thou lovest more than aught else, that I may redden thee and me and this altar with the blood thereof." I durst do naught but obey her, and I held the poor beast, that licked my hands and bleated for love of me. And now, since my terror and the fear of death was lessened at her words, I wept sore for my dear friend. But the woman drew a strong sharp knife from her girdle and cut the beast's throat, and dipped her fingers in the blood and reddened both herself and me on the breast, and the hands, and the feet. And then she turned to the altar and smote blood upon the uprights, and the face of the stone plank. Then she bade me help her, and we laid the 7 faggots on the altar, and laid the carcass of the goat upon them. And she made fire, but I saw not how, and set it to the wood, and when it began to blaze she stood before it with her arms outspread, and sang loud and hoarse to a strange tune, and though I knew not the words of her song, it filled me with dread, so that I cast myself down on the ground and hid my face in the grass. So she went on till the beast was all burned up, and the fire became naught but red embers, and then she ceased her song, and sank down upon the grass, and laid her head back, and so fell asleep. But I durst not move from the place, but cowered in the grass there, I know not how long, till she arose and came to me, and smote me with her foot, and cried, "Rise up, fool! What harm hast thou? Go milk thy goat, and lead him to the pasture." And therewith she strode away home, not heeding me. As for me, I arose and dealt with my goats as she bade me, and presently I was glad that I had not been slain. Yet thenceforth was the joy of my life that I had had among my goats marred with fear, and the sound of the woodland came to me mingled with terror. And I was sore afraid when I entered the house in the morning and the evening, and when I looked on the face of the woman, though she was no harder to me than heretofore, but maybe somewhat softer. So wore the autumn, and winter came, and I fared as I was wont, setting springles for fowl and small deer. And for all the roughness of the season, at that time it pleased me better than the leafy days, because I had less memory then of the sharpness of my fear on that day of the altar. Now one day, as I went under the snow-laden trees, I saw something bright and big lying on the ground, and drawing nearer, I saw that it was some child of man, so I stopped and cried out, "Awake and arisen, lest death come on thee in this bitter cold." But it stirred not, so I plucked up heart and came to it, and lo! A woman clad in fair raiment of scarlet and fur, and I knelt down by her to see if I might help her, but when I touched her I found her cold and stiff, and dead, though she had not been dead long, for no snow had fallen on her. It still wanted more than an hour of twilight, and I by no means durst go home till nightfall, so I sat on there and watched her, and put the hood from her face and the gloves from her hands, and I deemed her as goodly and lovely thing, and was sorry that she was not alive, and I wept for her, and for myself also, that I had lost her fellowship. So when I came back to the house at dark with the Venetian, I knew not whether to tell my mistress and tyrant concerning this matter, but she looked on me and said at once, "Wert thou going to tell me of something that thou hast seen?" So I told her all, even as it was, and she said to me, "Hast thou taken aught from the corpse?" "Nay," said I. "Then must I hasten," she said, "and be before the wolves." Therewith she took a brand from the fire, and bade me bear one also and lead her. So did I easily enough, for the moon was up, and what with moon and snow, it was well nigh as bright as the day. So when we came to the dead woman, my mistress kneeled down by her and undid the collar of her cloak, which I had not touched, and took something from her neck swiftly. And yet I, who was holding the torch, saw that it was a necklace of blue stones and green, with gold between. "Yea, dear champion, like unto thine, as one peace god is to another," quoth she. And therewith the distressfulness of her face, which had worn Ralph's heart while she had been telling her tale, changed, and she came, as it were, into her new life, and the love of him again, and she kissed him and laid her cheek to his, and he kissed her mouth. And then she fetched a sigh, and began her story again. My mistress took the necklace and put it in her pouch, and said as to herself, "Here then is another seeker who hath not found, unless one should dig a pit for her here when the thaw comes, and call it the Well at the World's End. Belike it will be for her as helpful as the real one. Then she turned to me and said, Do thou with the rest what thou wilt. And therefore she went back hastily to the house. But as for me, I went back also, and found a pick and a mattock and a goat house, and came back in the moonlight, and scraped the snow away, and dug a pit, and buried the poor damsel there with all her gear. Wore the winter thence with naught that I need tell of, only I thought much of the words that my mistress had spoken. Spring came and went, and summer also, well nigh tidingless. But one day as I drave the goats from our house, there came from the wood 4 men, a horseback and weaponed, but so covered with their armour that I might see little of their faces. They rode past me to our house, and spake not to me, though they looked hard at me. But as they went past I heard one say, If she might but be our guide to the Well at the World's End. I durst not tarry to speak with them, but as I looked over my shoulder I saw them talking to my mistress in the door. But meseemed she was clad but in poor homespun cloth, instead of her rich apparel, and I am far-sighted and clear-sighted. After this the autumn and winter that followed it passed away tidingless. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 4. The Lady tells of her deliverance. Now I had outgrown my old fare, and not much befell to quicken it, and ever I was as much out of the house as I could be. But about this time my mistress, from being kinder to me than before, began to grow harder, and ofttimes used me cruelly. But of her deeds to me, my friend, thou shalt ask me no more than I tell thee. On a day of Maytide I fared abroad with my goats, and went far with them, further from the house than I had been as yet. The day was the fairest of the year, and I rejoiced in it, and felt as if some exceeding great good were about to befall me, and the burden of fears seemed to have fallen from me. So I went, till I came to a little flowery dell, beset with blossoming whitethorns, and with a fair stream running through it, a place somewhat like to this, save that the stream there was bigger, and the sun was hot about noontide, so I did off my raiment, which was rough and poor, and more meet for winter than Maytide, and I entered a pool of the clear water, and bathed me and sported therein, smelling the sweet scent of the whitethorns, and hearkening to the song of the many birds. And when I came forth from the water, the air was so soft and sweet to me, and the flowery grass so kind to my feet, and the may-blooms fell upon my shoulders, that I was loth to do on my rough raiment hastily, and withal I looked to see no child of man in that wilderness. So I sported myself there a long while, and milked the goat, and drank of the milk, and crowned myself with white thorns and harebells, and held the blossoms in my hand, and felt that I also had some might in me, and that I should not be a thrall of that sorceress for ever. And that day, my friend, belike was the springtide of the life and the love that thou holdest in thy kind arms. But as I abode thus in that fair place, and had just taken my rock and spindle in hand that I might go on with my task, and give as little occasion as I might for my mistress to chastise me, I looked up and saw a child of man coming down the side of the little dale towards me, so I sprang up, and ran to my raiment and cast them on me hastily, for I was ashamed. And when I saw that it was a woman, I thought at first that it was my mistress coming to seek me, and I thought within myself that if she smote me, I would bear it no more, but let it be seen which of the twain was the mightier. But I looked again and saw that it was not she, but a woman smaller and older. So I stood where I was, and abode her coming, smiling and unafraid, and half clad. She drew near, and I saw that it was an old woman grey-haired, uncomely of raiment, but with shining bright eyes in her wrinkled face. And she made an obeisance to me, and said, I was passing through this lonely wilderness, and I looked down into the little valley, and saw these goats there, and the lovely lady lying naked amongst them, and I said I am too old to be afraid of aught, for if she is a goddess come back again from yore agone, she can but make an end of a poor old carline, a gangrel body, who hath no joy of her life now. and if she be of the daughters of men, she will belike methink her of her mother, and be kind to me for her sake, and give me a piece of bread and a draught of her goat's milk." I spake hastily, for I was ashamed of her words, though I only half understood them. "I hear thee, and deem that thou mockest me. I have never known a mother. I am but a poor thrall, a goatherd dwelling with a mistress in a nook of this wildwood. I have never a piece of bread, but as to the goat's milk, that thou shalt have at once." So I called one of my goats to me, for I knew them all, and milked her into a wooden bowl that I carried slung about me, and gave the old woman to drink. And she kissed my hand, and drank, and spake again, but no longer in a whining voice, like a beggar bidding alms in the street, but frank and free. "Damsel," she said, "now I see that thy soul goes with thy body, and that thou art kind and proud at once. And whatever thou art, it is no mock to say of thee, that thou art as fair as the fairest, and I think that this will follow thee, that henceforth no man who seeth thee once will forget thee ever, or cease to long for thee. Of a surety this is thy weird. Now I see that thou knowest no more of the world and its ways than one of the hinds that run in these woods. So if thou wilt, I will sit down by thee and tell thee much that shall avail thee, and thou in thy turn shalt tell me all the tale concerning thy dwelling and thy service, and the like." I said, "I may not, I durst not. I serve a mighty mistress, and she would slay me if she knew that I had spoken to thee. And woe's me! I fear that even now she will not fail to know it. Depart in peace." "Nay," she said, "thou needest not tell me, for I have an inkling of her and her ways, but I will give thee wisdom, and not sell it thee at a price. Sit down then, fair child, on this flowery grass, and I will sit beside thee and tell thee of many things worth thine heeding." So there we sat a while, and in good sooth she told me much of the world which I had not yet seen, of its fairness and its foulness, of life and death, and desire and disappointment, and despair, so that when she had done, if I were wiser than Ernest, I was perchance little more joyous, and yet I said to myself that come what would, I would be a part of all that. But at last she said, "Lo, the day is waning, and thou hast two things to do, either to go home to thy mistress at once, or flee away from her by the way that I shall show thee. And if thou wilt be ruled by me, and canst bear thy thraldom yet a little while, thou wilt not flee at once, but abide till thou hast seen me again. And since it is here that thou hast met me, here mayst thou meet me again, for the days are long now, and thou mayst easily win thy way hither before noon on any day." So I tied my goatskin shoes to my feet, and drave my goats together, and we went up together out of the dale, and were in the wide speaking plain of the waste. And the carline said, "Dost thou know the quarters of the heaven by the sun?" "Yea," said I. "Then," quoth she, "whenso thou desirest to depart and come into the world of folk that I have told thee of, set thy face a little north of west, and thou shalt fall in with something or somebody before long. But be speedy on that day as thou art light-footed, and make all the way thou canst before thy mistress comes to know of thy departure, for not lightly will any one let loose such a thrall as thou." I thanked her, and she went her ways over the waste. I wotted not whither, and I drave my goats home as speedily as I might. The mistress meddled not with me by word or deed, though I was short of my due tale of yarn. The next day I longed sore to go to the dale, and meet the carline, but durst not, and the next day I fared in likeways. But the third day I longed so to go, that my feet must needs take me there, whatsoever might befall. And when I had been in the dale a little, thither came the carline, and sat down by me, and fell to teaching me wisdom, and showed me letters, and told me what they were, and I learned like a little lad in the chorister school. Thereafter I mastered my fare of my mistress, and went to that dale day by day, and learned of the carline. Though at whiles I wondered when my mistress would let loose her fury upon me, for I called to mind the threat she had made to me on the day when she offered up my white goat. And I made up my mind to this, that if she fell upon me with deadly intent, I would do my best to slay her before she could slay me. But so it was, that now again she held her hand from my body, and scarce cast a word at me ever, but gloomed at me, and fared as if hatred of me had grown great in her heart. So the days went by, and my feet had won a path through the wilderness to the Dale of Law, and May had melted into June, and the latter days of June were come. And on Midsummer Day I went my ways to the dale according to my wont, when, as I was driving on my ghost hastily, I saw a bright thing coming over the heath toward me, and I went on my way to meet it, for I had no fear now, except what fear of my mistress lingered in my heart. Nay, I looked that everything I saw of new should add some joy to my heart. So presently I saw that it was a weaponed man riding a white horse, and anon he had come up to me and drawn rein before me. I wondered exceedingly at beholding him, and the heart leaped within me at his beauty, for though the carline had told me of the loveliness of the sons of men, that was but words, and I knew not what they meant. And the others that I had seen were not young men nor goodly, and those last, as I told thee, I could scarce see their faces. And this one was even fairer than the dead woman that I had buried, whose face was worn with toil and trouble, as now I call to mind. He was clad in bright shining armour, with a gay surcoat of green, embroidered with flowers over it. He had a light sallet on his head, and the yellow locks of his hair flowed down from under and fell on his shoulders. His face was as beardless as thine, dear friend, but not clear brown like to thine, but white and red like a blossom. Ralph spake and said, "Belike it was a woman," and his voice sounded loud in the quiet place. She smiled on him and kissed his cheek and said, "Nay, nay, dear champion, it is not so. God rest his soul. Many a year he has been dead." Said Ralph, "Many a year? What meanest thou?" "Ah," she said, "fear not, as I am now, so shall I be for thee many a year. For was not thy fear that I should vanish away, or change into something unsightly and gruesome? Fear not, I say. Am I not a woman, and thine own?" And again she flushed bright red, and her grey eyes lightened, and she looked at him all confused and shamefaced. He took her face between his hands and kissed her over and over. Then he let her go, and said, "I have no fear. Go on with thy tale, for the words thereof are as thy kisses to me, and the embracing of thine hands and thy body. Tell on, I pray thee." She took his hand in hers and spake, telling her tale as before. "A friend well beloved for ever, this fair young knight looked on me, and as he looked, his face flushed as red as mine did even now. And I tell thee that my heart danced with joy as I looked on him, and he spake not for a little while, and then he said, 'Fair maiden, canst thou tell me of any who will tell me a word of the way to the Well at the World's End?' I said to him, 'Nay, I have heard the word once, and no more, I know not the way, and I am sorry that I cannot do for thee that which thou wouldest.' And then I spake again, and told him that he should by no means stop at our house, and I told him what it was like, so that he might give it the go-by. I said, 'Even if thou hast to turn back again, and fail to find the thing thou seekest, yet I beseech thee ride not into that trap.' He sat still on his saddle a while, staring at me and I at him, and then he thanked me, but with so bad a grace that I wondered of him if he were angry. And then he shook his rein, and rode off briskly, and I looked after him a while, and then went on my way. But I had gone but a short while, when I heard horse hoofs behind me, and I turned and looked, and lo! it was the knight coming back again. So I stayed and abided him. And when he came up to me, he leapt from his horse, and stood before me, and said, 'I must needs to see thee once again.' I stood and trembled before him, and longed to touch him. And again he spake, breathlessly, as one who has been running. 'I must depart, for I have a thing to do that I must do, but I long surely to touch thee and kiss thee, yet unless thou freely willest it, I will refrain me.' Then I looked at him and said, 'I will it freely.' Then he came close up to me, and put his hand on my shoulder, and kissed my cheek. But I kissed his lips, and then he took me in his arms, and kissed me, and embraced me, and there in that place, and in a little while, we loved each other sorely. But in a while he said to me, 'I must depart, for I am as one whom the avenger of blood followeth, and now I will give thee this, not so much as a gift, but as a token that we have met in the wilderness, thou and I.' Therewith he put his hand to his neck, and took from it this necklace, which thou seest here, and I saw that it was like that which my mistress took from the neck of the dead woman. And no less is it like the one that thou wearest, Ralph. I took it in my hand and wept that I might not help him. And he said, It is little likely that we shall meet again, but by the token of this collar thou mayest wot that I ever long for thee till I die. For though I am a king's son, this is the dearest of my possessions. I said, Thou art young, and I am young, mayhappen we shall meet again. But thou shalt know that I am but a thrall, a goatherd. For I knew by what the old woman told me of somewhat of the mightiness of the kings of the world. Yea, he said, and smiled most sweetly, that is easy to be seen. Yet if I live, as I think not to do, thou shalt sit where great men shall kneel to thee. Not as I kneel now for love, and that I might kiss thy knees and thy feet, but because they needs must worship thee. Therewith he arose to his feet and leapt on his horse, and rode his way speedily. And I went upon my way with my goats, and came down into the Dale of Law, and found the old woman abiding me. And she came to me, and took me by the hands, and touched the collar, for I had done it about my neck, and said, Dear child, thou needest not to tell me thy tale, for I have seen him. But if thou must needs wear this necklace, I must give thee a gift to go with it. But first sit down by the old carline a while, and talk with her. For meseemeth it will be but a few days ere thou shalt depart from this uttermost wilderness, and the woods before the mountains. So I sat down by her, and in spite of her word I told her all that had befallen betwixt me and the king's son, for my heart was too full that I might refrain me. She nodded her head from time to time, but said naught, till I had made an end, and then fell to telling me of many matters for my avail, but yet arose earlier than her wont was, and when we were about sundering on the path which I had trodden above the dale, she said, Now I must give thee a gift to go along with the gift of the lover, the king's son, and I think thou wilt find it of avail before many days are gone by. Therewith she took from her pouch a strong sharp knife, and drew it from the sheath, and flashed it in the afternoon sun, and gave it to me. And I took it and laid it in my bosom, and thanked her, for I thought that I understood her meaning, and how it would avail me. Then I went driving my goats home speedily, so that the sun was barely set when I came to the garth, and a great horror rather than a fear of my mistress was on me. And lo! She stood in the door of the house, gazing down the garth and the woodland beyond, as though she was looking for my coming, and when her eyes lighted on me, she scowled, and drew her lips back from her teeth, and clenched her hands with fury, though there was naught in them, and she was a tall and strong woman, though now growing somewhat old. But as for me, I had unsheathed the carline's gift before I came to the garth, and now I held it behind my back in my left hand. I had stayed my feet some 6 paces from the threshold, and my heart beat quick, but the sick fear and cowering had left me, though the horror of her grew in my heart. My goats had all gone off quietly to their house, and there was nothing betwixt me and her. In clearing from my sleeve the arm of me which held the knife, the rough clasp which fastened my raiment together at the shoulder had given way, and the cloth had fallen and left my bosom bare, so that I knew that the collar was clearly to be seen. So we stood a moment, and I had no words, but she spake at last in a hard, snarling voice, such as she oftenest used to me, but worse. Now at last the time is come when thou art of no more use to me, for I can see thee what thou hast got for thyself. But know now that thou hast not yet drunk of the well at the world's end, and that it will not avail thee to flee out of this wood, for as long as I live thou wilt not be able to get out of reach of my hand, and I shall live long, I shall live long. Come then, and give thyself up to me, that I may deal with thee as I threatened when I slew thy friend the white goat, for indeed I knew then that it would come to this. She had but twice or thrice spoken to me so many words together as this, but I answered never a word, but stood watching her warily. And of a sudden she gave forth a dreadful screaming roar, wherewith all the wood rang again, and rushed at me. But my hand came from behind my back, and how it was I know not, but she touched me not till the blade had sunk into her breast, and she fell across my feet, her right hand clutching at my raiment. So I loosed her fingers from the cloth, shuddering with horror the while, and drew myself away from her, and stood a little aloof, wondering what should happen next. and indeed I scarce believed but she would presently rise up from the ground and clutch me in her hands, and begin the tormenting of me. But she moved no more, and the grass all about her was reddened with her blood, and at last I gathered heart to kneel down beside her, and found that she no more breathed than one of those conies or partridges which I had been used to slay for her. Then I stood and considered what I should do, and indeed I had been pondering this all the way from the dale thereto, in case I should escape my mistress. So I soon made up my mind that I would not dwell in that house even for one night, lest my mistress should come to me through death, and torment me. I went into the house while it was yet light, and looked about the chamber, and saw 3 great books there laid on the lectern, but durst not have taken them even had I been able to carry them, nor durst I even to look into them, for fear that some spell might get to work in them if they were opened. But I found a rye loaf, whereof I had eaten somewhat in the morning, and another untouched, and hanging to a horn of the lectern I found the necklace which my mistress had taken from the dead woman. These I put into my scrip, and as to the necklace I will tell thee how I bestowed it later on. Then I stepped out into the twilight, which was fair and golden, and full fain I was of it. Then I drove the goats out of their house, and went my way towards the Dale of Law, and said to myself that the carline would teach me what further to do, and I came there before the summer dark had quite prevailed, and slept sweetly and softly among my goats after I had tethered them in the best of the pasture. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. The Well at the World's End, Book 2 by William Morris. Chapter 5. Yet more of the lady's story. Lo thou, beloved, she said, thou hast seen me in the wildwood with little good quickening in me. Doth not thine heart sink at the thought of thy love and thy life given over to the keeping of such an one? He smiled in her face, and said, Belike thou hast done worse than all thou hast told me, and these days past I have wondered often what there was in the stories which they of the Burg had against thee. Yet, sooth to say, they told little of what thou hast done, no more belike than being their foe. She sighed and said, Well, hearken, yet shall I not tell thee every deed that I have been partaker in. I sat in the dale that next day and was happy, though I longed to see the fair man again. Sooth to say, since my mistress was dead, everything seemed fair to me, yea, even mine own face, and I saw it in the pools of the stream, though whiles I wondered when I should have another mistress, and how she would deal with me. And ever I said I would ask the carline when she came back again to me. But all that day she came not, nor did I marvel thereat. But when 7 days passed, and still she came not, I fell to wondering what I should do, for my bread was all gone, and I durst not go back to the house to fetch meal, though there was store of it there. Howbeit I drank off the milk of the goats, and make curds thereof with the woodland roots, and ate of the woodberries like as thou hast done, friend, e'en now. And it was easier for me to find a livelihood in the woods than it had been for most folk, so well as I knew them. So wore the days, and she came not, and I began to think that I should see the wise carline no more, as indeed fell out at that time, and the days began to hang heavy on my hands, and I fell to thinking of that way to the west and the peopled parts, whereof the carline had told me, and whiles I went out of the dale and went away hither and thither through the woods, and so far that thrice I slept away out of the dale, but I knew that the peopled parts would be strange to me, and I feared to face them alone. Thus wore the days till July was on the wane, and on a morning early I woke with unwonted sounds in my ears. And when my eyes were fairly open, I saw a man standing over me and a white horse cropping the grass hard by. And my heart was full and fain, and I sprang to my feet, and showed him a smiling happy face, for I saw at once that it was that fair man come back again. But lo! His face was pale and worn, though he looked kindly at me, and he said, O my beloved, I have found thee, but I am faint with hunger, and can speak but little. And even therewith he sank down on the grass. But I bestirred myself, and gave him milk of my goats, and curds and berries, and the life came into him again, and I sat down by him, and laid his head in my lap, and he slept a long while, and when he awoke, and it was toward sunset, he kissed my hands and my arms, and said to me, Fair child, perhaps thou wilt come with me now, and even if thou art a thrall, thou mayest flee with me, for my horse is strong and fat, though I am weak, for he can make his dinner on the grass. Then he laughed, and I no less, but I fed him with my poor victual again, and as he ate I said, I am no mistress's thrall now, for the evening on the day whereon I saw thee I slew her, else had she slain me. The saints be praised, said he. Thou wilt come with me then. Oh, yeah, said I. And then I felt shamefaced, and I reddened, but I said, I have abided here many days for a wise woman, who hath taught me many things, but withal I hoped that thou wouldst come also. Then he put his arm about my shoulders, and loved me so much, but at last he said, Yet it is now another thing than that which I looked for, when I talked of setting thee by me on the golden throne. For now I am a beaten man, I have failed what I sought, and suffered shame and hunger and many ills. Yet ever I thought that I might find thee here or hereby. Then a thought came into my mind, and I said, Else maybe thou hadst found what thou soughtest, and overcome the evil things. Maybe, he said, it is now but a little matter. As for me, I could have no guess at what were the better things he had meant for me, and my heart was full of joy, and all seemed better than well, and we talked together long till the day was gone. Then we kissed and embraced each other in the dale of law, and the darkness of summer seemed but short for our delight. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Well at the World's End, Book 2 by William Morris, Chapter 6. The lady tells somewhat of her doings after she left the wilderness. Ralph stayed her speech now and said, When I asked of thee in the land of abundance, there were some who seemed to say that thou hast let more men love thee than one. And it was a torment to me to think that even so it might be. Now when thine own mouth telleth me of one of them, it irks me little. Dost thou think it little-hearted in me? O friend, she said, I see that so it is with thee, that thou wouldst find due cause for loving me, whatever thou foundest true of me. Or dost thou deem that I was another woman in those days? Nay, I was not. I can see myself, still myself, all along the way I have gone. She was silent a little, and then she said, Fear not, I will give thee much cause to love me, but now I know thy mind the better, I shall tell thee less of what befell me after I left the wilderness. For whatever I did and whatever I endured, still it was always I myself that was there, and it is me that thou lovest. Moreover, my life in the wilderness is a stranger thing to tell thee of than my dealings with the folk, and with kings and barons and knights. But thereafter thou shalt hear of me what tales thou wilt of these matters, as the days and the years pass over our heads. Now on the morrow we would not depart at once, because there we had some victual, and the king's son was not yet so well fed as he should be. So we abode in that fair place another day, and then we went our ways westward, according to the reed of the Carlin. And it was many days before we gat us out of the wilderness, and we were often hard put to it for victual. Whiles I sat behind my knight a horseback, whiles he led the beast, while I rode alone, and not seldom I went afoot, and that nowise slowly, while he rode the white horse, for I was as light-foot then as now. And of the way we went I will tell thee naught as now, because sure it is that if we both live, thou and I shall tread that road together, but with our faces turned the other way, for it is the road from the Well at the World's End, where I myself have been, or else never had thine eyes fallen on me. Ralph said, Even so much I deemed by reading in the book, yet it was not told clearly that thou hadst been there. Yea, she said, because the said book was made not by my friends but my foes, and they would have men deem that my length of days, and the endurance of my beauty, and never-dying youth of my heart, came from evil and devilish sources. And if thou wilt trust my word, it is not so. For in the well at the world's end is no evil, but only the quenching of sorrow and clearing of the eyes that they may behold. And how good it is that they look on thee now. And moreover, the history of that book is partly false of intention and ill will, and partly a confused medley of true and false, which has come of mere chance hap. Hearken now, she said, till I tell thee in few words what befell me before I came to drink the water of the well. After we had passed long deserts of wood and heath, and gone through lands exceeding evil and perilous, and despaired of life for the horror of those places, and seen no men, we came at last amongst a simple folk, who dealt kindly with us, yea, and more. These folk seemed to me happy and of good wealth, though to my lord they seemed poor and lacking of the goods of the world. Forsooth, by that time we lacked more than they, for we were worn with cold and hunger and hard life. Though for me, indeed, happy had been the days of my wayfaring. But my lord remembered the days of his riches and the kingdom of his father, and the worship of mighty men, and all that he had promised me on the happy day when I first beheld him. So belike he was scarce so happy as I was. It was springtime when we came to that folk. We had worn through the autumn and winter in getting clear of the wilderness. Not that the way was long, as I found out afterwards, but that we went astray in the woodland, and at last came out of it into a dreadful stony waste, which we strove to cross thrice, and thrice were driven back into the greenwood by thirst and hunger. But the fourth time, having gotten a store of victual by my woodcraft, we overpassed it, and reached the peopled country. Yea, spring was on the earth as we, my lord and I, came down from the desolate stony heaths, and went hand in hand across the plain, where men and women of that folk were feasting round about the simple roofs and woodland halls which they had raised there. Then they left their games and sports and ran to us, and we walked on quietly, though we knew not whether the meeting was to be for death or life. But that kind folk gathered round us, and asked us no story, till they had fed us, and bathed us, and clad us after their fashion. And then, despite the nakedness and poverty wherein they had first seen us, they would have it that we were gods sent down to them from the world beyond the mountains by their fathers of old time. For of Holy Church, and the Blessed Trinity, and the Mother of God, they knew no more than did I at that time, but were heathen, as the Gentiles of yore are gone. And even when we put all that godhood from us, and told them as we might and could what we were, for we had no heart to lie to such simple folk, their kindness abated nothing, and they bade us abide there, and were our loving friends and brethren. There, in sooth, had I been content to abide till eld came upon me, but my lord would not have it so, but longed for greater things for me. Though in sooth to me it seemed as if his promise of worship of me by the folk had been already fulfilled. For when we had abided there some while, and our beauty, which had been marred by the travail of our own wayfaring, had come back to us in full, or it may be increased somewhat, they did indeed deal with us with more love than would most men with the saints, were they to come back on the earth again. And their children would gather round me, and make me a partaker of their sports, and be loath to leave me. And the faces of their old folk would quicken and gladden when I drew nigh. And as for their young men, it seemed of them that they loved the very ground that my feet trod on, though it grieved me that I could not pleasure some of them in such wise as they desired. And all this was soft and full of delight for my soul, and I, whose body of little while ago had been driven to daily toil with evil words and stripes, and who had not known what words of thanks and praise might mean. But so it must be that we should depart, and the kind folk showed us how sore their hearts were of our departure, But they gainsaid us in no wise, but rather furthered us all they might. And we went our ways from them riding on horned neat, for they knew not of horses, and driving one for a sumpter beast before us. And they had given us bows and arrows for our defence, and that we might get us venison. It is not to be said that we did not encounter perils, but thereof I will tell thee naught as now, but came to other peoples, richer and mightier than these, and I saw castles and abbeys and churches and walled towns, and wondered at them exceedingly. And in these places folk knew of the kingdom of my lord and his father, and whereas they were not of his foes, who lay for the more part on the other side of his land, and my lord could give sure tokens of what he was, we were treated with honour and worship, and my lord began to be himself again, and to bear him as a mighty man. And here to me was some gain in that poverty and nakedness wherewith we came out of the mountains and the raiment of the simple folk. For had I been clad in my poor cloth and goatskins of the house of the sorcerer, and he in his brave attire and bright armour, they would have said, It is a thrall he is assotted of, and would have made some story and pretence of taking me from him. But they deemed me a great lady indeed, and a king's daughter, according to the tale that he told them. Forsooth many men that saw me desired me beyond measure, and assuredly some great proud man or other would have taken me from my lord, but that they feared the wrath of his father, who was a mighty man indeed. Yea, one while as we sojourned by a certain town, but a little outside the walls, a certain young man, a great champion, and exceeding masterful, came upon me with his squires as I was walking in the meadows, and bore me off, and would have taken me to his castle, but that my lord followed with a few of the burghers, and there was a battle fought, wherein my lord was hurt, but the young champion he slew, and I cannot say but I was sorry of his death, though glad of my deliverance. Again on a time we guested in a great baron's house, who dealt so foully by us that he gave my lord a sleeping potion in his good night cup, and came to me in the dead night and required me of my love. And I would not, and he threatened me sorely, and called me a thrall and a castaway that my lord had picked up off the road. But I gat a knife in my hand, and was for warding myself, when I saw that my lord might not wake. So the felon went away for that time. But on the morrow came two evil men into the hall whom he had suborned, and bore false witness that I was a thrall and a runaway. So that the baron would have held me there, being a mighty man, despite my lord and his wrath and his grief, had not a young knight of his house been, who swore that he would slay him unless he let us go. And whereas there were other knights and squires there present who murmured, the baron was in a way compelled. So we departed, and divers of the said knights and squires went with us to see us safe on the way. But this was nigh to the kingdom of my lord's father, and that felon baron I came across again, and he was ever after one of my worst foes. Moreover, that young champion who had first stood up in the hall rode with us still when the others had turned back, and I soon saw of him that he found it hard to keep his eyes off me, and that also saw my lord, and it was a near thing that they did not draw sword thereover. Yet was that knight no evil man, but good and true, and I was exceedingly sorry for him, but I could not help him in the only way he would take help of me. Lo you, my friend, the beginnings of evil in those long past days, and the seeds of ill hap sown in the field of my new life, even before the furrow was turned. Well, we came soon into my lord's country, and fair and rich and lovely was it in those days, free from trouble and unpeace, a happy abode for the tillers of the soil and the fashioners of wares. The tidings had gone to the king that my lord was come back, and he came to meet him with a great company of knights and barons, arrayed in the noblest fashion that such folk use, so that I was bewildered with their glory, and besought my lord to let me fall back out of the way, and perchance he might find me again. But he bade me ride on his right hand, for that I was the half of his life and his soul, and that my friends were his friends, and my foes his foes. Then there came to me an inkling of the things that should befall, and I saw that the sweet and clean happiness of my new days was marred, and had grown into something else, and I began to know the pain of strife and the grief of confusion. But whereas I had not been bred delicately, but had endured woes and griefs from my youngest days, I was not abashed, but hardened my heart to face all things, even as my Lord strove to harden his heart. For indeed I said to myself that if I was to him as the half of his life, he was to me little less than the whole of my life. It is as if it had befallen yesterday, my friend, that I call to mind how we stood beside our horses in the midst of the ring of great men clad in gold and gleaming with steel, in the meadow without the gates, peace and lowly goodliness whereof, with its flocks and herds feeding, and husbandmen tending the earth and its increase, that great and noble array had changed so utterly. There we stood, and I knew that the eyes of all those lords and warriors were set upon me wondering. The love of my lord and the late learned knowledge of my beauty sustained me. Then the ring of men opened, and the king came forth towards us, a tall man and big, of 55 winters, goodly of body, and like to my lord to look upon. He cast his arms about my lord, and kissed him, and embraced him, and then stood a little aloof from him, and said, "Well, son, hast thou found it, the well at the world's end?" "Yea," said my lord, and therewith lifted my hand to his lips and kissed it. And I looked the king in his face, and his eyes were turned to me, but it was as if he were looking through me at something behind me. Then he said, "It is good, son. Come home now to thy mother and thy kindred." Then my lord turned to me, while the king took no heed, and no man in the ring of knights moved from his place. And he set me in the saddle, and turned about to mount. And there came a lord from the ring of men, glorious bedight, and he bowed lowly before my lord, and held his stirrup for him. But lightly he leapt up into the saddle, and took my reins, and led me along with him, so that he and the king and I went on together. And all the baronage and their folk shouted and tossed sword and spear aloft, and followed after us. And we left the meadow quiet and simple again, and rode through the gate of the king's chief city, wherein was his high house and his castle, the dwelling place of his kindred from of old. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, contact LibriVox.org. The lady tells of the strife and trouble that befell her after her coming to the country of the king's son. When we came to the king's house, my lord followed his father into the hall, where sat his mother amongst her damsels. She was a fair woman, and looked rather meek than high-hearted. My lord led me up to her, and she embraced and kissed him and caressed him long. Then she turned about to me, and would have spoken to me, but the king, who stood behind us, scowled on her, and she forbore. But she looked me on somewhat kindly, and yet as one who is afeard. Thus it went for the rest of the day, and my lord had me to sit beside him in the great hall when the banquet was holden, and I ate and drank with him and beheld all the pageants by his side, and none meddled with me either to help or to hinder, because they feared the king. Yet many eyes I saw that desired my beauty. And so when night came he took me to his chamber and his bed, as if I were his bride new wedded, even as it had been with us on the grass of the wilderness and the bracken of the wildwood. And then at last he spake to me of our case, and bade me fear not, for that a band of his friends, all armed, was keeping watch and ward in the cloister without. And when I left the chamber on the morrow's morn, there were they yet, all in bright armour, and amongst them the young knight who had delivered me from the felon baron, and he looked mournfully at me, so that I was sorry for his sorrow. And I knew now that the king was minded to slay me, else had he bidden thrust me from my lord's side. So wore certain days, and on the 7th night, when we were come into our chamber, which was as fair as any house outside of heaven, my lord spake to me in a soft voice, and bade me not do off my raiment, for, said he, this night we must flee the town, or we shall be taken and cast into prison tomorrow, for thus hath my father determined. I kissed him and clung to him, and he no less was good to me. And when it was the dead of night, we escaped out of our window by a knotted rope which he had made ready, and beneath was the city wall, and that company of knights, amongst whom was the young knight above said, had taken a postern thereby, and were abiding us armed and with good horses. So we came into the open country, and rode our ways with a mind to reach a hill castle of one of those young barons, and to hold ourselves there in despite of the king. But the king had been as wary as we were privy, and no less speedy than we, and he was a mighty and deft warrior, and he himself followed us on the spur with certain of his best men at arms, and they came upon us as we rested in a woodside not far from our house of refuge, and the king stood by to see the battle with his sword in his sheath. But soon it was at an end, for though our friends fought valiantly, they were every one slain or hurt, and but few escaped with bare life. But that young man who loved me so sorely crept up to me grievously hurt, and I did not forbear to kiss him once on the face, for I deemed I should die also, and his blood stained my sleeve and my wrist. But he died not as then, but lived to be a dear friend to me for long. So we, my lord and I, were led back to the city, and he was held in ward, and I was cast into prison with chains and hunger and stripes. And the king would have had me lie there till I perish, that I might be forgotten utterly. But there were many of the king's knights who murmured at this, and would not forget me. So the king, being constrained, had me brought forth to be judged by his bishops of sorcery for the beguiling of my lord. Long was the tale to me then, but I will not make it long for thee. As was like to be, I was brought in guilty of sorcery, and doomed to be burned in the great square in 3 days' time. Nay, my friend, thou hast no need to look so troubled, for thou seest I was not burned. This is the selfsame body that was tied to the stake in the market-place of the king's country many a year ago. For the friends of my lord, young men for the most part, and many who had been fain to be my friends also, put on their armour, and took my lord out of the courteous prison wherein he was, and came to the great square, when as I stood naked in my smock, bound amid the faggots, and I saw the sheriff's men give back, and great noise and rumour rise up around me. And then all about me was a clear space for a moment, and I heard the tramp of the many horse hoofs, and the space was full of weaponed men shouting and crying out, "Life for our lord's lady!" Then a minute, and I was loose and in my lord's arms, and they brought me a horse, and I mounted, lest the worst should come and we might have to flee. So I could see much of what went on, and I saw that all the unarmed folk and lookers-on were gone. But at our backs was a great crowd of folk with staves and bows, who cried out, "Life for the lady!" But before us was naught but the sheriff's sergeants and a company of knights and men-at-arms, about as many as we were, and the king in front of them, fully armed, his face hidden by his helm, and a royal surcoat over his hauberk, beaten with his bearing, to wit, a silver tower on a blue sky bestarred with gold. And now I could see that despite the bills and bows behind us, the king was going to fall on with his folk, and to say sooth I feared but little, and my heart rose high within me, and I wished I had a sword in my hand to strike once for life and love. But lo! Just as the king was raising his sword, and his trumpet was lifting the brass to his lips, came a sound of singing, and there was come the bishop, and the abbot of St. Peter's, and his monks with him, and cross-bearers and readers and others of the religious, and the bishop bore in his hand the blessed host, as now I know it was, under a golden canopy. And he stood between the two companies and faced the king, while his folk sang, loud and sweet, about him.
Then the spears went up, and from the rest, and swords were sheathed, and there went forth 3 ancient knights from out of the king's host, and came up to him and spake with him. Then he gat him away unto the high house. And the 3 old knights came to our folk, and spake with the chiefs, but not with my lord, and I heard not what they said. But my lord came to me in all loving kindness, and brought me into the house of one of the lineage, and into a fair chamber there, and kissed me, and made much of me, and brought me fair raiment, and did it on me with his own hands, even as his wont was to be for my tire-maiden. Then in a little while came those chiefs of ours, and said that truce had been hanselled for them for this time, but on these terms, that my lord and I, and all those who had been in arms, and whosoever would, that feared the king's wrath, should have leave to depart from his city, so that they went and abode no nearer than 50 miles thereof, they should know his further pleasure. Albeit that whosoever would go home peaceably might abide in the city still, and need not fear the king's wrath if he stirred no further, but that in any case the sorceress should get her gone from those walls. So we rode out of the gates that very day before sunset, for it was now midsummer again, and it was 3 hours before noon that I was to have been burned. And we were a gallant company of men-at-arms and knights. Yet did I bethink me of those who were slain on that other day, when we were taken, and fain had I been that they were riding with us. But at least that fair young man was in our company, though still weak from his hurts, for the prison and the process had worn away well nigh 2 months. True it is that I rejoiced to see him, for I had deemed him dead. Dear friend, I pray thy pardon if I weary thee with making so long a tale of my friends of the past days, but needs must I tell thee somewhat of them, lest thou love that which is not, since truly it is myself that I would have thee to love, and none other. Many folk gathered to us as we rode our ways to a town which was my lord's own, and where all men were his friends, so that we came there with a great host, and sat down there in no fear of what the king might do against us. There was I duly wedded to my lord by a bishop of Holy Church, and made his lady and queen, for even so he would have it. And now began the sore troubles of that land, which had been once so peaceful and happy. The tale whereof I may one day tell thee, or rather many tales of what befell me therein, but not now, for the day weareth, and I still have certain things that I must needs tell thee. We waged war against each other, my lord and the king, and whiles one and whiles the other overcame. Either side belike deemed that one battle or two would end the strife, but so it was not, but it endured year after year, till fighting became the chief business in all the land. As for me, I had many tribulations. Thrice I fled from the stricken field with my lord to hide in some stronghold of the mountains. Once was I taken of the foemen of the town where I abode when my lord was away from me, and a huge slaughter of innocent folk was made, and I was cast into prison and chains, after I had seen my son that I had borne to my lord slain before mine eyes. At last we were driven clean out of the kingdom of the tower, and abode a long while, some 2 years, in the wilderness, living like outlaws and wolves' heads, and lifting the spoil for our livelihood. Forsooth, of all the years that I abode about the land of the tower, those were the happiest, for we robbed no poor folk and needy, but rewarded them rather, and drave the spoil from rich men and lords and hard-hearted Chapman folk. We ravished no maid of the tillers, we burned no cot, and taxed no husbandman's croft or acre, but defended them from their tyrants. Nevertheless, we gat an ill name wide about through the kingdoms and cities, and were devils and witches to the boot of thieves and robbers in the mouths of these men. For when the rich man is hurt, his wail goeth heavens high, and none may say he heareth not. Now it was at this time that I first fell in with the champions of the Dry Tree, for they became our fellows and brothers in arms in the Wildwood, for they had not as yet builded their stronghold of the Scour, whereas thou and I shall be in 2 days' time. Many a wild deed did our folk do in their company, and many that had been better undone. Whiles indeed they went on journeys wherein we were not partakers, as when they went to the north and harried the lands of the Abbot of Higham, and rode as far even as over the downs to Bear Castle, and fought a battle there with the captain of Higham, whereas we never went out of the wood perilous to the northward, and lifted little, save in the lands of our own proper foemen, but friends of the king. Now I say not of the men of the Dry Tree that they were good and peaceable men, nor would mercy hold their hands every while that they were hard bestead and thrust in a corner. Yet I say now, and once for all, that their fierceness was and is but kindness and pity when set against the cruelty of the Burg of the Four Friths, men who have no friend to love, no broken foe to forgive, and can scarce be kind even to themselves, though forsooth they be wise men and cautelous and well living in the world and wealthy and holy. She stayed her speech a while, and her eyes glittered in her flushed face, and she set her teeth, and she was as one beside herself till Ralph kissed her feet and caressed her, and she went on again. Dear friend, when thou knowest what these men are and have been, thou wilt bless thy friend Roger for leading thee forth from the burg by night and cloud, whatever else may happen to thee. Well, we abode in the Wildwood, friends and good fellows from the first, and that young man, though he loved me ever, was somewhat healed of the fever of love, and was my faithful friend, in such wise that neither I nor my lord had aught to find fault with in him. Meanwhile we began to grow strong, for many joined us therein, who had fled from their tyrants of the good towns, and the manors of the baronage, and at last, in the 3rd year, naught would please my lord but we must enter the kingdom of the Tower, and raise his banner in the wealthy land and the fair cities. Moreover, his father, the king of the Tower, died in his bed in these days, and no word of love or peace had passed between them since that morning when I was led out to be burned in the great square. So we came forth from the forest, we and the champions of the dry tree, and made the tale a short one. For the king, the mighty warrior and wise man, was dead, and his captains of war, some of them were dead, and some weary of strife, and those who had been eager in debate were falling to ask themselves wherefore they had fought, and what was to do that they should still be fighting. And lo, when it came to be looked into, it was all a matter of the life and death of one woman, to wit me myself. And why should she not live? Why should she not sit upon the throne with the man who loved her? Therefore, when at last we came out from the twilight of the woods into the sunny fields of the land of the Tower, there was no man to naysay us. Nay, the gates of the strong palaces flew open before the wind of our banners, and the glittering of our spears drew the folk together towards the places of rejoicing. We entered the master city in triumph, with the houses hung high with green boughs, and the maidens casting flowers before our feet. And I sat, a crowned queen, upon the throne, high raised on the very place where erst I stood, awaiting the coming of the torch to the faggots which were to consume me. Then there began the reign of the woman of the waste, for so it was that my lord left to my hands the real ruling of the kingdom, though he wore the crown and set the seal to parchments. As to them of the dry tree, though some few of them abode in the kingdom and became great there, the more part of them went back to the Wildwood and lived the old life of the wood, as we had found them living it aforetime. But or ever they went, the leaders of them came before me, and kissed my feet, and with tears and prayers besought me, and bade me that if aught fell amiss to me there, I should come back to them and be their lady and queen. And whereas these wild men loved me well, and I deemed that I owed much to their love and their helping, I promised them and swore to them by the water of the well at the world's end, that I would do no less than they prayed me, albeit I set no term or year for the day that I would come to them. And now my lord and I, we set ourselves to heal the wounds which war had made in the land, and hard was the work and late the harvest, so used had men become to turmoil and trouble. Moreover, there were many, and chiefly the women who had lost husband, lover, son, or brother, who laid all their griefs on my back, though forsooth how was I guilty of the old king's wrath against me, which was the cause of all? About this time my lord had the castle of Abundance built up very fairly, for me and him to dwell in at whiles, and indeed we had before that dwelt at a little manor house that was there, when we durst withdraw a little from the strife. But now he had it done as fair as ye saw it, and had those arras cloths made with the story of my sojourn in the wilderness, even as ye saw them. But the days and the years wore, and wealth came back to the mighty of the land, and fields flourished, and the acres bore increase, and fair houses were builded in the towns, and the land was called happy again. But for me I was not so happy, and I looked back fondly to the days of the greenwood and the fellowship of the dry tree, and the days before that of my flight with my lord. And moreover, with the wearing of the years, those murmurs against me and the blind causeless hatred began to grow again, and chiefly, methinks, because I was the king, and my lord the king's cloak. But therewith tales concerning me began to spring up, how that I was not only a sorceress, but even one foredoomed from of old and sent by the lords of hell, to wreck that fair land of the Tower, and make it unhappy and desolate. And the tale grew and gathered form, till now, when the bloom of my beauty was gone, I heard hard and fierce words cried after me in the streets when I fared abroad. and that still chiefly by the women, for yet most men looked on me with pleasure. Also my counsellors and lords warned me often that I must be wary and of great forbearance if trouble were to be kept back. Now amidst these things, as I was walking pensively in my garden one summer day, it was told me that a woman desired to see me, so I bade them bring her. And when she came I looked on her, and deemed that I had seen her aforetime. She was not old, but of middle age, of dark red hair and brown eyes somewhat small, not a big woman, but well fashioned of body, and looking as if she had once been exceedingly dainty and trim. She spake, and again I seemed to have heard her voice before. "Hail, Queen," she said, "it does my heart good to see thee thus in thy glorious estate." So I took her greeting, but those tales of my being but a sending of the devil for the ruin of that land came into my mind, and I sent away the folk who were thereby before I said more to her. Then she spake again. "Even so I guessed it would be that thou wouldst grow great among women." But I said, "What is this? And when have I known thee before time?" She smiled and said naught, but my mind went back to those old days, and I trembled, and the flesh crept upon my bones, lest this should be the coming back in a new shape of my mistress whom I had slain. But the woman laughed and said, as if she knew my thoughts, "Nay, it is not so. The dead are dead, fear not. But hast thou forgotten the Dale of Law?" "Nay," said I, "never. And art thou then the carline that learned me law? But if the dead come not back, how do the old grow young again? For 'tis a score of years since we two sat in the dale, and I longed for many things." Said the woman, "The dead may not drink of the well at the world's end, yet the living may, even if they be old, and that blessed water giveth them new might and changeth their blood, and they are as young folks for a long while again after they have drunken." "And hast thou drunken?" said I. "Yea," she said, "but I am minded for another draught." I said, "And wherefore hast thou come to me, and what shall I give to thee?" She said, "I will take no gift of thee as now, for I need it not, though hereafter I may ask a gift of thee. But I am to ask this of thee, if thou wilt be my fellow farer on the road thither." "Yea," said I, "and leave my love, and my lord, and my kingship which he hath given me, for this I will tell thee, that all that here is done by me." "Great is thy kingship, lady," said the woman, and smiled withal. Then she sat silent a little, and said, "When 6 months are worn, it will be springtide. I will come to thee in the spring days, and know what thy mind is then. But now I must depart." Quoth I, "Glad shall I be to talk with thee again, for thou hast learned me much of wisdom, and yet much more I need, yea, as much as the folk here deem I have already." "Thou shalt have no less," said the woman. Then she kissed my hands and went her ways, and I sat musing still for a long while, because for all my gains, and my love that I had been loved withal, and the greatness that I had gotten, there was as it were a veil of unhappiness wrapped around my heart. So wore the months, and ere the winter had come befell an evil thing, for my lord, who had loved me so, and taken me out of the wilderness, died, and was gathered to the fathers, and there was I left alone, for there was no fruit of my womb by him alive. My firstborn son had been slain by those wretches, and a second son that I bore had died of a pestilence that war and famine had brought upon the land. I will not wear thy soul with words about my grief and sorrow, but it is to be told that I sat now in a perilous place, and yet I might not step down from it and abide in that land, for then it was a sure thing that some of my foes would have laid hands on me and brought me to judgment for being but myself, and I should have ended miserably. So I gat to me all the strength that I might, and whereas there were many who loved me still, some for my own sake, and some for the sake of my lord that was, I endured in good hope that all my days were not done. Yet I longed for the coming of the teacher of law, for now I made up my mind that I would go with her, and seek to the well at the world's end for weal and woe. She came while April was yet young, and I need make no long tale of how we gat us away. For whereas she was wise in hidden lore, it was no hard matter for her to give me another semblance than mine own, so that I might have walked about the streets of our city from end to end, and none had known me. So I vanished away from my throne and my kingdom, and that name and fame of a witch-wife clove to me once and for all, and spread wide about the cities of folk and the kingdoms, and many are the tales that have arisen concerning me, and belike some of these that thou hast heard told. Ralph reddened and said, My soul has been vexed by some inkling of them, but now it is at rest from them for ever. May it be so, she said, and now my tale is wearing thin for the present time. Back again went my feet over the ways they had trodden before, though the teacher shortened the road much for us by her wisdom. Once again, what need to tell thee of these ways when thine own eyes shall behold them as thou wendest them beside me? Be it enough to say that once again I came to that little house in the uttermost wilderness, and there once more was the garth and the goat-house, and the trees of the forest beyond it, and the wood-lawns and the streams, and all the places and things that erst I deemed I must dwell amongst for ever. Said Ralph, And did the carline keep troth with thee? Was she not but luring thee thither to be her thrall? Or did the book that I read in the Castle of Abundance but lie concerning thee? She held her truth to me in all wise, said the lady, and I was no thrall of hers, but as a sister, or maybe even as a daughter, for ever to my eyes she was the old carline who learned me lore in the dale of the Wildwood. But now a long while, years long, we abode in that house of the sorceress ere we durst seek further to the well at the world's end. And yet meseems, though the years wore, they wore me no older. Nay, in the first days at least I waxed stronger of body and fairer than I had been in the king's palace in the land of the Tower, as though some foretaste of the well was there for us in the loneliness of the desert, although forsooth the abiding there amidst the scantiness of livelihood, and the nakedness, and the toil, and the torment of wind and weather, were as a penance for the days and deeds of our past lives. What more is to say concerning our lives here, saving this, that in those days I learned yet more wisdom of the teacher of law, and amidst that wisdom was much of that which ye call sorcery, as the foreseeing of things to come, and the sending of dreams or visions, and certain other matters. And yet I may tell thee that the holy man who came to us last even, I sent him the dream which came to him drowsing, and bade him come to the helping of Walter the Black, for I knew that I should take thy hand and flee with thee this morning, e'en as I have done, and I would fain have a good leech to Walter lest he should die, although I owe him hatred rather than love. Now, my friend, tell me, is this an evil deed, that thou shrink from the sorceress? He strained her to his bosom and kissed her mouth, and then he said, Yet thou hast never sent a dream to me. She laughed and said, What, hast thou never dreamed of me since we met at the want way of the Wood Perilous? Never, said he. She stroked his cheek fondly and said, Young art thou, sweet friend, and sleepest well o' nights. It was enough that thou thoughtest of me in thy waking hours. And then she went on with her tale. End of chapter 7. Recording by Lucy Kempton.
Chapter 8 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Well at the World's End, Book 2 by William Morris. Chapter 8. The Lady Maketh an End of Her Tale. Well, my friend, after we had lived thus a long time, we set out one day to seek to the Well at the World's End, each of us signed and marked out for the quest by bearing such like beads as thou and I both bear upon our necks today. Once again, of all that befell us on that quest, I will tell thee naught as now, because to that well have I to bring thee, though myself, belike, I need not its waters again. Quoth Ralph, And must thou lead me, thy very self? Mayst thou not abide in some safe place my going and returning? So many and sore as the toils and perils of the way may be. What? She said. And how shall I be sundered from thee, now I have found thee? Yea, and who shall lead thee, thou lovely boy? Shall it be a man to bewray thee, or a woman to bewray me? Yet need we not go to-morrow, my beloved, nor for many days, so sweet as we are to each other. But in those past days it was needs must we begin our quest before the burden of years was over heavy upon us. Shortly to say it, we found the well, and drank of its waters, after abundant toil and peril, as thou mayst well deem. Then the life and the soul came back to us, and the past years were as naught to us, and my youth was renewed in me, and I became as thou seest me today. But my fellow was as a woman of 40 summers again, strong and fair as I had seen her when she came into the garden in the days of my queenhood. And thus we returned to the house of the sorceress, and rested there for a little from our travel and our joy. At last, and that was but some 5 years ago, the teacher said to me, Sister, I have learned thee all that thine heart can take of me, and thou art strong in wisdom, and moreover again shall it be with thee, as I told of thee long ago, that no man shall look on thee that shall not love thee. Now I will not seek to see thy life that is coming, nor what thine end shall be, for that should belike be grievous to both of us. But this I see of thee, that thou wilt now guide thy life not as I will, but as thou wilt. And since my way is not thy way, and that I see thou shalt not long abide alone, now shall we sunder. For I am minded to go to the most ancient parts of the world, and seek all the innermost wisdom whilst I yet live. But with kings and champions and the cities of folk will I have no more to do, while thou shalt not be able to refrain from these. So now I bid thee farewell. I wept at her words, but gainsaid them naught, for I wotted that she spake but the truth. So I kissed her, and we parted. She went her ways through the Wildwood, and I abode at the house of the sorceress, and waited on the wearing of the days. But scarce a month after her departure, as I stood by the threshold one morning amidst of the goats, I saw men come riding from out of the wood. So I abode them, and they came to the gate of the garth, and there lighted down from their horses. And they were 3 in company, and no one of them was young, and one was old, with white locks flowing from under his helm, for they were all armed in knightly fashion, but they had naught but white gabardines over their hauberks, with no coat armour or token upon them. So they came through the garth gate, and I greeted them, and asked them what they would. Then the old man knelt down on the grass before me, and said, If I were as young as I am old, my heart would fail me in beholding thy beauty. But now I will ask thee somewhat. Far away beyond the forest we heard rumours of a woman dwelling in the uttermost desert, who had drunk of the well at the world's end, and was wise beyond measure. Now we have set ourselves to seek that woman, and if thou be she, we would ask a question of thy wisdom. I answered that I was even such as they had heard of, and bade them ask. Said the old man, 50 years ago, when I was yet but a young man, there was a fair woman who was queen of the land of the Tower, and whom we loved sorely because we had dwelt together with her amidst tribulation in the desert and the Wildwood. And we were not of her people, but a fellowship of free men and champions, hight the men of the dry tree. And we hoped that she would one day come back and dwell with us, and be our lady and queen. And indeed, trouble seemed drawing anigh to her, so that we might help her, and she might become our fellow again, when, lo, she vanished away from the folk, and none knew where she was gone. Therefore a band of us of the dried tree swore an oath together to seek her till we found her, that we might live and die together. But of that band, of 101, am I the last one left that seeketh, for the rest are dead, or sick, or departed, and indeed I was the youngest of them. But for these 2 men, they are my sons, whom I have bred in the knowledge of these things, and in the hope of finding tidings of our Lady and Queen, if it were but the place where her body lieth. Thou art wise. Knowest thou the resting place of her bones? When I had heard the tale of the old man, I was moved to my inmost heart, and I scarce knew what to say. But now this long while fear was dead in me, so I thought I would tell the very sooth. But I said first, Sir, what I will tell without beseeching, so pray thee, stand up. So did he. And I said, Geoffrey, what became of the White Hind after the banners had left the Wildwood? He stared wild at me, and I deemed that tears began to come into his eyes. But I said again, What betid to Dame Joyce's youngest born, the fair little maiden that we left sick of a fever, when we rode to Upcastle. Still he said naught, but looked at me wondering, and said, Hast thou ever again seen that great oak nigh the clearing by the water, the half of which fell away in the summer storm of that last July? Then verily the tears gushed out of his eyes, and he wept, for as old as he was, and when he could master himself, he said, Who art thou? Who art thou? Art thou the daughter of my lady, even as these are my sons? But I said, Now will I answer thy first question, and tell thee that the lady thou seekest is verily alive, and she has thriven, for she has drunk of the well at the world's end, and has put from her the burden of the years. O Geoffrey, and dost thou not know me? And I held out my hand to him, and I also was weeping, because of my thought of the years gone by. For this old man had been that swain who had nigh died for me when I fled with my husband from the old king. And he became one of the Dry Tree, and had followed me with kind service about the woods in the days when I was at my happiest. But now he fell on his knees before me, not like a vassal, but like a lover, and kissed my feet, and was beside himself for joy. And his sons, who were men of some 40 summers, tall and warrior-like, kissed my hands and made obeisance before me. Now, when we had come to ourselves again, old Geoffrey, who was now naught but glad, spake and said, It is told amongst us that when our host departed from the land of the Tower, after thou hadst taken thy due seat upon the throne, that thou didst promise our chieftains how thou wouldst one day come back to the fellowship of the Dry Tree and dwell amongst us. Wilt thou now hold to thy promise? I said, O Geoffrey, if thou art the last of those seekers, and thou wert but a boy when I dwelt with you of old, who of the Dry Tree is left to remember me? He hung his head a while then, and spake, Old are we grown, yet art thou fittest to be amongst young folk, unless mine eyes are beguiled by some semblance which will pass away presently. Nay, quoth I, it is not so. As I am now, so shall I be for many and many a day. Well, said Geoffrey, wherever thou mayst be, thou shalt be queen of men. I list not to be queen again, said I. He laughed and said, I wot not how thou mayst help it. I said, Tell me of the Dry Tree, how the champions have sped, and have they grown greater or less? Said he, They are warriors and champions from father to son, therefore have they thriven not over well. Yet they have left the thick of the wood and built them a great castle above the little town hight Hampton. So that is now called Hampton under Scaur, for upon the height of the said Scaur is our castle builded, and there we hold us against the burg of the Four Friths, which hath thriven greatly, but there is none so great as the burg in all the lands about. I said, And the land of the Tower, thriveth the folk thereof at all? Nay, he said, they have been rent to pieces by folly and war and greediness. In the great city are but few people. Grass grows in its streets, the merchants wend not the ways that lead thither. Naught thriveth there, since thou stolest away from them. Nay, said I fled from their malice, lest I should have been brought out to be burned once more, and there would have been none to rescue me then. Was it so? Said old Geoffrey. Well, it is all one now, their day is done. Well, I said, come into my house, and eat and drink therein, and sleep here tonight, and tomorrow I shall tell thee what I will do. Even so they did, and on the morrow early I spake to Geoffrey and said, What hath befallen the land of abundance, and the castle my lord built for me there, which we held as our refuge all through the war of the Tower, both before we joined us to you in the Wildwood and afterwards? He said, It is at peace still. No one hath laid hand on it. There is a simple folk dwelling there in the clearing of the wood, which forgetteth thee not, though forsooth strange tales are told of thee there, and the old men deem that it is but little since thou hast ceased to come and go there, and they are ready to worship thee as somewhat more than the blessed saints, were it not for the fathers of the Thorn, who are their masters. I pondered this a while, and then said, Geoffrey, ye shall bring me hence away to the peopled parts, and on the way, or when we are come amongst the cities and kingdoms, we will settle it whither I shall go. See thou, I were fain to be of the brotherhood of the Dry Tree, yet I deem it will scarce be that I shall go and dwell there straightway. Therewith the old man seemed content, and indeed now that the first joy of our meeting, when his youth sprang up in him once more, was over, he found it hard to talk freely with me, and was downcast and shy before me, as if something had come betwixt us which had made our lives cold to each other. So that day we left the house of the sorceress, which I shall not see again, till I come there hand in hand with thee, beloved. When we came to the peopled parts, Geoffrey and his sons brought me to the land of abundance, and I found it all as he had said to me, and took up my dwelling in the castle, and despised not those few folk of the land, but was kind to them. But though they praised my gifts, and honoured me as the saints are honoured, and though they loved me, yet it was with fear, so I had little part with them. There I dwelt then, and the book which thou didst read there, part true and part false, and altogether of malice against me, I bought of a monk who came our way, and who at first was sore afeard when he found that he had come to my castle. As to the halling of the chamber of Dias, I have told thee before how my lord, the king's son, did do make it in memory of the wilderness wherein he found me, and the life of thraldom from which he brought me. There I dwelt till nigh upon these days in peace and quiet, nor did I go to the Dry Tree for a long while, though many of them sought to me there at the Castle of Abundance, and woe worth the while, there was oftenest but one end to their guesting, that of all gifts they besought me of but one, which, alack, I might not give them, and that is the love that I have given to thee, beloved. And oh, my fear that it will weigh too light with thee, to win me pardon of thee for all that thou must needs pardon me, ere thou canst give me all thy love, for that I long for so sorely. End of chapter 8. Recording by Lucy Kempton.
Chapter 9 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 9. They go on their way once more. Look now, she said. I have held thee so long in talk that the afternoon is waning. Now is it time for us to be on the way again. Not because I misdoubt me of thy foeman, but because I would take thee to a fairer dwelling of the desert, and one where I have erst abided. And moreover, there thou shalt not altogether die of hunger. See, is it not as if I had thought to meet thee here? Yea, in good sooth, said he, I wot that thou canst see the story of things before they fall. She laughed and said, But all this that hath befallen since I set out to meet thee at the Castle of Abundance, I foresaw not, any more than I can foresee tomorrow. Only I knew that we must needs pass by the place whereto I shall now lead thee, and I made provision there. Lo, now the marvel slain, and in such wise shall perish other marvels which have been told of me, yet not all. Come now, let us to the way. So they joined hands and left the pleasant place, and were again going speedily amidst the close pine woods a while, where it was smooth underfoot, and silent of noises withal. Now Ralph said, Beloved, thou hast told me of many things, but not concerning how thou camest to be wedded to the Knight of the Sun, and of thy dealings with him. Said she, reddening withal, I will tell thee no more than this, unless thou compel me, that he would have me wed him, as it were against my will, till I ceased striving against him, and I went with him to Sunway, which is no great way from the Castle of Abundance, and there befell that treason of Walter the Black, who loved me and prayed for my love, and when I gainsayed him, swore by all that was holy before my lord that it was I who sought his love, and how I had told and taught him ways of witchcraft, whereby we might fulfil our love, so that the baron should keep a wife for another man. And the Knight of the Sun, whose heart had been filled with many tales of my wisdom, true and false, believed his friend whom he loved, and still believeth him, though he burneth for the love of me now, whereas in those first days of the treason he burned with love turned to hatred. So of this came that shaming and casting forth of me, whereof I will tell thee but this, that the brother of my lord, even the tall champion whom thou hast seen, came upon me presently when I was cast forth, because he was coming to see the Knight of the Sun at his home, and he loved me, but not after the fashion of his brother, but was kind and mild with me. So then I went with him to Hampton and the Dry Tree, and great joy made the folk thereof of my coming, whereas they remembered their asking of aforetime that I would come to be a queen over them, and there have I dwelt ever since, betwixt Hampton and the Castle of Abundance, and that tall champion has been ever as a brother unto me. Said Ralph, And thou art their queen there? Yea, she said, in a fashion. Yet have they another who is mightier than I, and might, if she durst, hang me over the battlements of the Scaur, for she is a fierce and hard woman, and now no longer young in years. Is it not so then, said Ralph, that some of the ill deeds that are told of thee are of her doing? It is even so, she said, and whiles when she has spoken the word I may not be against her openly, therefore I use my wisdom, which I have learned, to set free luckless wights from her anger and malice. More by token, the last time I did thus was the very night of the day we parted, after thou hadst escaped from the Burg. In what wise was that? Said Ralph. She said, When I rode away from thee on that happy day of my deliverance by thee, my heart laughed for joy of the life thou hadst given me, and of thee the giver. And I swore to myself that I would set free the first captive or death-doomed creature that I came across, in honour of my pleasure and delight. Now speedily I came to Hampton and the Scaur, for it is not very far from the wantways of the wood. And there I heard how 4 of our folk had been led away by the men of the Burg. Therefore it was clear to me that I must set these men free if I could. Besides, it pleased me to think that I could walk about the streets of the foemen safely, who had been but just led thitherward to the slaughter. Thou knowest how I sped therein, but when I came back again to our people, after thou hadst ridden away from us with Roger, I heard these tidings, that there was one new come into our prison, a woman to wit, who had been hailed before our old queen for a spy and doomed by her, and should be taken forth and slain, belike in a day or two. So I said to myself that I was not free of my vow as yet, because those friends of mine I should in any case have done my best to deliver them. Therefore I deemed my oath bound me to set that woman free. So in the night tide, when all was quiet, I went to the prison and brought her forth, and led her past all the gates and wards, which was an easy thing to me, so much as I had learned, and came with her into the fields betwixt the thorp of Hampton and the wood, when it was more daylight than dawn, so that I could see her clearly, and no word as yet had we spoken to each other. But then she said to me, Am I to be slain here, or led to a crueller prison? And I said, Neither one thing nor the other, for lo, I have set thee free, and I shall look to it that there shall be no pursuit of thee till thou hast had time to get clear away. But she said, What thanks wilt thou have for this? Wherefore hast thou done it? And I said, It is because of the gladness I have gotten. Said she, And would that I might get gladness. So I asked her what was amiss now that she was free. She said, I have lost one thing that I loved, and found another, and lost it also. So I said, Mightest thou not seek for the lost? She said, "It is in this wood, and when I shall find it I shall not have it." "It is love that thou art seeking," said I. "In what semblance is he?" "What wilt thou, my friend?" Straightway she fell to making a picture of thee in words, so that I knew that she had met thee, and belike after I had departed from thee, and my heart was sore thereat. For now I will tell thee the very truth, that she was a young woman, and exceeding fair, as if she were of pearl all over, and as sweet as eglantine. And I feared her lest she should meet thee again in these wild woods, and so I asked her what would she. And she said that she had a mind to seek the Well at the World's End, which quencheth all sorrow, and I rejoiced thereat, thinking that she would be far away from thee, not thinking that thou and I must even meet to seek to it also. So I gave her the chaplet which my witch mistress took from the dead woman's neck, and went with her into the wildwood, and taught her wisdom of the way, and what she was to do. And again I say to thee that she was so sweet, and yet with a kind of pity in her both of soul and body, and wise withal, and quiet, that I feared her, though I loved her. Yea, and still do, for I deem her better than me, and meeter for thee and thy love than I be. Dost thou know her?" "Yea," said Ralph, "and fair and lovely she is in sooth." "Yet thou hast naught to do to fear her, and true it is that I saw her, and spake with her after thou hadst ridden away, for she came by the want ways of the Wood Perilous in the dawn of the day after I had delivered thee. And in sooth she told me that she looked either for death or the water of the well to end her sorrow." Then he smiled and said, "As for that which thou sayest, that she had been meeter for me than thou, I know not this word. For look you, beloved, she came and passed and is gone, but thou art there and shalt endure." She stayed and turned and faced him at that word, and love so consumed her that all sportive words failed her. Yea, and it was as if mirth and light-heartedness were swallowed up in the fire of her love, and all thought of other folk departed from him, as he felt her tears of love and joy upon his face, and she kissed and embraced him there in the wilderness. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma. The Well at the World's End, Book 2 by William Morris. Chapter 10 of The Desert House and the Chamber of Love in the Wilderness. Then in a while they grew sober, and went on their ways, and the sun was westering behind them, and casting long shadows. And in a little while they were come out of the thick woods, and were in a country of steep little valleys, grassy, besprinkled with trees and bushes, with hills of sandstone going up from them, which were often broken into cliffs, rising sheer from the tree-beset bottoms. And they saw plenteous deer, both great and small, and the wild things seemed to fear them but little. To Ralph it seemed an exceeding fair land, and he was as joyous as it was fair. But the lady was pensive, and at last she said, "Thou deemest it fair, and so it is, yet it is the lonesomest of deserts. I deem indeed that it was once one of the fairest of lands, with castles and cots and homesteads all about, and fair people no few, busy with many matters amongst them. But now it is all passed away, and there is no token of a dwelling of man, save it might be that those mounds we see, as yonder and yonder again, are tops of house walls long ago sunken into the earth of the valley. And now few even are the hunters or wayfarers that wend through it." Quoth Ralph, "Thou speakest as if there had been once histories and tales of this pleasant wilderness. Tell me, has it anything to do with that land about the wide river which we went through, Roger and I, as we rode to the Castle of Abundance the other day? For he spoke of tales of deeds and mishaps concerning it. Yea, she said, so it is. And the little stream that runs yonder beneath those cliffs is making its way towards that big river aforesaid, which is called the Swelling Flood. Now true it is also that there are many tales about of the wars and miseries that turned this land into a desert, and these may be true enough, and belike are true. But these said tales have become blended with the story of those aforesaid wars of the land of the Tower, of which indeed this desert is verily a part, but was desert still in the days when I was queen of the land. So thou mayest well think that they who hold me to be the cause of all this loneliness, and belike Roger thought it was so, have scarce got hold of the very sooth of the matter. Even so I deemed, said Ralph, and tomorrow we shall cross the big river, thou and I. Is there a ferry or a ford there whereas we shall come, or how shall we win over it? She was growing merrier again now, and laughed at this, and said, O fair boy, the crossing will be tomorrow and not today. Let tomorrow cross its own rivers, for surely today is fair enough, and fairer shall it be, when thou hast been fed, and art sitting by me in rest and peace till tomorrow morning. So now hasten yet a little more, and we will keep the said little stream in sight, as well as we may for the bushes. So they sped on, till Ralph said, Will thy feet never tire, beloved? O child, she said, thou hast heard my story, and mayst well deem that they have wrought many a harder day's work than this day's. And moreover they shall soon rest, for look, yonder is our house for this even, and till tomorrow's sun is high, the house for me and thee, and none else with us. And therewith she pointed to a place where the stream ran in a chain of pools and stickles, and a sheer cliff rose up some 50 paces beyond it, but betwixt the stream and the cliff was a smooth table of greensward, with 3 fair thorn bushes thereon, and it went down at each end to the level of the river's lip by a green slope. But amidmost the little green plain was some 10 feet above the stream, and was broken by a little undercliff, which went down sheer into the water. And Ralph saw in the face of the high cliff the mouth of a cave, however deep it might be. Come, said the lady, tarry not, for I know that hunger hath hold of thee, and look how low the sun is growing. Then she caught him by the hand, and fell to running with him to the edge of the stream, where at the end of the further slope it ran wide and shallow before it entered into a deep pool, overhung with boughs of alder and thorn. She stepped daintily over a row of big stones laid in the rippling shallow, and staying herself in mid-stream on the biggest of them, and gathering up her gown, looked up stream with a happy face, and then looked over her shoulder to Ralph and said, The year has been good to me these seasons, so that when I stayed here on my way to the Castle of Abundance, I found but few stones washed away, and crossed well nigh dry shod, but this stone my feet are standing on now, I brought down from under the cliff, and set it amidmost, and I said that when I brought thee hither I would stay thereon and talk with thee while I stood above the freshness of the water, as I am doing now. Ralph looked on her and strove to answer her, but no words would come to his lips, because of the greatness of his longing. She looked on him fondly, and then stooped to look at the ripples that bubbled up about her shoes, and touched them at whiles. Then she said, See how they long for the water, these feet that have worn the waste so long, and know how kind it will run over them and lap about them. But ye must abide a little, waste-wearers, till we have done a thing or two. Come, love. And she reached her hand out behind her to Ralph, not looking back, but when she felt his hand touch it, she stepped lightly over the other stones, and on to the grass with him, and led him quietly up the slope that went up to the table of greensward before the cave. But when they came on to the level grass, she kissed him, and then turned toward the valley and spake solemnly. May all blessings light on this house of the wilderness, and this hall of the summertide, and the chamber of love that here is. Then she was silent a while, and Ralph brake not the silence. Then she turned toward him with a face grown merry and smiling, and said, Lo, how the poor lad yearneth for meat, as well he may, so long as the day hath been. Ah, beloved, thou must be patient a little, for belike our servants have not yet heard of the wedding of us, so we twain must feed each other. Is that so much amiss? He laughed in her face for love, and took her by the wrist, but she drew her hand away and went into the cave, and came forth anon holding a copper kettle with an iron bow and a bag of meal, which she laid at his feet. Then she went into the cave again, and brought forth a flask of wine and a beaker. Then she caught up the little cauldron, which was well beaten, and thin and light, and ran down to the stream therewith, and came up thence presently, bearing it full of water on her head, going as straight and stately as the spear is seen on a day of tourney, moving over the barriers that hide the night before he lays it in the rest. She came up to him, and set the water kettle before him, and put her hands on his shoulders, and kissed his cheek, and then stepped back from him, and smote her palms together, and said, Yea, it is well, but there are more things to do before we rest. There is the dighting of the chamber, and the gathering of wood for the fire, and the mixing of the meal, and the kneading and the baking of cakes, and all that is my work. And there is the bringing of the quarry for the roast, and that is thine. Then she ran into the cave, and brought forth a bow and a quiver of arrows, and said, Art thou somewhat of an archer? Quoth he, I shoot not ill. And I, she said, shoot well, all woodcraft comes handy to me. But this eve I must trust to thy skill for my supper. Go swiftly, and come back speedily. Do off thine hauberk, and beat the bushes down in the valley, and bring me some small deer, as roe or hare or coney, and wash thee in the pool below the stepping stones, as I shall do whiles thou art away, and by then thou comest back all shall be ready, save the roasting of the venison. So he did off his war gear, but thereafter tarried a little, looking at her, and she said, What ailest thee not to go? The hunt's up. He said, I would first go see the rock hall that is for our chamber to-night. Wilt thou not bring me thither? Nay, she said, for I must be busy about many matters, but thou mayst go by thyself if thou wilt. So he went and stooped down and entered the cave, and found it high and wide within, and clean and fresh and well smelling, and the floor of fine white sand without a stain. So he knelt down and kissed the floor, and said aloud, God bless this floor of the rock hall, whereon my love shall lie to-night. Then he arose and went out of the cave, and found the lady at the entry, stooping down to see what he would do. And she looked on him fondly and anxiously, but he turned a merry face to her, and caught her round the middle, and strained her to his bosom, and then took the bow and arrows, and ran down the slope and over the stream, into the thicket of the valley. He went further than he had looked for, ere he found a prey to his mind, and then he smote a roe with a shaft, and slew her, and broke up the carcass, and dight it duly, and so went his ways back. When he came to the stream, he looked up, and saw a little fire glittering not far from the cave, but had no clear sight of the lady, though he thought he saw her gown fluttering nigh one of the thorn bushes. Then he did off his raiment, and entered that pool of the stream, and was glad to bathe him in the same place where her body had been but of late. For he had noted that the stones of the little shore were still wet with her feet where she had gone up from the water. But now as he swam and sported in the sun-warmed pool, he deemed he heard the whinnying of a horse, but was not sure, so he held himself still to listen, and heard no more. And then he laughed, and bethought him of Falcon, his own steed, and dived down under the water, but as he came up, laughing still and gasping, he heard a noise of the clatter of horse hoofs, as if someone were riding swiftly up the further side of the grassy table, where it was stony, as he had noted when they passed by. A deadly fear fell upon his heart as he thought of his love left all alone. So he gat himself at once out of the water, and cast his shirt over his head. But while his arms were yet entangled in the sleeves thereof, came to his ears a great and awful sound of a man's voice roaring out, though there were no shapen words in the roar. Then were his arms free through the sleeves, and he took up the bow and fell to bending it, and even therewith he heard a great wailing of a woman's voice, and she cried out piteously, "Help me, oh help, lovely creature of God!" Yet must he needs finish bending the bow, howsoever his heart died within him, or what help would there be of a naked and unarmed man? At last it was bent, and an arrow knocked on the string, as he leapt over the river and up the slope. But even as he came up to that pleasant place, he saw, all in a moment of time, that there stood Silverfax anigh the cave's mouth, and the lady lying on the earth anigh the horse. And betwixt her and him the Knight of the Sun stood up stark, his shining helm on his head, the last rays of the setting sun flashing on the broidered image of his armories. He turned at once upon Ralph, shaking his sword in the air, and there was blood upon the blade, and he cried out in a terrible voice, "The witch is dead, the whore is dead, and thou, thief, who hast stolen her from me, and lain by her in the wilderness, now thou shalt die, thou." Scarce had he spoken, than Ralph drew his bow to the arrowhead and loosed. There was but some 20 paces betwixt them, and the shaft, sped by that fell archer, smote the huge man through the eye into the brain, and he fell down along clattering, dead without a word more. But Ralph gave forth a great wail of woe, and ran forward and knelt by the lady, who lay all huddled up face down upon the grass, and he lifted her up and laid her gently on her back. The blood was flowing fast from a great wound in her breast, and he tore off a piece of his shirt to staunch it, but she, without knowledge of him, breathed forth her last breath ere he could touch the hurt, and he still knelt by her, staring on her as if he knew not what was toward. She had dight her what she could to welcome his return from the hunting, and had set a wreath of meadowsweet on her red hair, and a garland of eglantine about her girdlestead, and left her feet naked after the pool of the stream, and had turned the bezels of her finger rings outward for joy of that meeting. After a while he rose up with a most bitter cry, and ran down the green slope and over the water, and hither and thither amongst the bushes like one mad, till he became so weary that he might scarce go or stand for weariness. Then he crept back again to that chamber of love, and sat down beside his new won mate, calling to mind all the wasted words of the day gone by. For the summer night was come now, most fair and fragrant, but he withheld the sobbing passion of his heart, and put forth his hand, and touched her, and she was still, and his hand felt her flesh that it was cold as marble. And he cried out aloud in the night and the wilderness, where there was none to hear him, and arose and went away from her, passing by Silverfax, who was standing near by, stretching out his head and whinnying at whiles. And he sat on the edge of the green table, and there came into his mind, despite himself, thoughts of the pleasant fields of Upmeads, and his sports and pleasures there, and the evensong of the high house, and the folk of his fellowship and his love. And therewith his breast arose, and his face was wryed, and he wept loud and long, and as if he should never make an end of it. But so weary was he, that at last he lay back and fell asleep, and woke not till the sun was high in the heavens, and so it was that his slumber had been so heavy that he knew not at first what had befallen. And one moment he felt glad, and the next as if he should never be glad again, though why he wotted not. Then he turned about and saw Silverfax cropping the grass near by, and the lady lying there like an image that could move no whit, though the world awoke about her. Then he remembered, yet scarce all, so that wild hopes swelled his heart, and he rose to his knees and turned to her, and called to mind that he should never see her alive again, and sobbing and wailing broke out from him, for he was young and strong, and sorrow dealt hardly with him. But presently he arose to his feet, and went hither and thither, and came upon the quenched coals of the cooking fire. She had baked cakes for his eating, and he saw them lying thereby, and hunger constrained him, so he took and ate of them, while the tears ran down his face and mingled with the bread he ate. And when he had eaten, he felt stronger, and therefore was life more grievous to him, and when he thought what he should do, still one thing seemed more irksome than the other. He went down to the water to drink, and passed by the body of the Knight of the Sun, and wrath was fierce in his heart against him who had overthrown his happiness. But when he had drunk and washed hands and face, he came back again, and hardened his heart to do what he must needs do. He took up the body of the lady, and with grief that may not be told of, he drew it into the cave, and cut boughs of trees, and laid them over her face and all her body, and then took great stones from the scree at that other end of the little plain, and heaped them upon her till she was utterly hidden by them. Then he came out onto the green place, and looked on the body of his foe, and said to himself that all must be decent and in order about the place whereas lay his love. Then he came and stood over the body, and said, I have naught to do to hate him now. If he hated me, it was but for a little while, and he knew naught of me. So let his bones be covered up from the wolf and the kite. Yet shall they not lie alongside of her. I will raise a cairn above him here on this little fair plain, which he spoilt of all joy. Therewith he fell to, and straightened his body, and laid his huge limbs together, and closed his eyes, and folded his arms over his breast, and then he piled stones above him, and went on casting them on the heap, a long while after there was need thereof. Rolf had taken his raiment from the stream side, and done them on before this, and now he did on helm and hauberk, and girt his sword to his side. Then, as he was about leaving the sorrowful place, he looked on Silverfax, who had not strayed from the little plain, and came up to him, and did off saddle and bridle, and laid them within the cave, and bade the beast to go whither he would. He yet lingered about the place, and looked all around him, and found naught to help him, and could frame in his mind no intent of a deed then, nor any tale of a deed he should do thereafter. Yet belike in his mind were two thoughts, and though neither softened his grief save a little, he did not shrink from them as he did from all others, and these two were of his home at Upmeads, which was so familiar to him, and of the well at the world's end, which was but a word. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 11. Ralph cometh out of the wilderness. Long he stood, letting these thoughts run through his mind, but at last, when it was now mid-morning, he stirred and gat himself slowly down the green slope, and for very pity of himself the tears brake out from him as he crossed the stream and came into the bushy valley. There he stayed his feet a little and said to himself, And whither, then, am I going? He thought of the Castle of Abundance and the champions of the Dry Tree, of Higham and the noble warriors who sat at the Lord Abbot's board, and of Upmeads and his own folk. But all seemed naught to him, and he thought, And how can I go back and bear folk asking me curiously of my wayfarings, and whether I will do this, that, or the other thing? Withal he thought of that fair damsel and her sweet mouth in the hostelry at Bourton Abbas, and groaned when he thought of love and its ending. And he said within himself, "And now she is a wanderer about the earth as I am." And he thought of her quest, and the chaplet of Dame Catherine his gossip, which he yet bore on his neck, and he deemed that he had not to choose but to go forward and seek what he was doomed to. And now it seemed to him that there was that one thing to do, and no other. And though this also seemed to him but weariness and grief, yet whereas he had ever lightly turned him to doing what work lay ready to hand, so now he knew that he must first of all get him out of that wilderness, that he might hear the talk of folk concerning the Well at the World's End, which he doubted not to hear again when he came into the parts inhabited. So now, with his will or without it, his feet bore him on, and he followed up the stream which the lady had said ran into the broad river called the Swelling Flood. For, thought he, when I come thereabout, I shall presently find some castle or good town, and it is like that either I shall have some tidings of the folk thereof, or else they will compel me to do something, and that will irk me less than doing deeds of mine own will. He went his ways till he came to where the wood and the trees ended, and the hills were lower and longer, well grassed with short grass, a down country fit for the feeding of sheep. And indeed some sheep he saw, and a shepherd or two, but far off. At last, after he had left the stream a while, because it seemed to him to turn and wind round overmuch to the northward, he came upon a road running athwart the down country, so that he deemed it must lead one way down to the Swelling Flood. So he followed it up, and after a while began to fall in with folk, and first 2 companions, armed and bearing long swords over their shoulders. He stopped as they met, and stared at them in the face, but answered not their greeting. And they had no will to meddle with him, seeing his inches and that he was well armed, and looked no craven. So they went on. Next he came on 2 women, who had with them an ass between 2 panniers, laden with country stuff, and they were sitting by the wayside, one old and the other young. He made no stay for them, and though he turned his face their way, took no heed of them more than if they were trees, though the damsel, who was well liking and somewhat gaily clad, stood up when she saw his face anigh, and drew her gown skirt about her and moved daintily, and sighed and looked after him as he went on, for she longed for him. Yet again came 2 men a horseback, merchants clad goodly, with 3 carles, their servants, riding behind them. And all these had weapons, and gave little more heed to him than he to them. But a little after they were gone, he stopped and said within himself, "Maybe I had better have gone their way, and this road doubtless leadeth to some place of resort." But even therewith he heard horse hoofs behind him, and anon came up a man a horseback, armed with jack and sallet, a long spear in his hand, and budgets at his saddle-bow, who looked like some lord's man going a message. He nodded to Ralph, who gave him good day, for seeing these folk and their ways had by now somewhat amended his mind, and now he turned not, but went on as before. At last the way clomb a hill longer and higher than any he had yet crossed, and when he had come to the brow and looked down, he saw the big river close below running through the wide valley which he had crossed with Roger on that other day. Then he sat down on the green bank above the way, so heavy of heart that not one of the things he saw gave him any joy, and the world was naught to him. But within a while he came somewhat to himself, and looking down toward the river, he saw that where the road met it, it was very wide, and shallow withal, for the waves rippled merrily and glittered in the afternoon sun, though there was no wind. Moreover, the road went up white from the water on the other side, so he saw clearly that this was the ford of a highway. The valley was peopled withal. On the other side of the river was a little thorp, and there were carts and sheds scattered about the hither side, and sheep and neat feeding in the meadows, and in short it was another world from the desert. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 12. Ralph falleth in with friends, and rideth to Whitwall. Ralph looks on to the ford, and sees folk riding through the thorpe aforesaid, and down to the river. And they take the water, and are many in company, some 200 by his deeming, and he sees the sun glittering on their weapons. Now he thought that he would abide their coming, and see if he might join their company, since if he crossed the water he would be on the backward way. And it was but a little while ere the head of them came up over the hill, and were presently going past Ralph, who rose up to look on them, and be seen of them, but they took little heed of him. So he sees that though they all bore weapons, they were not all men at arms, nay, not more than 50, but these proper men enough. Of the others, some 6 seemed by their attire to be merchants, and the rest their lads. And withal they had many sumpter horses and mules with them. They greeted him not, nor he them, nor did he heed them much till they were all gone by save 3. And then he leapt into the road with a cry, for who should be riding there but Blaise, his eldest brother, and Richard the Red with him, both in good case by seeming. For Blaise was clad in a black coat welted with gold, and rode a good grey palfrey, and Richard was armed well and knightly. They knew him at once, and drew rein, and Blaise lighted down from his horse and cast his arms about Ralph, and said, "O happy day, when 2 of the Upmeads kindred meet thus in an alien land! But what maketh thee here, Ralph? I thought of thee as merry and safe in Upmeads." Ralph said smiling, for his heart leapt up at the sight of his kindred, "Nay, must I not seek adventures like the rest? So I stole myself away from father and mother." "Ill done, little lord," said Blaise, stroking Ralph's cheek. Then up came Richard, and if Blaise were glad, Richard was twice glad, and quoth he, "Said I not, Lord Blaise, that this chick would be the hardest of all to keep under the coop? Welcome to the highways, Lord Ralph. But where is thine horse, and whence and whither is it now? Hast thou met with some foil, and been held to ransom?" Ralph found it hard and grievous and dull work to answer, for now again his sorrow had taken hold of him. So he said, "Yea, Richard, I have had adventures, and have lost rather than won. But at least I am a free man, and have spent but little gold on my loss." "That is well," said Richard, "but whence gat ye any gold for spending?" Ralph smiled, but sadly, for he called to mind the glad setting forth and the kind face of Dame Katherine his gossip, and he said, "Clement Chapman deemed it not unmeet to stake somewhat on my luck, therefore I am no pauper." "Well," said Blaise, "if thou hast no great errand elsewhere, thou mightest ride with us, brother. I have had good hap in these days, though scarce kingly or knightly, for I have been buying and selling. What matter? Few know Upmeads and its kings, to white me with fouling a fair name. Richard, go fetch a horse hither for Lord Ralph's riding, and we will tarry no longer." So Richard trotted on, and while they abode him, Ralph asked after his brethren, and Blaise told him that he had seen or heard naught of them. Then Ralph asked of whither away, and Blaise told him to Whitwall, where was much recourse of merchants from many lands, and a noble market. Back then cometh Richard leading a good horse, while Ralph was pondering his matter, and thinking that at such a town he might well hear tidings concerning the Well at the World's End. Now Ralph mounts, and they all ride away together. On the way, partly for brotherhood's sake, partly that he might not be questioned overmuch himself, Ralph asked Blaise to tell him more of his farings, and Blaise said that when he had left Upmeads he had ridden with Richard up and down and round about, till he came to a rich town which had just been taken in war, and that the companions who had conquered it were looking for chapmen to cheapen their booty, and that he was the first or nearly the first to come who had will and money to buy, and the companions, who were eager to depart, had sold him thieves' pennyworths, so that his share of the Upmeads treasure had gone far, and thence he had gone to another good town, where he had the best of markets for his newly cheapened wares, and had brought more there, such as he deemed handy to sell, and so had gone on from town to town, and had ever thriven, and had got much wealth. And so at last, having heard tell of Whitwall as better for chaffer than all he had yet seen, he and other chapmen had armed them, and waged men-at-arms to defend them, and so tried the adventure of the Wildwoods, and come safe through. Then at last came the questioning to Ralph concerning his adventures, and he enforced himself to speak, and told all as truly as he might, without telling of the lady and her woeful ending. Thus they gave and took in talk, and Ralph did what he might to seem like other folk, that he might nurse his grief in his own heart as far asunder from other men as might be. So they rode on till it was even, and came to Whitwall before the shutting of the gates, and rode into the street, and found it was a fair and great town, well defensible, with high and new walls, and men-at-arms good store to garnish them. Ralph rode with his brother to the hostel of the Chapman, and there they were well lodged. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 13. Richard talketh with Ralph concerning the Well at the World's End. Concerning Swevenham. On the morrow Blaise went to his chaffer and to visit the men of the port at the Guildhall. He bade Ralph come with him, but he would not, but abode in the hall of the hostel and sat pondering sadly, while men came and went. But he heard no word spoken of the Well at the World's End. In like wise passed the next day and the next, save that Richard was among those who came into the hall, and he talked long with Ralph at whiles, that is to say that he spake, and Ralph made semblance of listening. Now as is aforesaid, Richard was old and wise, and he loved Ralph much, more belike than Lord Blaise his proper master, whereas he had no mind for chaffer, or aught pertaining to it. So he took heed of Ralph, and saw that he was sad and weary-hearted. So on the 6th day of their abiding at Whitwall, in the morning when all the chapmen were gone about their business, and he and Ralph were left alone in the hall, he spake to Ralph and said, "This is no prison, lord." "Even so," quoth Ralph. "Nay, if thou doubtest it," said Richard, "let us go to the door, and try if they have turned the key and shot the bolt on us." Ralph smiled faintly, and stood up and said, "I will go with thee if thou willest it, but sooth to say I shall be but a dull fellow of thine to-day." Said Richard, "Wouldst thou had been better yesterday, lord, or the day before?" "Nay," said Ralph. "Wilt thou be better to-morrow?" said Richard. Ralph shook his head. Said Richard, "Yea, but thou wilt be, or thou mayst call me a fool else." "Thou art kind, Richard," said Ralph, "and I will come with thee, and do what thou biddest me. But I must needs tell thee that my heart is sick." "Yea," quoth Richard, "and thou needest not tell me so much, dear youngling. He who runs might read that in thee. But come forth." So into the street they went, and Richard brought Ralph into the market-place, and showed him where was Blaise's booth, for he was thriving greatly. But Ralph would not go anigh it, lest his brother should entangle him in talk, And they went into the Guildhall, which was both great and fair, and the smell of the new-shaven oak, for the roof was not yet painted, brought back to Ralph's mind the days of his childhood, when he was hanging about the building of the Water Reeves' new house at Upmeads. Then they went into the great church and heard a mass at the altar of St. Nicholas, Ralph's very friend. And the said church was great to the letter, and very goodly, and somewhat new also, since the blossom-tide of Whitwall was not many years old. And the altars of its chapels were beyond anything for fairness that Ralph had seen save at Higham on the way. But when they came forth from the church, Ralph looked on Richard with a face that was both blank and weary, as who should say, "What is to do now?" And forsooth so woe-begone he looked, that Richard, despite his sorrow and trouble for him, could scarce withhold his laughter. But he said, "Well, foster son, and thou art pretty much that to me, since the good town pleasureth thee little, go we further afield." So he led him out of the market-place, and brought him to the east gate of the town, which hight Petergate Bar, and forth they went and out into the meadows under the walls, and stayed him at a little bridge over one of the streams, for it was a land of many waters. There they sat down in a nook, and spake Richard to Ralph, saying, "Lord Ralph, ill it were if the Upmeads kindred came to naught, or even to little. Now as for my own master Blaise, he hath, so please you, the makings of a noble chapman, but not of a noble knight, though he saith that when he is a right rich he will cast aside all chaffer, not of which he will do. As for the others, my Lord Gregory is no better, or indeed worse, save that he shall not be rich ever, having no mastery over himself, while Lord Hugh is like to be slain in some empty brawl, unless he come back speedily to Upmeads." "Yea, yea," said Ralph, "what then? I came not hither to hear thee missay my mother's sons." But Richard went on. "As for thee, Lord Ralph, of thee I looked for something, but now I cannot tell, for the heart in thee seemeth to be dead, and thou must look to it, lest the body die also." "So be it," said Ralph. Said Richard, "I am old now, but I have been young, and many things have I seen and suffered ere I came to Upmeads. Old am I, and I cannot feel certain hopes and griefs as a young man can, yet have I bought the knowledge of them dear enough, and have not forgotten. Whereby I wot well that my drearihood is concerning a woman. Is it not so?" "Yea," quoth Ralph. Said Richard, "Now shalt thou tell me thereof, and so lighten thine heart a little." "I will not tell thee," said Ralph, "or rather, to speak more truly, I cannot." "Yea," said Richard, "and though it were now an easier thing for me to tell thee of the griefs of my life than for thee to hearken to the tale, yet I believe thee. But mayhappen thou mayest tell me of one thing that thou desirest more than another." Said Ralph, "I desire to die," and the tears started in his eyes therewith. But Richard spake, smiling on him kindly, "That way is open for thee on any day of the week. Why hast thou not taken it already?" But Ralph answered not. Richard said, "Is it not because thou hopest to desire something? If not to-day, then to-morrow, or the next day, or the next?" Still Ralph spake no word, but he wept. Quoth Richard, "Maybe I may help thee to a hope, though thou mayest think my words wild. In the land and the thorp where I was born and bred, there was talk now and again of a thing to be sought, which should cure sorrow, and make life blossom in the old, and uphold life in the young." "Yea," said Ralph, looking up from his tears, "and what was that? And why hast thou never told me thereof before?" "Nay," said Richard, "and why should I tell it to the merry lad I knew at Upmeads? But now thou art a man, and hast seen the face of sorrow, it is meet thou shouldst hear of the Well at the World's End." Ralph sprang to his feet as he said the word, and cried out eagerly, "Old friend, and where then wert thou born and bred?" Richard laughed and said, See then, there is yet a deed and a day betwixt thee and death. But turn about, and look straight over the meadows in a line with yonder willow tree, and tell me what thou seest. Said Ralph, The fair plain spreading wide, and a river running through it, and little hills beyond the water, and blue mountains beyond them, and snow yet lying on the tops of them, though the year is in young July. Yea, quoth Richard, and seest thou on the first of the little hills beyond the river a great grey tower rising up, and houses anigh it? Yea, said Ralph, the tower I see, and the houses, for I am far-sighted, but the houses are small. So it is, said Richard. Now yonder tower is the church of Swevenham, which is under the invocation of the 7 sleepers of Ephesus, and the houses are the houses of the little town. And what has that to do with me, sayest thou? Why this, that I was born and bred at Swevenham, and indeed I it was who brought my Lord Blaise here to Whitwall, with tales of how good a place it was for chaffer, that I might see the little town and the great grey tower once more. Forsooth I lied not, for thy brother is happy here, whereas he is piling up the coins one upon the other. Forsooth thou shouldest go into his booth, fair lord, it is a goodly sight. But Ralph was walking to and fro hastily, and he turned to Richard and said, Well, well, but why dost thou not tell me more of the Well at the World's End? Said Richard, I was going to tell thee somewhat which might be worth thy noting, or might not be worth it. Hearken. When I dwelt at Swevenham over yonder, and was but of 18 winters, who am now of 68, 3 folk of our township, 2 young men and 1 young woman, set out thence to seek the said well, and much lore they had concerning it, which they had learned of an old man, a nigh kinsman of one of them. This ancient carle I had never seen, for he dwelt in the mountains away off, and these men were some 5 years older than I, so that I was a boy when they were men grown, and such things I heeded not, but rather sport and play, and above all I longed for the play of war and battle. God wot I have had my belly full of it since those days. Howbeit I mind me the setting forth of these 3. They had a sumpter ass with them for their livelihood in the waste, but they went afoot crowned with flowers, and the pipe and tabor played before them, and much people brought them on the way. By St. Christopher, I can see it all as if it were yesterday. I was sorry of the departure of the damsel, for though I was a boy I had loved her, and she had suffered me to kiss her and toy with her, but it was soon over. Now I call to mind that they had prayed our priest, Sir Cyprian, to bless them on their departure, but he naysayed them, for he held that such a quest came of the inspiration of the devils, and was but a memory of the customs of the ancient Gentiles and heathen. But as to me, I deemed it not, and was sorry that my white-bosomed, sweet-breathed friend should walk away from me thus into the clouds. What came of it? Said Ralph. Did they come back, or any of them? I wot not, said Richard, for I was weary of Swevenham after that. So I girt myself to a sword, and laid a spear upon my shoulder, and went my ways to the castle of the Waste March, 60 miles from Swevenham town, and the Baron took me in and made me his man, and almost as little profit were in my telling thee again of my deeds there, as there was in my doing them. But the grey tower of Swevenham I have never seen again till this hour. Said Ralph, Now then it behoveth me to go to Swevenham straightway. Wilt thou come with me? It seemeth to me but some 4 miles hence. Richard held his peace and knit his brows as if pondering the matter, and Ralph abided till he spake. So he said, Foster son, so to call thee, thou knowest the manner of up-country carles, that tales flow forth from them the better if they come without overmuch digging and hoeing of the ground, that is, without questioning. So meseems better it will be if I go to Swevenham alone, and better if I be asked to go than if I go of myself. Now tomorrow is Saturday, and high market in Whitwall, and I am not so old but that it is likeliest that there will be some of my fellows alive and on their legs in Swevenham, and if such there be, there will be one at the least in the market to-morrow, and I will be there to find him out. And then it will go hard if he bring me not to Swevenham as a well-beloved guest. And when I am there, and telling my tidings and asking them of theirs, if there be any tales concerning the Well at the World's End working in their bellies, then shall I be the midwife to bring them to birth. Ha! Will it do?" "Yea," said Ralph, "but how long wilt thou be?" Said Richard, "I shall come back speedily, if I find the land barren, but if the field be an ear, I shall tarry to harvest it. So keep thou thy soul in patience." "And what shall I do now?" said Ralph. "Wear away the hours," said Richard, "and to begin with, come back within the gates with me, and let us go look at thy brother's booth in the market place. It is the nethermost of a goodly house which he is minded to dwell in, and he will marry a wife and sit down in Whitwall. So well he seemeth like to thrive. For they have already bidden him to the freedom of the city, and to a brother of the faring knights, whereas he is not only a stirring man, but of good lineage also, for now he hideth not that he is of the Upmeads kindred. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 14. Ralph falleth in with another old friend. Ralph went with Richard now without more words, and they came into the market-place, and unto Blaise's booth and house, which was no worse than the best in the place. And the painters and stainers were at work in the upper part of it, to make it as bright and goodly as might be with red and blue, and green and gold, and all fair colours, and already there was a sign hung out of the fruitful tree by the water-side. As for the booth, it was full within of many wares and far-fetched and dear-bought things, as pieces of good and fine cloth plumbed with the seal of the greatest of the cities, and silk of Babylon, and spices of the hot-burning islands, and wonders of the silversmiths and the goldsmiths' fashioning, and fair wrought weapons and armour of the best, and everything that a rich chapman may deal in. And amidst of it all stood Blaise, clad in fine black cloth welted with needlework, and a gold chain about his neck. He was talking with 3 honourable men of the port, and they were doing him honour with kind words and the bidding of help. When he saw Ralph and Richard come in, he nodded to them, as to men whom he loved, but were beneath him in dignity, and left not talking with the great men. Richard grinned a little thereat, as also did Ralph in his heart, for he thought, "Here then is one of the Upmeads' kin provided for, so that soon he may buy with his money 2 domains as big as Upmeads, and call them his manors." Now Ralph looks about him, and presently he sees a man come forward to meet him from the innermost of the booth, and lo, there was come Clement Chapman. His heart rose at the sight of him, and he thought of his kind gossip, till he could scarce withhold his tears. But Clement came to him and cast his arms about him and kissed him, and said, "Thou shalt pardon me for this, lord, for it is the kiss of the gossip, which she bade me give thee if I fell in with thee, as now I have, praised be the saints. Yet it irks me that I shall see little of thee at this time, for to-morrow early I must needs join myself to my company, for we are going south a while to a good town some 50 miles hence. Nevertheless, if thou dwellest here some 8 days, I shall see thee again belike, since thereafter I get me eastward on a long and hard journey, not without peril. How sayest thou?" "I wot not," said Ralph, looking at Richard. But Richard said, "Thou mayest wot well, Master Clement, that my lord is an hungered of the praise of the folks, and is not like to abide in a mere merchant town till the mould grow on his back." "Well, well," said Clement, "however that may be, I have now done my matters with this cloth lord Blaise, and he has my florins in his pouch. So will not ye twain come with me and drink a cup till he hath done his talk with these magnates?" Ralph was nothing loath, for besides that he loved Master Clement, and that his being in company was like having a piece of his home anigh him, he hoped to hear some tidings concerning the Well at the World's End. So he and Richard went with Master Clement to the Christopher, a fair alehouse over against the great church, and sat down to good wine, and Ralph asked of Clement many things concerning Dame Catherine his gossip, and Clement told him all, and that she was well, and had been to Upmeads, and had seen King Peter, and the mother of Ralph, and how she had assuaged his mother's grief at his departure, by forecasting fair days for her son. All this Ralph heard gladly, though he was somewhat shamefaced withal, and sat silent, and thinking of many matters. But Richard took up the word, and said, "Which way camest thou from Wulstead, Master Clement?" "The nighest way I came," said Clement, "through the woods perilous." Said Richard, "And they of the Dry Tree, heardest thou aught of them?" "Yea, certes," quoth Clement, "for I fell in with their bailiff, and paid him due scot for the passage of the wood. He knoweth me withal, and we talked together." "And had he any tidings to tell thee of the champions?" said Richard. Said Clement, "Great tidings may be, how that there was a rumour that they had lost their young queen and lady, and if that be true it will go nigh to break their hearts, so sore as they loved her. And that will make them bitter and fierce, till their grief has been slaked by the blood of men. And that the more as their old queen abideth still, and she herself is ever of that mind." Ralph hearkened, and his heart was wounded that other men should speak of his beloved, but he heard how Richard said, "Hast thou ever known why that company of champions took the name of the Dry Tree?" "Why, who should know that, if thou knowest it not, Richard of Swevenham?" said Clement. "Is it not by the token of the Dry Tree that standeth in the lands on the hither side of the Wall of the World?" Richard nodded his head, but Ralph cried out, "O Master Clement, and hast thou seen it, the Wall of the World?" "Yea, afar off, my son," said he, "or what the folk with me called so. As to the Dry Tree, I have told thee at Wulstead that I have seen it not, though I have known men who have told me that they have seen it." "And must they who find the Well at the World's End come by the Dry Tree?" "Yea, surely," said Clement. Quoth Richard, "And thus have some heard who have gone on that quest, and they have heard of the champions of Hampton, and have gone thither, being deceived by that name of the Dry Tree, and whiles have been slain by the champions, whiles have entered their company." "Yea," said Clement, "so it is that their first error hath ended their quest. But now, Lord Ralph, I will tell thee one thing, to wit, that when I return hither after 8 days' wearing, I shall be wending east, as I said e'en now. And what will that mean save going somewhat nigher to the Wall of the World? For my way lieth beyond the mountains that ye see from hence, and beyond the mountains that lie on the other side of those. And I bid thee come with us, and I will be thy warrant that so far thou shalt have no harm. But when thou hast come so far, and hast seen 3 very fair cities, besides towns and castles and thorps and strange men and fair merchandise, God forbid that thou shouldst wend further, and so cast away thy young life for a gay-coloured cloud. Then will be the time to come back with me, that I may bring thee through the perils of the way to Wulstead, and Upmeads at the last, and the folk that love thee." Richard held his peace at this word, but Ralph said, "I thank thee, Master Clement, for thy love and thy helping hand, and will promise thee to abide thee here 8 days at the least, and meanwhile I will ponder the matter well." End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lawrence in Wasaga Beach, Ontario. The Well at the World's End, Book 2 by William Morris, Chapter 15. Ralph Dreams a Dream or Sees a Vision. Therewithal they parted after more talk concerning small matters, and Ralph wore through the day, but Richard again did him to wit, that on the morrow he would find his old friends in Swevenham in the market. And Ralph was come to life again more than he had been since that evil hour in the desert, though hard and hard he deemed it that he should never see his love again. Now as befalleth young men, he was a good sleeper, and dreamed but seldom, save such light and empty dreams that he might laugh at, if perchance he remembered them, by then his raiment was on him in the morning. But that night him seemed that he awoke in his chamber at Whitwall, and was lying on his bed, as he verily was, and the door of the chamber opened, and there entered quietly the lady of the woodland, dight even as he had seen her, as she lay dead beside the cooking fire, on that table of greensward in the wilderness, barefoot, and garland about her brow and her girdlestead, but fair and fresh-coloured as she was, before the sword had pierced her side. And he thought that he rejoiced to see her, but no wild hope rose in his heart, and no sobbing passion blinded his eyes, nor did he stretch out hand to touch her, because he remembered that she was dead. But he thought she spoke to him, and said, I know that thou wouldst have me speak, therefore I say that I am come to bid thee farewell, since there was no farewell between us in the wilderness, and I know that thou art about going on a long and hard and perilous journey, and I would that I could kiss thee and embrace thee, but I may not, for this is but an image of me, as thou hast known me. Furthermore, as I loved thee when I first saw thee, for thy youth, and thy fairness, and thy kindness, and thy valiancy, so now I rejoice that all this shall endure so long in thee, as it surely shall. Then the voice ceased, but still the image stood before him a while, and he wondered if she would speak again, and tell him aught of the way to the well at the world's end. And she spoke again. Nay, she said, I cannot, since we may not tread that way together hand in hand, and this is part of the loss that thou hast had of me, and oh, but it is hard and hard. And her face became sad and distressful, and she turned and departed as she had come. Then he knew not if he awoke, or if it were a change in his dream, but the chamber became dark about him, and he lay there thinking of her, till, as it seemed, day began to dawn, and there was some little stir in the world without, and the new wind moved the casement. And again the door opened, and someone entered as before, and this also was a woman. Green-clad she was, and barefoot. Yet he knew at once that it was not his love that was dead, but the damsel of the alehouse of Burton, whom he had last seen by the wantways of the Wood Perilous. And he thought her wondrous fair, fairer than he had deemed. And the word came from her, I am a sending of the woman whom thou hast loved, and I should not have been here save she had sent me. Then the words ended, while he looked at her and wondered if she also had died on the way to the well at the world's end. And it came into his mind that he had never known her name upon the earth. Then again came the word, So it is that I am not dead, but alive in the world, though I am far away from this land, and it is good that thou shouldst go seek the well at the world's end, not all alone. And the seeker may find me, and whereas thou wouldst know my name, I hight Dorothea. So fell the words again, and this image stood a while as the other had done, and as the other had done, departed, and once more the chamber became dark, so that Ralph could not so much as see where was the window. And he knew no more till he woke in the early morn, and there was stir in the street, and the voice of men, and the scent of fresh herbs and worts and fruits. For it was market day, and the country folk were early afoot, that they might array their wares timely in the marketplace. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 16 of the Tales of Swevenham. Old Richard was no worse than his word, and failed not to find old acquaintance of Swevenham in the Saturday's market, and Ralph saw naught of him till midweek afterwards. And he was sitting in the chamber of the hostel when Richard came in to him. Forsooth, Blaise had bidden him come dwell in his fair house, but Ralph would not, deeming that he might be hindered in his quest, and be less free to go whereso he would, if he were dwelling with one who was so great with the magnates as was Blaise. Now Ralph was reading in a book when Richard came in, but he stood up and greeted him, and Richard said smiling, "What have ye found in the book, lord?" Said Ralph, "It telleth of the deeds of Alexander." "Is there aught concerning the Well at the World's End therein?" said Richard. "I have not found aught thereof as yet," said Ralph, "but the book tells concerning the Dry Tree, and of kings sitting in their chairs in the mountains near by." "Well then," said Richard, "may be thou wilt think me the better tale teller." "Tell on then," quoth Ralph. So they went and sat them down in a window, and Richard said: "When I came to Swevenham with two old men that I had known young, the folk made much of me, and made me good cheer, whereof were overlong to tell thee. But to speak shortly, I drew the talk round to the matter that we would wot of, for we spake of the men of the Dry Tree, and an old man began to say, as Master Clement the other day, that this name of theirs was but a token and an armoury, which those champions have taken from the tree itself, which Alexander the champion saw in his wayfarings. And he said that this tree was on the hither side of the mountains, called the Wall of the World, and no great way from the last of the towns whereto Clement will wend. For Clement told me the name thereof, to wit, Goldburg. Then another and an older man, one that I remember, a stout carle, ere I left Swevenham, said that this was not so, but that the tree was on the further side of the Wall of the World, and that he who could lay his hand on the bole thereof was like enough to drink of the Well at the World's End. Thereafter another spake, and told a tale of how the champions at Hampton first took the Dry Tree for a token, and he said that the rumour ran that a woman had brought the tidings thereof to those valiant men, and had fixed the name upon them, though wherefore none knew. So the talk went on. But there was a carlin sitting in the ingle, and she knew me, and I her. And indeed in days past, when I was restless and longing to depart, she might have held me at Swevenham, for she was one of the friends that I loved there. A word and a kiss had done it, or maybe a kiss without the word. But if I had the word, I had not the kiss of her. Well, when the talk began to fall, she spake and said to me, "Now it is somewhat strange that the talk must needs fall on this seeking of that which shall not be found, whereas it was but the month before thou wert last at Swevenham that Wat Miller and Simon Bowyer set off to seek the Well at the World's End, and took with them Alice of Queenhoff, whom Simon loved as well as might be, and what somewhat more than well. Mindest thou not? There are more than I alive that remember it." "Yea," said I remember it well. For indeed, foster son, these were the very three of whom I told thee, though I told thee not their names." "Well," said I, "how sped they? Came they back, or any of them?" "Nay," she said, "that were scarce to be looked for." Said I, "Have any other, to thy knowledge, gone on this said quest?" "Yea," she said, "I will tell thee all about it, and then there will be an end of the story, for none knoweth better thereof than I. First there was that old man, the wizard, to whom folk from Swevenham and other places about were used to seek for his lore in hidden matters. And some months after those three had departed, folk who went to his abode amongst the mountains found him not. And soon the word was that he also, for as feeble as he was, had gone to seek the Well at the World's End, though mayhappen it was not so. Then the next spring, after thy departure, Richard, comes home Arnold Wright from the wars, and asks after Alice. And when he heard what had befallen, he takes a scrip with a little meat for the road, lays his spear on his shoulder, and is gone, seeking the lost and the thing which they found not. That, I deem, was the end of him. Again, the year after that, as I deem, three of our carles fell in with two knights riding east from Whitwall, and were questioned of them concerning the road to the said well, and doubted not but that they were on that quest. Furthermore, and some of you wot this well enough, and more belike know it not, two of our young men were faring by night and cloud on some errand, good or bad it matters not, on the highway 30 miles east of Whitwall. It was after harvest, and the stubble fields lay on either side of the way, and the moon was behind thin clouds, so that it was light on the way, as they told me. And they saw a woman wending before them afoot, and as they came up with her, the moon ran out, and they saw that the woman was fair, and that about her neck was a chaplet of gems that shone in the moon, and they had a longing both for the jewel and the woman. But before they laid a hand on her, they asked her of whence and whither, and she said, "From ruin and wrack to the Well at the World's End," and therewith turned on them with a naked sword in her hand, so that they shrank from before her. Hearken once more. The next year came a knight to Swevenham, and guested in this same house, and he sat just where sitteth now yon yellow-headed swain, and the talk went on the same road as it has gone to-night. And I told him all the tale as I have said it even now, and he asked many questions, but most of the lady with the pair of beads. And on the morrow he departed, and we saw him not again. Then she was silent, but the young man at whom she had pointed blushed red, and stared at her wide-eyed, but said no word. But I spake: "Well, dame, but have none else gone from Swevenham, or what hath befallen them?" She said, "Hearken yet. 20 years agone, a great sickness lay heavy upon us and the folk of Whitwall, and when it was at its worst, 5 of our young men, calling to mind all the tales concerning the Well at the World's End, went their ways to seek it, and swore that back would they never, save they found it and could bear its water to the folk of Swevenham. and I suppose they kept their oath, for we saw naught either of the water or of them. Well, I deem that this is the last that I have to tell thee, Richard, concerning this matter. And now is come the time for thee to tell tales of thyself." Thus for that time dropped the talk of the Well at the World's End, Lord Ralph, and of the way thither. But I hung about the township yet a while, and yesterday, as I stood on their stone bridge and looked on the water, up comes that long lad with the yellow hair that the dame had pointed at, and says to me, "Master Richard, saving thine age and thy dignity and mastery, I can join an end to the tale which the carlin began on Sunday night." "Yea, forsooth," said I. "And how, my lad?" Said he, "Thou hast a goodly knife there in thy girdle. Give it to me, and I will tell thee." "Yea," quoth I, "if the tale be knife worthy." Well, the end of it was that he told me thus, that by night and moon he had come on one riding the highway, just about where the other woman had been seen, whose tale he had heard of. He deemed at first this rider to be a man, or a lad rather, for smallness and slenderness. But coming close up, he found it was a woman, and saw on her neck a chaplet of gems, and deemed it no great feat to take it of her. But he asked her of whence and whither, and she answered, "From unrest to the Well at the World's End." Then, when he put out his hand to her, he saw a great anlace gleaming in her hand, wherefore he forbore her, and this was about 5 days ago. So I gave the lad my knife, and deemed there would be little else to hear in Swevenham for this bout, and at least I heard no more tales to tell till I came away this morning. So there is my poke turned inside out for thee. But this word further would I say to thee, that I have seen on thy neck also a pair of beads exceeding goodly. Tell me now, whence came they?" "From my gossip, Dame Catherine," said Ralph, "and it seems to me now, though at the time I heeded the gift little, save for its kindness, that she thought something great might go with it. And there was a monk at Higham on the way who sorely longed to have it of me." "Well," said Richard, "that may well come to pass that it shall lead thee to the Well at the World's End. But as to the Tales of Swevenham, what deemest thou of them?" Said Ralph, "What are they save a token that folk believe that there is such a thing on earth as the Well? Yet I have made up my mind already that I would so do, as if I trode in it. So I'm no nearer to it than erst. Now is there naught for it save to abide Master Clement's coming, and when he hath brought me to Goldburg, then shall I see how the quest looks by the daylight of that same city." He spake so cheerfully that Richard looked at him askance, wondering what was toward with him, and if mayhappen anything lay underneath those words of his. But in his heart Ralph was thinking of that last tale, of the woman whom the young man had met such a little while ago, and it seemed to him that she must have been in Whitwall when he first came there, and he scarce knew whether he was sorry or not that he had missed her. For though it seemed to him that it would be little more than mere grief and pain, nay, that it would be wicked and evil to be led to the Well at the World's End by any other than her who was to have brought him there, yet he longed, or thought he longed, to speak with her concerning that love of his heart, so early rewarded, so speedily beggared. For indeed he doubted not that the said woman was the damsel of Bourton Abbas, whose image had named herself Dorothea to him in that dream. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 17. Richard bringeth tidings of departing. Fell the talk between them at that time, and 3 days' war. And on the morning of the 4th day came Richard to Ralph, and said to him, Foster son, I am sorry for the word I must say, but Clement Chapman came within the gates this morning early, and the company with which he is riding are all abound for the road, and will depart at noon to-day, so that there are but 4 hours wherein we twain may be together. And thereafter, whatso may betide thee, it may be well, that I shall see thy face no more. So what thou wilt tell me must be told straightway. And now I will say this to thee, that of all things I were fain to ride with thee, but I may not, because it is Blaise whom I am bound to serve in all ways. And I deem, moreover, that troublous times may be at hand here in Whitwall, for there is an earl hight Walter the Black, a fair young man outwardly, but false at heart, and a tyrant, and he had some occasion against the good town, and it was looked for that he should send his herald here to defy the port more than a half moon ago, but about that time he was hurt in a fray, as we hear, and may not back a horse in battle yet. Albeit, Fristed is not forgotten, as saith the saw, and when he is whole again we may look for him at our gates. And whereas Blaise knows me for a deft man-at-arms, or something more, it is not to be looked for that he will give me to thee for this quest. Nay, of thee also it will be looked for that thou shouldst do knightly service to the port, and even so Blaise means it to be. Therefore have I lied to him on thy behalf, and bidden Clement also to lie, which forsooth he may do better than I, since he wotteth not wholly whither thou art minded. And I have said thou wouldst go with Clement no further than Cheaping Knowe, which lieth close to the further side of these mountains, and will be back again in somewhat more than a half moon's wearing. So now thou art warned hereof. Ralph was moved by these words of Richard, and he spake, Forsooth, old friend, I am sorry to depart from thee. Yet though I shall presently be all alone amongst aliens, yet now is manhood rising again in me, so for that cause at least I shall be glad to be on the way. And as a token that I am more whole than I was, I will now tell thee the tale of my grief, if thou wilt hearken to it, which the other day I might not tell thee. I will hearken it gladly, said Richard, and therewith they sat down in a window, for they were within doors in the hostel, and Ralph told all that had befallen him as plainly and shortly as he might, and when he had done, Richard said, Thou hast had many adventures in a short space, lord, and if thou mightest now refrain thy longing for that which is gone, and set it on that which is to come, thou mayest yet harden into a famous knight and a happy man. Said Ralph, Yea. Now tell me all thy thought. Said Richard, My thought is, that this lady who was slain was scarce wholly of the race of Adam, but that at the least there was some blending in her blood of the fays, or how deemest thou? I wot not, said Ralph sadly. To me she seemed but a woman, though she were fairer and wiser than other women. Said Richard, Well, furthermore, if I heard thee aright, there is another woman in the tale who is also fairer and wiser than other women. I would she were my sister, said Ralph. Yea, quoth Richard, and dost thou bear in mind what she was like, I mean the fashion of her body? Yea, verily, said Ralph. Again said Richard, Doth it seem to thee as if the Lady of the Dry Tree had some inkling that thou shouldst happen upon this other woman, whereas she showed her of the road to the well at the world's end, and gave her that pair of beads, and meant that thou also shouldst go thither? And thou sayest that she praised her beauty and wisdom. In what wise did she praise her? How came the words forth from her? Was it sweetly? Like honey and roses for sweetness, said Ralph. Yea, said Richard, and she might have praised her in such wise that the words came forth like gall and vinegar. Now I will tell thee of my thought, since we be at point of sundering, though thou take it amiss, and be wroth with me. To wit, that thou wouldst have lost the love of this lady as time wore, even had she not been slain. And she being, if no fay, yet wiser than other women, and foreseeing, knew that so it would be. Ralph brake in, Nay, nay, it is not so, it is not so. Hearken, youngling, quoth Richard. I deem that it was thus. Her love for thee was so kind that she would have thee happy after the sundering. Therefore she was minded that thou shouldst find the damsel, whom as I deem loveth thee, and that thou shouldest love her truly. Oh, nay, nay, said Ralph, all this guess of thine is naught, saying that she was kind indeed, even as heaven is kind to them who have died martyrs, and enter into a bliss after many torments. And therewith he fell a weeping at the very thought of her great kindness, for indeed to this young man she had seemed great, and exalted far above him. Richard looked at him a while, and then said, Now I pray thee, be not wroth with me for the word I have spoken, but something more shall I say, which shall like thee better. To wit, when I came back from Swevenham on Wednesday, I deemed it most like that the well at the world's end was a tale, a coloured cloud only, or that at most, if it were indeed on the earth, that thou shouldest never find it. But now is my mind changed by the hearing of thy tale, and I deem both that the well verily is, and that thou thyself shalt find it, and that the wise lady knew this, and set the greater store by thy youth and goodliness, as a richer and more glorious gift than it had been, were it as fleeting as such things mostly be. Now of this matter will I say no more, but I think that the words that I have said, and which now seem so vain to thee, shall come into thy mind on some later day, and avail thee somewhat, and that is why I have spoken them. But this again is another word, that I have got a right good horse for thee, and other gear, such as thou mayest need for the road, and that Clement's fellowship will meet at Petergate hard by the church. And I will be thy squire till thou comest thither, and ridest thence out a gates. Now I suppose that thou wilt want to bid Blaise farewell, yet thou must look to it that he will not deem thy farewell of great moment, since he swimmeth in florins and goodly wares, and moreover deemeth that thou wilt soon be back here. Nevertheless, said Ralph, I must needs cast my arms about my own mother's son, before I depart. So go we now, and all this talk hath worn away more than an hour of those 4 that were left me. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lawrence, Wasaga Beach, May 2015. The Well at the World's End, Book 2 by William Morris. Chapter 18. Ralph departeth from Whitwall with the fellowship of Clement Chapman. Wherewithal they went together to Blaise's house, and when Blaise saw them, he said, Well, Ralph, so thou must needs work at a little more idling before thou fallest to in earnest. Forsooth, I deem that, when thou comest back, thou wilt find that we have cut thee out a goodly piece of work for thy sewing. For the good town is gathering a gallant host of men, and we shall look to thee to do well in the hard hand-play, when so that befalleth. But now come and look at my house within, how fair it is, and thou wilt see that thou wilt have somewhat to fight for, whereas I am. Therewith he led them up a stair into the great chamber, which was all newly dight and hung with rich arras of the story of Hercules. And there was a goodly cupboard of silver vessel, and some gold. And the cupboard was of 5 shelves, as was but meet for a king's son. So Ralph praised all, but was wishful to depart, for his heart was sore, and he blamed himself in a matter that he must needs lie to his brother. But Blaise brought them to the upper chamber, and showed them the goodly beds with their cloths and hangings, and all was as fair as might be. Then Blaise bade bring wine and made them drink, and he gave Ralph a purse of gold, and an anlance very fair of fashion, and brought him to the door thereafter. And Ralph cast his arms about him, and kissed him, and strained him to his breast. But Blaise was somewhat moved thereat, and said to him, Why, lad, thou art sorry to depart from me for a little while? And what would it be, were it for long? But ever wert thou a kind and tender-hearted youngling, and we twain are alone in an alien land. Forsooth, I wot that thou hast, as it were, embraced the Upmeads' kindred, father, mother, and all, and good is that. So now God and the saints keep thee, and bear in mind the hosting of the good town, and the raising of the banner. That shall be no great while. Fare thee well, lad. So they parted, and Ralph went back to the hostel, and gathered his stuff together, and laid it on a sumpter horse, and armed him, and so went into Petergate to join himself to that company. There he found the Chapman, 5 of them in all, and their lads, and a score of men-at-arms, with whom was Clement, not clad like a merchant, but weaponed, and bearing a coat of proof, and a bright sallet on his head. They greeted each the other, and Ralph said, Yea, Master Clement, and be we riding to battle? May be, quoth Clement, the way is long, and our goods worth the lifting, and there are some rough places that we must needs pass through. But if ye not like the journey, abide here in this town the onset of Walter the Black. Therewith he laughed, and Ralph, understanding the jape, laughed also, and said, Well, Master Clement, but tell me who be these that we shall meet? Yea, and I will tell thee the whole tale of them, said Clement, but abide till we are without the gates. I am busy man in now, for all is ready for the road, save what I must do. So now bid thy Upmeads squire farewell, and then to horse with thee. So Ralph cast his arms about Richard, and kissed him, and said, This is also a farewell to the house where I was born and bred. And as he spake, the thought of the house, and the garden, and the pleasant fields of Upmeads came into his heart so bitter sweet, that it mingled with his sorrow, and well nigh made him weep. But as for Richard, he forbore words, for he was sad at heart for the sundering. Then he gat to horse, and the whole company of them bestirred them, and they rode out agates. And Master Clement it was that ordered them, riding up and down along the array. But Ralph fell to speech with the Chapman and men-at-arms, and both of these were very courteous with him, for they rejoiced in his company, and especially the Chapman, who were somewhat timorous of the perils of the road. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 19. Master Clement tells Ralph concerning the lands whereunto they were riding. When they were gotten a mile or two from Whitwall, and all was going smoothly, Clement came up to Ralph and rode at his left hand, and fell to speech with him, and said, Now, Lord, will I tell thee more concerning our journey, and the folk that we are like to meet upon the road. And of the perils, whatso they may be, I told thee not before, because I knew thee desirous of seeking adventures east away, and knew that my tales would not hinder thee. Yea, said Ralph, and had not this goodly fellowship been, I had gone alone, or with any carle that I could have lightly hired. Clement laughed and said, Fair sir, thou wouldst have failed of hiring any one man to go with thee eastward a many miles. For with less than a score of men well armed, the danger of death or captivity is over great, if ye ride the mountain ways unto Cheaping Knowe. Yea, and even if a poor man who hath nothing wend that way alone, he may well fall among thieves, and be stolen himself body and bones, for lack of anything better to steal. Hereat Ralph felt his heart rise when he thought of battle and strife, and he made his horse to spring somewhat, and then he said, It liketh me well, dear friend, that I ride not with thee for naught, but that I may earn my daily bread like another. Yea, said Clement, looking on him kindly, I deem of all thy brethren thou hast the biggest share of the blood of Red Robert, who first won Upmeads. And now thou shalt know that this good town of Whitwall that lieth behind us is the last of the lands we shall come to wherein folk ken any courtesy, or are ruled by the customs of the manor, or by due lawful earls and kings, or the laws of the lineage or the port, or have any guilds for their guiding and helping. And though these folks whereunto we shall come are, some of them, Christian men by name, and have amongst them priests and religious, yet are they wild men of manners, and many heathen customs abide amongst them, as swearing on the altars of devils, and eating horseflesh at the high tides, and spell-raising more than enough, and such like things, even to the reddening of the doom rings with the blood of men and of women, yea, and of babes. From such things their priests cannot withhold them. As for their towns that we shall come to, I say not but we shall find crafts among them, and worthy good men therein, but they have little might against the tyrants who reign over the towns, and who are of no great kindred, nor of blood better than other folk, but merely masterful and wise men who have gained their place by cunning and the high hand. Thou shalt see castles and fair strong houses about the countryside, but the great men who dwell therein are not the natural kindly lords of the land, yielding service to earls, dukes, and kings, and having under them vavassors and villeins, men of the manor, but their tillers and shepherds and workmen and servants be mere thralls, whom they may sell at any market, like their horses or oxen. Forsooth, these great men have with them for the more part free men, waged for their service, who will not hold their hands from aught that their master biddeth, not staying to ask if it be lawful or unlawful. And that the more because whoso is a free man there, house and head must he hold on the tenor of bow and sword, and his life is like to be short if he hath not sworn himself to the service of some tyrant of a castle or a town. Yea, Master Clement, said Ralph, these be no peaceful lands whereto thou art bringing us, or very pleasant to dwell in. Little for peace, but much for profit, said Clement, for these lands be fruitful of wine and oil and wheat, and neat and sheep, with all metals and gems are dug up out of the mountains, and on the other hand they make but little by craftsmanship, wherefore they are the eagerer for chaffer with us merchants. Whereas also there are many of them well able to pay for what they lack, if not in money, then in kind, which in a way is better. Yea, it is a goodly land for merchants. But I am no merchant, said Ralph. So it is, said Clement, yet thou desirest something. And whither we are wending thou mayest hear tidings that shall please thee, or tidings that shall please me. To say sooth, these two may well be adverse to each other, for I would not have thee hear so much of tidings as shall lead thee on, but rather I would have thee return with me, and not throw thy young life away. For indeed I have an inkling of what thou seekest, and meseems that death and the devil shall be thy faring fellows. Ralph held his peace, and Clement said in a cheerfuller voice, Moreover, there shall be strange and goodly things to see, and the men of these parts be mostly goodly of body, and the women goodlier yet, as we carles deem. Ralph sighed, and answered not at once, but presently he said, Master Clement, canst thou give me the order of our goings for these next days? Yea, certes, said Clement, in 3 days' time we shall come to the entry of the mountains. 2 days thence we shall go without coming under any roof save the naked heavens. The day thereafter shall we come to the mid-mountain house, which is as it were an hostelry. But it was built and is upheld by the folks that dwell anigh, amongst whom be the folk of Cheaping Knowe, and that house is hallowed unto truce, and no man smiteth another therein, so that we oft come on the mountain strong thieves there, and there we be blithe together and feast together in good fellowship. But when there be foemen in that house together, each man or each fellowship departing hath grace of an hour before his foemen follow. Such are the customs of that house, and no man breaketh them ever. But when we depart thence, we shall ride all day and sleep amidst the mountains, and if we be not beset that night, or the morrow's morn thereof, safe and unfoughten shall we come to Cheaping Knowe. Doth that suffice thee at this time? Yea, master, quoth Ralph. So therewith their talk dropped for the moment, but Clement talked much with Ralph that day, and honoured him much, as did all that company. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 20. They come to the Mid-Mountain Guest-House. On that night they slept in their tents, which they had pitched on the field of a little thorp beside a water, and there they had meat and drink, and all things as they needed them. And in likewise it befell them the next day. But the third evening they set up their tents on a little hillside by a road which led into a deep pass, even the entry of the mountains, a road which went betwixt exceeding high walls of rock. For the mountain sides went up steep from the plain. There they kept good watch and ward, and naught befell them to tell of. The next morning they entered the pass, and rode through it up to the heaths, and rode all day by wild and stony ways, and came at even to a grassy valley watered by a little stream, where they guested, watching their camp well, and again none meddled with them. As they were departing the next morn, Ralph asked of Clement if he yet looked for onset from the waylayers. Said Clement, "It is most like, lord, for we be a rich prey, and it is but seldom that such a company rideth this road. And albeit that the wild men know not to a day when we shall pass through their country, yet they know the time within 24 hours or so. For we may not hide our journey from all men's hearing, and when the ear heareth, the tongue waggeth. But art thou yet anxious concerning this matter, son?" "Yea," said Ralph, "for I would fain look on these miscreants." "It is like that ye shall see them," said Clement, "but I shall look on it as a token that they are about waylaying us, if we come on none of them in the mountain house. For they will be fearful lest their purpose leak out from unwary lips." Ralph wondered how it would be, and what might come of it, and rode on, pondering much. The road was rough that day, and they went not above a foot pace, the more part of the time. And day long they were going up, and it grew cold as the sun got low, though it was yet summer. At last at the top of a long stony ridge, which lay beneath a great spreading mountain, on the crest whereof the snow lay in plenty, Ralph saw a house, long and low, builded of great stones, both walls and roof. At sight thereof the men of the fellowship shouted for joy, and hastened on, and Clement spurred up the stony slopes all he might. But Ralph rode slowly, since he had naught to see to, save himself, so that he was presently left alone. Now he looks aside, and sees something bright-hued lying under a big stone where the last rays of the sun just caught some corner of it. So he goes thither, deeming that mayhappen one of the company had dropped something, pouch or clout, or what not, in his haste and hurry. He got off his horse to pick it up, and when he had laid hold on it, found it to be a hand's breadth of fine green cloth embroidered with flowers. He held it in his hand a while, wondering where he could have seen such like stuff before, that it should smite a pang into his heart, and suddenly called to mind the little hall at Bournemouth Abbas, with the oaken benches and the rush-strewn floor, and this same flower-broidered green cloth dancing about the naked feet of a fair damsel, as she moved nimbly hither and thither, dighting him his bever. But his thoughts stayed not there, but carried him into the days when he was abiding in desire of the love that he won at last, and lost so speedily. But as he stood pondering, he heard Clement shouting to him from the garth gate of that house. So he leapt on his horse and rode up the slope into the garth and lighted down by Clement, who fell to chiding him for tarrying, and said, "There is peril in loitering outside this garth alone, for those sons of the rope often look hard by for what they may easily pick up, and they be brisk and nimble lads." "What ailed thee?" Said Ralph, "I stayed to look at a flower, which called Upmeads to my mind." "Yea, lad, yea," quoth Clement, "and art thou so soft as that? But come thou into the house. It is as I deemed it might be. Besides the house warden and his wife, there is no soul therein. Thou shalt yet look on Mick Hangman's sons as thou desirest." So they went into the house, and men had all that they might need. The warden was an old hoar man, and his wife well stricken in years. And after supper was talk of this and that, and it fell much, as was like to be, on those strong thieves, and Clement asked the warden what he had seen of them of late. The old carle answered, "Nay, Master Clement, much according to wont. A few beeves driven into our garth, a pack or two into the hall, and whiles one or two of them come in hither with empty hands for a sleep and a bellyful, and again a captive led in on the road to the market. Forsooth, it is now a good few days ago 3 of them brought in a woman as goodly as mine eyes have ever seen, and she sat on the bench yonder, and seemed to heed little that she was a captive and had shackles on her feet, after the custom of these men, though indeed her hands were unbound, so that she might eat her meat. And the carle thief told me that he took her but a little way from the garth, and that she made a stout defence with a sword before they might take her, and being taken, she made but little of it." "Would he do her any hurt?" said Ralph. "Nay, surely," said the carle. "Doth a man make a hole in a piece of cloth which he is taking to market? Nay, he was courteous to her after his fashion, and bade us give her the best of all we had." "What like was she?" said Ralph. Said the carle, "She was somewhat tall, if I am to note such matters, grey-eyed and brown-haired, and great abundance of it. Her lips very red, her cheeks tanned with the sun, but in such wise that her own white and red shone through the sun's painting, so that her face was as sweet as the best wheat ear in a 10-acre field when the season hath been good. Her hands were not like those of a demoiselle who sitteth in a chamber to be looked at, but brown, as of one who hath borne the sickle in the sun. But when she stretched out her hand so that the wrist of her came forth from her sleeve, it was white as milk." "Well, my man," said the carline, "thou hast a good memory for an old and outworn carle. Why dost thou not tell the young knight what she was clad withal, since save for their raiment all women of an age are much alike?" "Nay, thou do to it," said the carle, "for she was even as fair as I have said, so that there be few like her." Said the dame, "Well, there is not so much to be said for her raiment. Her gown was green, a fine cloth enough, but not very new. Welts of needlework it had on it, and a wreath of needlework flowers round the hem of the skirt. But a cantle was torn off from it, in the scuffle, when she was taken, I suppose, so that it was somewhat ragged in one place. Furthermore—" She had been looking at Ralph as she spoke, and now she broke off suddenly and said, still looking at him hard, "Well, it is strange." "What is strange?" said Clement. "Oh, naught, said the dame, "save that folk should make so much to do about this matter, when there are so many coming and going about the mid-house of the mountains." But Ralph noted that she was still staring at him even after she had let the talk drop. Waned the even, and folk began to go bedward, so that the hall grew thin of guests. Then came up the carline to Ralph, and took him aside into a nook, and said to him, "Young knight, now will I tell thee what seemed to me strange e'en now, to wit, that the captive damsel should be bearing a necklace about her neck as like to thine as one lamb is to another. But I thought thou mightest be liever that I spoke it not openly before all the other folk, so I held my peace." "Dame," said he, "I thank thee. Forsooth I fear sorely that this damsel is my sister, for ever we have worn the same like pair of beads. And as for me, I have come hither to find her, and evil will it be if I find her enthralled, and it may be past redemption." And therewith he gave her a piece of the gold money of Upmeads. "Yea," said she, "poor youth, that will be sooth indeed, for thou art somewhat like unto her, yet far goodlier. But I grieve for thee, and know not what thou wilt do, whereas by this time most like she has been sold and bought, and is dwelling in some lord's stronghouse, some tyrant that needeth not money, and will not let his prey go for a prayer. Here, take thou thy gold again, for thou mayest well need it, and let me shear a lock of thy golden hair, and I shall be well apaid for my keeping silence concerning thy love. For I deem that it is even so, and that she is not thy sister, else hadst thou stayed at home, and prayed for her with book and priest and altar, and not gone seeking her a weary way." Ralph reddened, but said naught, and let her put scissors amongst his curly locks, and take what of them she would. And then he went to his bed, and pondered these matters somewhat, and said to himself that it was by this damsel's means that he should find the Well at the World's End. Yet he said also that whether it was so or not, he was bound to seek her, and deliver her from thraldom, since he had kissed her so sweet and friendly, like a brother, for the sweetness and kindness of her, before he had fallen into the love that had brought him such joy and such grief. And therewith he took out that piece of her gown from his pouch, and it seemed dear to him. But it made him think sadly of what grief or pain she might even then be bearing, so that he longed to deliver her, and that longing was sweet to him. In such thoughts he fell asleep. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 21. A Battle in the Mountains. When it was morning, they arose early and ate a morsel, and Clement gave freely to the warden and his helpmate on behalf of the fellowship. And then they saddled their nags and did on the loads and departed. And the way was evil otherwise, but it was downhill, and all the waters ran east. All day they rode, and at even, when the sun had not quite set, they pitched their camp at the foot of a round knoll amidst a valley where was water and grass. And looking down thence, they had a sight of the fruitful plain, wherein lay Cheaping Knowe, all goodly blue in the distance. This was a fair place, and a lovely, and great ease would they have had there, were it not that they must keep watch and ward with more pains than theretofore, for Clement deemed it as good as certain that the wild men would fall upon them that night. But all was peaceful the night through, and in the morning they gat to the way speedily, riding with their armour on, and their bows bent, and 3 of the men-at-arms rode ahead to espy the way. So it befell that they had not ridden 2 hours, ere back came the foreriders with the tidings that the pass next below them was thick with the strong thieves. The fellowship were as then in such a place that they were riding a high bare ridge, and could not be assailed to the advantage of the thieves if they abode where they were. Whereas if they went forward, they must needs go down with the road into the dale that was beset by the wild men. Now they were 62 all told, but of these but a score of men at arms besides Ralph and Clement, who was a stout fighter when need was. Of the others some were but lads, and of the Chapmen were 3 old men, and more than one blencher besides. However, all men were armed, and they had many bows, and some of the Chapmen's knaves were fell archers. So they took counsel together, and to some it seemed better to abide the onset on their vantage ground. But to Clement and the older men-at-arms this seemed of no avail, for though they could see the plain country down below, they would have no succour of it, and Clement bade them think how the night would come at last, and that the longer they abode, the greater would be the gathering of the strong thieves, so that all things considered, it were better to fall on at once, and try the adventure of the valley. And this after some talk they yea said all, save a few, who held their skins so dear that their wits wandered somewhat. So these timorous ones they bade guard the sumpter beasts and their loads, and even so they did, and abode a little, while the men-at-arms and the bowmen went forward without more ado. And Ralph rode betwixt Clement and the captain of the men-at-arms. Presently they were come close to the place where the way went down into the valley, cleaving through a clayey bent, so that the slippery sides of the cleft went up high to right and left, wherefore by good hap there were no big stones anigh to roll down upon them. Moreover, the way was short, and they rode 6 abreast down the pass, and were soon through the hollow way. As he rode, Ralph saw a few of the strong thieves at the nether end where the pass widened out, and they let fly some arrows at the Chapman which did no hurt, though some of the shafts rattled on the armour of the companions. But when Clement saw that folk and heard the noise of their shouting, he lifted up a great axe that he bore, and cried, "Saint Agnes for the mercers!" and set spurs to his horse. So did they all, and came clattering and shouting down the steep road like a stone out of a sling, and drave right into the valley one and all, the would-be laggers following after, for they were afraid to be left behind. The wild men, who, save for the wide shields which they bore, were but evilly armed, mostly in skins of beasts, made no countenance of defence, but fled all they might towards the steep slopes of the valley, and then turned and fell to shooting, for the companions durst not pursue in haste lest they should be scattered and overwhelmed by the multitude of foemen. But they drew up along the south side of the valley, and had the mastery of the road, so that this first bout was without bloodshedding. Albeit the thieves still shot in their weak bows from the hillside, but scarce hurt a man. Then the bowmen of the fellowship fell to shooting at the wild men, while the men-at-arms breathed to their horses, and the sumpter beasts were gathered together behind them, for they had no dread of abiding there a while, whereas behind them the ground was broken into a steep shaly cliff, bushed here and there with tough bushes, so that no man could come up it save by climbing with hand and knee, and that not easily. Now when the archers had shot a good while, and some of the thieves had fallen before them, and men were in good heart because of the flight of the wild men, Ralph, seeing that these still hung about the slopes, cried out, "Master Clement, and thou captain, sure it will be ill done to leave these men unbroken behind us, lest they follow us and hang about our hindermost, slaying us, both men and horses." "Even so," quoth the captain, who was a man of few words. "Let us go. But do thou, Clement, abide by the stuff with the lads and the bowmen." Then he cried out aloud, "Saint Christopher to aid!" and shook his rein, and all who were clad in armour and well mounted spurred on with him against the strong thieves. But these, when they saw the onset of the horsemen, drew a little up the hillside and stood fast, and some of the horses were hurt by their shot. So the captain bade draw rein and off horse, while Clement led his bowmen nigher, and they shot well together, and hindered the thieves from closing round the men-at-arms or falling on the horses. So then the companions went forward stoutly on foot, and entered into the battle of the thieves, and there was the thrusting and the hewing great, for the foemen bore axes and mauls and spears, and were little afraid, having the vantage ground, and they were lithe and strong men, though not tall. Ralph played manfully, and was hurt by a spear above the knee, but not grievously. So he heeded it not, but cleared a space all about him with great strokes of the Upmead's blade. Then, as the wild men gave back, there was one of them who stood his ground and let drive a stroke of a long-handled hammer at him, but Ralph ran in under the stroke, and caught him by the throat, and threw him out of the press. And even therewith the wild men broke up before the onset of the all-armed carles, and fled up the hill, and the men-at-arms followed them but a little, for their armour made them unspeedy, so that they took no more of those men, though they slew some, but turned about and gathered round Ralph, and made merry over his catch, for they were joyous with the happy end of battle. And Clement, who had left his bowmen when the companions were mingled with the wild men, was there amidst the nighest. Said Ralph to him, "Well, have I got me a servant and thrall good cheap?" "Yea," said Clement, "if thou deem a polecat a likely hound." Said the captain, "Put thy sword through him, knight." Quoth another, "Let him run up hill, and our bowmen shall shoot a match at him." "Nay," said Ralph, "they have done well with their shooting, let them rest. As to my thrusting my sword through the man, captain, I had done that before, had I been so minded. At any rate, I will ask him if he will serve me truly. Otherwise he seemeth a strong carle and a handy. How sayest thou, lad? Did I take thee fairly?" "Yea," said the man, "thou art a strong lad." He seemed to fear the swords about him but little, and forsooth he was a warrior-like man, and not ill-looking. He was of middle height, strong and well knit, with black hair like a beast's mane for shagginess, and bright blue eyes. He was clad in a short coat of grey homespun, with an ox-skin habergeon laced up over it. He had neither helm nor hat nor shoes, but hosen made of a woollen clout tied about his legs. His shield of wood and ox-hide lay on the ground a few paces off, and his hammer beside it, which he had dropped when Ralph first handled him, but a great ugly knife was still girt to him. Now Ralph saith to him, "Which wilt thou, be slain, or serve me?" Said the carle, grinning, yet not foully, "Guess if I would not rather serve thee." "Wilt thou serve me truly?" said Ralph. "Why not?" quoth the carle. "Yet I warn thee that if thou beat me, save in hot blood, I shall put a knife into thee when I may." "Oh," said one, "thrust him through now at once, Lord Ralph." "Nay, I will not," said Ralph. "He hath warned me fairly. Maybe he will serve me truly. Master Clement, wilt thou lend me a horse for my man to ride?" "Yea," said Clement, "yet I misdoubt me of thy new squire." Then he turned to the men-at-arms and said, "No tarrying, my masters, to horse and away before they gather gain." So they mounted and rode away from that valley of the pass, and Ralph made his man ride beside him. But the man said to him as soon as they were riding, "Take note that I will not fight against my kindred." "None biddeth thee so," said Ralph, "but do thou take heed that if thou fightest against us, I will slay thee outright." Said the man, "A fair bargain." "Well," said Ralph, "I will have thy knife of thee, lest it tempt thee, as is the wont of cold iron and a maiden's body." "Nay, master," quoth the man, "leave me my knife, as thou art a good fellow. In 2 hours' time we shall be past all peril of my people, and when we come down below, I will slay thee as many as thou wilt, so it be out of the kindred. Forsooth, down there evil they be, and unkinsome." "So be it, lad," said Ralph, laughing. "Keep thy knife, but hang this word of mine thereon, that if thou slay any man of this fellowship save me, I will rather flay thee alive than slay thee." Quoth the carle, "That is the bargain then, and I yea say it." "Good," said Ralph. "Now tell me thy name." "Bull Shockhead," said the carle. And now the fellowship took to riding so fast down the slopes of the mountains as on far better road, that talking together was not easy. They kept good watch, both behind and ahead, nor were they set upon again, though whiles they saw clumps of men on the hillsides. So after a while, when it was a little past noon, they came adown to the lower slopes of the mountains and the foothills, which were green and unstony, and thereon were to be seen cattle and neatherds and shepherds, and here and there the garth of a homestead, and fenced acres about it. So now that they were come down into the peopled parts, they displayed the banners of their fellowship, to wit, the Agnes, the White Fleece, the Christopher, and the Ship and Nicholas, which last was the banner of the faring knights of Whitwall. But Ralph was glad to ride under the banner of St. Nicholas, his friend, and deemed that luck might the rather come to him thereby. But they displayed their banners now, because they knew that no man of the peopled parts would be so hardy as to fall upon the Chapman, of whom they looked to have many matters for their use and pleasure. So now that they felt themselves safe, they stayed them, and sat down by a fair little stream, and ate their dinner of such meat and drink as they had. And Ralph departed his share with his thrall, and the man was hungry, and ate well, so that Clement said mockingly, "Thou feedest thy thrall over well, lord, even for a king's son. Is it so that thou art minded to fatten him and eat him?" Then some of the others took up the jest, and bade the carles refrain him of the meat, so that he might not fatten, and might live the longer. He hearkened to them, and knit his brows, and looked fiercely from one to the other. But Ralph laughed aloud, and shook his finger at him, and refrained him, and his wrath fell off him, and he laughed, and shoved the victual into him doughtily, and sighed for pleasure when he had made an end, and drunk a draught of wine. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 22. Ralph talks with Bull Shockhead. When they rode on again, Ralph rode beside Bull, who was merry and blithe, now he was full of meat and drink, and he spake anon, "So thou art a king's son, master. I deemed from the first that thou wert of lineage, for as for these churls of Chapman and the sworders whom they wage, they know not the name of their mother's mother, nor have heard one word of the beginner of their kindred, and their deeds are like unto their kinlessness." "And are thy deeds so good?" said Ralph. "Are they ill," said Bull, "when they are done against the foemen?" Said Ralph, "And are all men your foemen who pass through these mountains?" "All," said Bull, "but they be of the kindred or their known friends." "Well, Bull," said Ralph, "I like thy deeds little, that thou shouldst ravish men and women from their good life, and sell them for a price into toil and weariness and stripes." Said Bull, "How much worse do we than the Chapman by his debtor, or the lord of the manor by his villain?" Said Ralph, "Far worse, if ye did but know it, poor men." Quoth Bull, "But I neither know it, nor can know it, nay, not when thou sayest it, for it is not so. And look you, master, this life of a bought thrall is not such an exceeding evil life, for oft they be dealt with softly and friendly, and have other thralls to work for them under their whips." Ralph laughed. "Which shall I make thee, friend Bull, the upper or the under?" Bull reddened, but said not. Said Ralph, "Or where shall I sell thee, that I may make the best penny out of my good luck and valiancy?" Bull looked chopfallen. "Nay," said he in a wheedling voice, "thou wilt not sell me, thou, for I deem that thou wilt be a good master to me. And," he broke into a sudden heat hereat, "if I have another master, I shall surely slay him, whate'er betide." Ralph laughed again, and said, "Seest thou what an evil craft ye follow, when thou deemest it better to be slain with bitter torments, as thou shouldst be if thou slewest thy master, than to be sold to any master save one exceeding good?" Bull held his peace hereat, but presently he said, "Well, be our craft good or evil, it is gainful, and whiles there is prey taken right good, which, for my part, I would not sell, once I had my hand thereon." "Yea, women?" said Ralph. "Even so," said Bull. "Such an one was taken by my kinsman Bull Nosy, but a little while agone, whom he took down to the market at Cheaping Knowe, as I had not done if I had once my arms about her. For she was as fair as a flower, and yet so well built that she could bear as much as a strong man in some ways, And, saith Nosy, when she was taken, there was no weeping or screeching in her, but patience rather, and quietness, and intent to bear all and live. Master, may I ask thee a question? Ask on, said Ralph. Said Bull, the pair of beads about thy neck, whence came they? They were the gift of a dear friend, said Ralph. A woman? Quoth Bull. Yea, said Ralph. Now is this strange, said Bull, and I wot not what it may betoken, but this same woman had about her neck a pair of beads as like to thine as if they had been the very same. Did this woman give thee the beads? For I will say this of thee, master, that thou art well nigh as likely a man as she is a woman. Ralph sighed, for this talk of the woman and the beads brought all the story into his mind, so that it was as if he saw it a-doing again, the lady of the Wildwood led along to death before he delivered her, and their flight together from the water of the oak, and that murder of her in the desert. And betwixt the diverse deeds of the day this had of late become somewhat dim to him, yet after his grief came joy that this man also had seen the damsel, whom his dream of the night had called Dorothea, and that he knew of her captors, wherefore by his means he might come on her and deliver her. Now he spake aloud. Nay, it was not she that gave them to me, but yet were I fain to find this woman that thou sawest, for I look to meet a friend whenas I meet her. So tell me, dost thou think that I may cheapen her of thy kinsman? Bull shook his head and said, It may be, or it may be that he hath already sold her to one who heedest not treasure so much as fair flesh. And fair is hers beyond most. But, Lord, I will do my best to find her for thee, as thou art a king's son, and no ill master, I deem. Do that, quoth Ralph, and I in turn will do what more I may for thee besides making thee free. And therewith he rode forward that he might get out of earshot, for Bull's tongue seemed like to be long, and presently he heard laughter behind him, as the carle began jesting and talking with the Chapman lads. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma. The Well at the World's End, Book 2 by William Morris. Chapter 23 of the Town of Cheaping Knowe. Now when it was evening, they pitched their camp down in the plain fields amidst tall elm trees, and had their banners still flying over the tents to warn all comers of what they were. But the next morning the Chapmen and their folk were up betimes to rummage their loads, and to array their wares for the market, and they gat not to the road before mid-morning. Meantime of their riding, Ralph had more talk with Bull, who said to him, Fair lord, I rede thee when thou art in the market of Cheaping Knowe, bid Master Clement bring thee to the thrall merchant, and trust me that if such a fair image as that we were speaking of hath passed through his hands within these 3 months, he will remember it, and then thou shalt have at least some tale of what hath befallen her but a little while ago. That seemed good rede to Ralph, and when they went on their way he rode beside Clement, and asked him many things concerning Cheaping Knowe, and at last about the thrall market therein. And Clement said that, though he dealt not in such wares, he had often seen them sold, and knew the master of that market. And when Ralph asked if the said master would answer questions concerning the selling of men and of women, Clement smiled and said, Yea, yea, he will answer, for as he lives by selling thralls, and every time a thrall is sold by him he maketh some gain by it, it is to his profit that they change masters as often as may be. And when thou asketh of the woman whom thou art seeking, he will be deeming that there will be some new chaffer ahead. I will bring thee to him, and thou shalt ask him of what thou wilt, and belike he will tell thee quietly over the wine-cup. Therewith was Ralph well content, and he grew eager to enter into the town. They came to the gates a little before sunset, after they had passed through much fair country, but nigh to the walls it was bare of trees and thickets, whereas, said Clement, they had been cut down lest they should serve as cover to strong thieves or folk assailing the town. The walls were strong and tall, and a great castle stood high up on a hill, about which the town was builded, so that if the town were taken there would yet be another town within it to be taken also. But the town within, save for the said castle, was scarce so fairly builded as the worst of the towns which Ralph had seen erst, though there were a many houses therein. Much people was gathered about the gate to see the merchants enter with banners displayed, and Ralph deemed many of the folk fair, such as were goodly clad, for many had but foul clouts to cover their nakedness, and seemed needy and hunger-pinched. Withal there were many warriors amongst the throng, and most of these bore a token on their sleeves, to wit, a sword reddened with blood. And Clement, speaking softly in Ralph's ear, did him to wit that this was the token of the lord who had gotten the castle in those days, and was tyrant of the town, and how that he had so many men-at-arms ready to do his bidding, that none in the town was safe from him if he deemed it more for his pleasure and profit to rob or maim, or torment or slay, than to suffer them to live peaceably. But with us Chapmen, said Clement, he will not meddle, lest there be an end of chaffer in the town, and verily the market is good. Thus they rode through the streets into the market-place, which was wide and great, and the best houses of the town were therein, and so came to the hostel of the merchants, called the Fleece, which was a big house, and goodly enough. The next morning Clement and the other chapmen went up into the castle, bearing with them gifts out of their wares for the lord, and Clement bade Ralph keep close till he came back, and especially to keep his war-cart thrall, Bull Shockhead, safe at home, lest he be taken from him, and to clothe him in the guise of the chapman lads, and to dock his hair, and even so Ralph did, though Bull were loath thereto. About noon the chapman came back again well pleased, and Clement gave Ralph a parchment from the lord, which bade all men help and let pass Ralph of Upmeads, as a sergeant of the chapman's guard, and said withal that now he was free to go about the town if he listed, so that he were back in the hostel of the Fleece by nightfall. So Ralph went in company with some of the sergeants and others, and looked at this and that about the town without hindrance, save that the guard would not suffer them to pass further than the bailey of the castle. And for the said bailey, forsooth, they had little stomach, for they saw thence, on the slopes of the castle hill, tokens of the cruel justice of the said lord, for there were men and women there, yea, and babes also, hanging on gibbets and thrust through with sharp pails, and when they asked of folk why these had suffered, they but looked at them as if astonished, and passed on without a word. So they went thence, and found the master church, and deemed it not much fairer than it was great, and it was no wise great, albeit it was strange and uncouth of fashion. Then they came to great gardens within the town, and they were exceeding goodly, and had trees and flowers and fruits in them which Ralph had not seen hitherto, as lemons and oranges and pomegranates, and the waters were running through them in runnels of ashlar, and the weather was fair and hot. So they rested in those gardens till it was evening, and then gat them home to Fleece, where they had good entertainment. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 24. Ralph heareth more tidings of the damsel. The second day, while the merchants saw to their chaffer, most of the men-at-arms, and Ralph with them, spent their time again in those goodly gardens, where indeed some of them made friends of fair women of the place, in which there was less risk than had been for aliens in some towns, whereas at Cheaping No, such women as were wedded according to law, or damsels in the care of their kindred, or slaves who were concubines, had not dared so much as to look on a man. The third day time hung somewhat heavy on Ralph's hands, not but that the companions were well at ease, but rather because him seemed that he was not stirring in the quest. But the next day Clement bade him come see the thrall merchant aforesaid, and brought him to a corner of the market place, where was a throng looking on at the cheaping. They went through the throng, and beside a stone like a leaping on stone saw a tall man, goodly of presence, black bearded, clad in scarlet, and this was the merchant. And by him were two of his knaves, and certain weaponed men who had brought their wares to the cheaping. And some of these were arrayed like those foemen of the mountains. There was 63 of these chattels to be sold, who stood up one after other on the stone, that folk might cheapen them. The cheaping was long about, because they that had a mind to buy were careful to know what they were buying, like as if they had been cheapening a horse; and most of them, before they bid their highest, had the chattels away into the merchant's booth to strip them, lest they should buy damaged or unhandsome bodies. And this more especially if it were a woman, for the men were already well nigh naked. Of women 4 of them were young and goodly, and Ralph looked at them closely, but they were naught like to the woman of his quest. Now this cheaping irked Ralph sorely, as it was like to be, whereas, as hath been told, he came from a land where were no thralls, none but vavassors and good yeomen. Yet he abode till all was done, hansel paid, and the thralls led off by their new masters. Then Clement led him up to the merchant, to whom he gave the sell of the day, and said: "Master, this is the young knight of whom I told thee, who deemeth that a woman who is his friend hath been brought to this market and sold there, and if he might, he would ransom her." The merchant greeted Ralph courteously, and bade him and Clement come into his house, where they might speak more privily. So did they, and he treated them with honour, and set wine and spices before them, and bade Ralph say what like the woman was. Ralph did so, and wondered at himself how well and closely he could tell of her, like as a picture painted. And moreover he drew forth that piece of her gown which he had come on by the mid-mountain house. So when he had done, the merchant, who was a man sober of aspect and somewhat slow of speech, said: "Sir, I believe surely that I have seen this damsel, but she is not with me now, nor have I sold her ever. But hither was she brought to be sold by a man of the mountain folk not very many days ago, and the man's name was Bull Nosy, or the long-nosed man of the kindred of the Bull. For in such wise are named the men of that unhappy folk. Now this is the cause why I might not sell her, that she was so proud and stout that men feared her, what she might do if they had her away. And when some spake to see her body naked, she denied it utterly, saying that she would do a mischief to whomsoever tried it. So I spake to him who owned her, and asked him if he thought it good to take her a while and quell her, with such pains as would spoil her but little, and then bring her to market when she was meeker. But he heeded my words little, and led her away, she riding on a horse, and he going afoot beside her, for the mountain men be no horsemen." Said Ralph: "Dost thou know at all whither he will have led her?" Said the merchant:
By my deeming, he will have gone first of all to the town of Whiteness, whither thy fellowship will betake them ere long. For he will be minded to meet there the Lord of Utterbol, who is for such like wares, and he will either give her to him as a gift, for which he will have a gift in return, or he will sell her to my lord at a price, if he dare to chaffer with him. At least so will he do if he be wise. Now, if the said lord hath her, it will be somewhat more than hard for thee to get her again, till he have altogether done with her. For money and goods are naught to him beside the doing of his will. But there is this for thy comfort, that whereas she is so fair a woman, she will be well with my lord. For I warrant me she will not dare to be proud with him, as she was with the folk here." "Yea," said Ralph, "and what is this Lord of Utterbol, that all folk, men and women, fear him so?" Said the merchant: "Fair sir, thou must pardon me if I say no more of him. Belike thou mayst fall in with him, and if thou dost, take heed that thou make not thyself great with him." So Ralph thanked the merchant and departed with Clement, of whom presently he asked if he knew aught of this Lord of Utterbol. Said Clement: "God forbid that I should ever meet him, save where I were many and he few. I have never seen him, but he is deemed by all men as the worst of the tyrants who vex these lands, and may be the mightiest." So was Ralph sore at heart for the damsel, and anon he spake to Bull again of her, who deemed somewhat that his kinsman had been minded at the first to sell her to the Lord of Utterbol, and Ralph thinks his game a hard one, yet deems that if he could but find out where the damsel was, he might deliver her, what by sleight, what by boldness. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 25. The Fellowship comes to Whiteness. 2 days thereafter, the Chapmen, having done with their matters and cheaping no, whereas they must needs keep some of their wares for other places, and especially for Goldburg, they dight them to be gone, and rode outer gates of a mid-morning with banners displayed. It was some 50 miles thence to Whiteness, which lay close underneath the mountains, and was, as it were, the door of the passes whereby men rode to Goldburg. The land which they passed through was fair, both of tillage and pasture, with much cattle therein. Everywhere they saw men and women working afield, but no houses of worthy yeomen or vavassors, or cots of good husbandmen. Here and there was a castle or strong house, and here and there long rows of ugly hovels, or whiles houses big, tall, and long, but exceeding foul and ill-favoured, such as Ralph had not yet seen the like of. And when he asked of Clement concerning all this, he said: "It is as I have told thee, that here be no freemen who work afield, nay, nor villains either. All those whom ye have seen working have been bought and sold, like to those whom we saw standing on the stone in the market of Cheaping Knowe, or else were born of such cattle. And each one of them can be bought and sold again, and they work not save under the whip. And as for those hovels and the long and foul houses, they are the stables wherein this kind of cattle is harboured." Then Ralph's heart sank, and he said: "Master Clement, I prithee tell me, were it possible that the damsel whom I seek may be come to such a pass as one of these?" "Nay," quoth Clement, "that is little like to be. Such goodly wares are kept for the adornment of the great men's houses. True it is that whiles the house thralls be sent into the fields for their punishment. Yet not such as she, unless the master be wholly wearied of them, or if their wrath outrun their wits. For it is more to the master's profit to chastise them at home. So keep a good heart, I bid thee, and maybe we shall have tidings at Whiteness." So Ralph refrained his anxious heart, though forsooth his thought was much upon the damsel, and of how she was faring. It was not till the third day at sunset that they came to Whiteness, for on the last day of their riding they came amongst the confused hills that lay before the great mountains, which were now often hidden from their sight. But whenever they appeared through the openings of the near hills, they seemed very great and terrible, dark and bare and stony, and Clement said that they were little better than they looked from afar. As to Whiteness, they saw it a long way off, as it lay on a long ridge at the end of a valley. And so long was the ridge that behind it was nothing green, naught but the huge and bare mountains. The westering sun fell upon its walls and its houses, so that it looked white indeed against those great cliffs and crags, though said Clement that these were yet a good way off. Now when, after a long ride from the hither end of the valley, they drew nigh to the town, Ralph saw that the walls and towers were not very high or strong, for so steep was the hill whereon the town stood that it needed not. Here also was no great castle within the town, as at Cheaping Knowe, and the town itself nothing so big, but long and straggling along the top of the ridge. Cheaping Knowe was all builded of stone, but the houses here were of timber for the most part, done over with pargeting and whitened well. Yet was the town more cheerful of aspect than Cheaping Knowe, and the folk who came thronging about the Chapman at the gates not so woebegone and goodly enough. Of the Lord of Whiteness Clement told that he paid tribute to him of Cheaping Knowe rather for love of peace than for fear of him, for he was no ill lord, and free men lived well under him. So the Chapman lodged in the market place, and in 2 days' time Ralph got speech of the deacon of the Chapman of the town, who told him 2 matters. First, that the Lord of Utterbol had not been in Whiteness these 6 months, and next that the wild man had verily brought the damsel into the market, but he had turned away thence suddenly with her, without bringing her to the stone, and that it was most like that he would have the Lord of Utterbol by her, who, since he would be deeming that he might easily bend her to his will, would give him the better penny for her. "At the last," quoth the deacon, "the wild man led her away toward the mountain pass that goeth to Goldburg, the damsel and he alone, and she with her hands unbound and riding a little horse." Of these tidings Ralph deemed it good that all traces of her were not lost, but his heart misgave him when he thought that by this time she must surely be in the hands of the Lord of Utterbol. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 26. They Ride the Mountains toward Goldburg. 5 days the fellowship abode at Whiteness, and or ever they departed, Clement waged men at arms of the lord of the town, besides servants to look to the beasts amongst the mountains, so that what with one, what with another, they entered the gates of the mountains a goodly company of 80. Ralph asked of Bull if any of those whom he might meet in these mountains were of his kindred, and he answered nay, unless perchance there might be some one or two going their peaceful errands there, like Bull Nosy. So Ralph armed him with a good sword and a shield, and would have given him a steel hood also, but he would not bear it, saying that if sword and shield could not keep his head, he had well earned a split skull. 7 days they rode the mountains, and the way was toilsome and weary enough, for it was naught but a stony maze of the rocks, where nothing living dwelt and nothing grew, save now and again a little dwarf willow. Yet was there naught worse to meet save toil, because they were over strong for the wild men to meddle with them, whereas the kindreds thereabout were but feeble. But as it drew towards evening on the 7th day, Ralph had ridden a little ahead with Bull alone, if he might perchance have a sight of the ending of this grievous wilderness, as Clement said might be, since now the way was downhill and all waters ran east. So as they rode, and it was about sunset, they saw something lying by a big stone under a cliff. So they drew nigh, and saw a man lying on his back, and they deemed he was dead. So Bull went up to him, and leapt off his horse close by him, and bent over him, but straightway cast up his arms, and set up a long wailing whoop, and then another and another, so that they that were behind heard it, and came up upon the spur. But Ralph leapt from his horse, and ran up to Bull, and said: "What aileth thee to whoop and wail? Who is it?" But Bull turned about, and shook his head at him, and said: "It is a man of my kindred, even he that was leading away thy she-friend, and belike she it was that slew him, or why is she not here? Oh ho, no ho, oh ho!" Therewith fire ran through Ralph's heart, and he bethought him of that other murder in the wilderness, and he fell to wringing his hands, and cried out: "Oh, where is she? Where is she? Is she also taken away from me for ever? Oh me, unhappy!" And he drew his sword therewith, and ran about amongst the rocks and the bushes, seeking her body. And therewith came up Clement and others of the company, and wondered to see Bull kneeling down by the corpse, and to hear him crying out and wailing, and Ralph running about like one mad, and crying out now: "Oh, that I might find her! Mayhappen she is alive yet, and anigh here in some cleft of the rocks, in this miserable wilderness. O my love, that has lain in mine arms, wouldst thou not have me find her alive? But if she be dead, then will I slay myself for as young as I am, that I may find thee and her out of the world, since from the world both ye are gone." Then Clement went up to Ralph, and would have a true tale out of him, and asked him what was amiss. But Ralph stared wild at him, and answered not. But Bull cried out from where he knelt: "He is seeking the woman, and I would that he could find her, for then would I slay her on the howe of my kinsman, for she hath slain him, she hath slain him." That word heard Ralph, and he ran at Bull with uplifted sword to slay him, but Clement tripped him, and he fell, and his sword flew out of his hand. Then Clement and 2 of the others bound his hands with their girdles, till they might know what had befallen, for they deemed that a devil had entered into him, and feared that he would do a mischief to himself or some other. And now was the whole fellowship assembled, and stood in a ring round about Ralph and Bull and the dead man. As for him, he had been dead some time, many days belike, but in that high and clear cold air his carcass, whistled by the wind, had dried rather than rotted, and his face was clear to be seen, with its great hooked nose and long black hair, and his skull was cloven. Now Bull had done his wailing for his kinsman, and he seemed to wake up as from a dream, and looked about the ring of men, and spake: "Here is a great to do, my masters. What will ye with me? Have ye heard, or is it your custom, that when a man cometh on the dead corpse of his brother, his own mother's son, he turneth it over with his foot, as if it were a carcass of a dog, and so goeth on his way? This I ask, that albeit I be but a war-taken thrall, I be suffered to lay my brother in earth, and heap a howe over him in these mountains." They all murmured a yea-say to this, save Ralph. He had been sobered by his fall, and was standing up now betwixt Clement and the captain, who had unbound his hands, now that the others had come up. He hung his head, and was ashamed of his fury by seeming. But when Bull had spoken, and the others had answered, Ralph said to Bull wrathfully still, but like a man in his wits: "Why didst thou say that thou wouldst slay her?" "Hast thou found her?" said Bull. "Nay," quoth Ralph sullenly. "Well then," said Bull, "when thou dost find her, we will speak of it." Said Ralph: "Why didst thou say that she hath slain him?" "I was put out of my wits by the sight of him dead," said Bull. "But now I say, mayhappen she hath slain him." "And mayhappen not," said Clement. "Look here to the cleaving of his skull, right through this iron headpiece, which he will have bought at Cheaping Knowe, for I have seen such like in the armourer's booth there. It must have taken a strong man to do this." "Yea," quoth the captain, "and a big sword to boot. This is the stroke of a strong man wielding a good weapon." Said Bull: "Well, and will my master bid me forego vengeance for my brother's slaying, or that I bear him to purse? Then let him slay me now, for I am his thrall." Said Ralph: "Thou shalt do as thou wilt herein, and I also will do as I will. For if she slew him, the taking of her captive should be set against the slaying." "That is but right," said the captain. "But, Sir Ralph, I bid thee take the word of an old man at arms for it, that she slew him not, neither she nor any other woman." Said Clement: "Well, let all this be. But tell me, Lord Ralph, what thou wouldst do, since now thou art come to thyself again." Said Ralph: "I would seek the wilderness hereabout, if perchance the damsel be thrust into some cleft or cavern, alive or dead." "Well," said Clement, "this is my rede. Since Bull Shockhead would bury his brother, and Lord Ralph would seek the damsel, and whereas there is water anigh, and the sun is well nigh set, let us pitch our tents and abide here till morning, and let night bring counsel unto some of us. How say ye, fellows?" None nay-said it, and they fell to pitching the tents and lighting the cooking fires. But Bull at once betook him to digging a grave for his brother, whilst Ralph with the captain and 4 others went and sought all about the place, and looked into all clefts of rocks, and found not the maiden, nor any token of her. They were long about it, and when they were come back again it was night, though the moon shone out. There was Bull Shockhead standing by the howe of his brother Bull Nosy,
which was heaped up high over the place where they had found him. So when Bull saw him, he turned to him and said, "King's son, I have done what needs was for this present. Now, wilt thou slay me for my fault, or shall I be thy man again, and serve thee truly, unless the blood feud come between us?" Said Ralph, "Thou shalt serve me truly, and help me to find him who hath slain thy brother, and carried off the damsel. For even thus it hath been done, meseemeth, since about here we have seen no signs of her, alive or dead. But to morrow we shall seek wider ere I ride on my way." "Yea," said Bull, "and I will be one in the search." So then they gat them to their sleeping berths, and Ralph, contrary to his wont, lay long awake, pondering these things, till at last he said to himself that this woman, whom he called Dorothea, was certainly alive, and wotted that he was seeking her. And then it seemed to him that he could behold her through the darkness of night, clad in the green flowered gown as he had first seen her, and she bewailing her captivity and the long tarrying of the deliverer, as she went to and fro in a great chamber builded of marble and done about with gold and bright colours. And or ever he slept, he deemed this to be a vision of what then was, rather than a memory of what had been, and it was sweet to his very soul. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 27. Clement tells of Goldburg. Now when it was morning, he rose early and roused Bull and the captain, and they searched in divers places where they had not been the night before, and even a good way back about the road they had ridden yesterday, but found no tidings. And Ralph said to himself that this was naught but what he had looked for after that vision of the night. So he rode with his fellows, somewhat shamefaced that they had seen that sudden madness in him, but was presently of better cheer than he had been yet. He rode beside Clement. They went down hill speedily, and the wilderness began to better, and there was grass at whiles, and bushes here and there. A little after noon they came out of a pass cleft deep through the rocks by a swift stream, which had once been far greater than then, and climbed up a steep ridge that lay across the road, and looking down from the top of it, beheld the open country again. But this was otherwise from what they had beheld from the mountain's brow above Cheaping Knowe. For thence the mountains beyond Whiteness, even those they had just ridden, were clear to be seen like the wall of the plain country. But here, looking adown, the land below them seemed but a great spreading plain, with no hills rising from it, save that far away they could see a certain break in it, and amidst that something that was brighter than the face of the land elsewhere. Clement told Ralph that this was Goldburg, and that it was built on a gathering of hills, not great, but going up steep from the plain. And the plain, said he, was not so wholly flat and even as it looked from up there, but swelled at whiles into downs and low hills. He told him that Goldburg was an exceeding fair town to behold, that the lord who had built it had brought from over the mountains masons and woodwrights and artificers of all kinds, that they might make it as fair as might be, and that he spared on it neither wealth nor toil nor pains. For in sooth he deemed that he should find the Well at the World's End, and drink thereof, and live long and young and fair, past all record. Therefore
he had builded this city to be the house and home of his long-enduring joyance. Now some said that he had found the well and drank thereof, others nay said that, but all deemed that they knew how that Goldburg was not done building ere that lord was slain in a tumult, and that what was then undone was cobbled up after the uncomely fashion of the towns thereabout. Clement said moreover that this happy lord dead, things had not gone so well there as had been looked for. Forsooth, it had been that lord's will and meaning that all folks in Goldburg should thrive, both those who wrought and those for whom they wrought. But it went not so, but there were many poor folk there, and few wealthy. Again said Clement, that though the tillers and toilers of Goldburg were not for the most part mere thralls and chattels, as in the lands beyond the mountains behind them, yet were they little more thriving for that cause, whereas they belonged not to a master, who must at worst feed them, and to no manor whose acres they might till for their livelihood, and on whose pastures they might feed their cattle. Nor had they any to help or sustain them against the oppressor and the violent man, so that they toiled and swinked and died, with none heeding them, save they that had the work of their hands good cheap, and they, forsooth, heeded them less than their draught beasts, whom they must needs buy with money, and whose bellies they must needs fill, whereas these poor wretches were slaves without a price, and if one died another took his place, on the chance that thereby he might escape present death by hunger, for there was a great many of them. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Domenica Campbell. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 28. Now they come to Goldburg. That night they slept yet amongst the mountains, or rather in the first of the hill country at their feet. But on the morrow they rode down into the lowlands, and thereby lost all sight of Goldburg, and it was yet afar off, so that they rode 4 days through lands well tilled, but for the most part ill housed, a country of little hills and hollows and rising grounds, before they came in sight of it again, heaving up huge and bright under the sun. It was built partly on 3 hills, the buttresses of a long ridge which turned a wide river, and on the ridge itself, and partly on the flat shore of the river. On either side, hillward and plainward, but a great white wall girt it all about, which went right over the river as a bridge, and on the plain side it was exceeding high, so that its battlements might be somewhat evened with those of the hill wall above. So that as they came up to the place they saw little of the town because of the enormity of the wall, scarce aught save a spire or a tall towering roof here and there. So when they were come anigh the gate, they displayed their banners and rode right up to it, and people thronged the walls to see their riding. One by one they passed through the wicket of the gate, which gate itself was verily huge beyond measure, all built of great ashlar stones, and when they were within, it was like a hall, somewhat long and exceeding high, most fairly vaulted. Midmost of the said hall they rode through a noble arch on their right hand, and lo, another hall exceeding long, but lower than the first, with many glazed windows set in its townward wall, and when they looked through these, they saw the river running underneath, for this was naught but the lower bridge of the city, and they learned afterwards and saw that above the vault of this long bridge rose up the castle, chamber on chamber, till its battlements were level with the highest towers of the wall on the hilltop. Thus they passed the bridge, and turning to the left at its ending, came into the water street of Goldburg, where the river, with wide quays on either side thereof, ran betwixt the houses. As for these, beneath the dwellings went a fair arched passage, like to the ambulatory of an abbey, and every house all along this street was a palace for its goodliness. The houses were built of white stones, and red and grey, with shapely pillars to the cloisters, and all about carvings of imagery and knots of flowers. Goodly were the windows, and all glazed, as fair as might be. On the river were great barges, and other craft such as were not sea-goers, river ships that might get them through the bridges, and furnished with masts that might be lowered and shipped. Much people was gathered to see the Chapman enter, yet scarce so many as might be looked for in so goodly a town. Yea, and many of the folk were clad foully, and were haggard of countenance, and cried on the Chapman for alms. Howbeit some were clad gaily and richly enough, and were fair of favours as any that Ralph had seen since he left Upmeads. And amongst these goodly folk were women not a few, whose gear and bearing called to Ralph's mind the women of the wheat-wearers whom he had seen erst in the burg of the Forth Friths, whereas they were somewhat wantonly clad in scanty and thin raiment. And of these, though they were not all thralls, were many who were in servitude. For, as Clement did Ralph to wit, though the tillers of the soil and the herdsmen, in short the hewers of wood and drawers of water, were men masterless, yet rich men might and did buy both men and women for servants in their houses, and for their pleasure and profit in divers wise. So they rode to their hostel in the market-place, which lay a little back from the river in an ingle of the ridge and one of its buttresses. And all round the said market were houses as fair as the first they had seen, but above, on the hillsides, save for the castle and palace of the Queen, for a woman ruled in Goldburg, were the houses but low, poorly built of post and pan, and thatched with straw or reed or shingle. But the great church was all along one side of the market-place, and albeit this folk was somewhat wild and strange of faith for Christian men, yet was it dainty and delicate as might be, and its steeples and bell-towers were high and well builded, and adorned exceedingly richly. So they lighted down at their hostel, and never had Ralph seen such another. For the court within was very great, and with a fair garden filled with flowers and orchard trees, and amidst it was a fountain of fresh water, built in the goodliest fashion of many coloured marble stones. And the arched and pillared way about the said court was as fair as the cloister of a mitred abbey, and the hall for the guests was of like fashion, vaulted with marvellous cunning, and with a row of pillars amidmost. There they abode in good entertainment, yet this, noted Ralph, that as goodly as was the fashion of the building of that house, yet the hangings and beds and stools and chairs and other plenishings were no richer or better than might be seen in the hostelry of any good town. So they went bedward, and Ralph slept dreamlessly, as was mostly his wont. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 29 of Goldburg and the Queen thereof. On the morrow, when Ralph and Clement met in the hall, Clement spake and said, Lord Ralph, as I told thee in Whitwall, we Chapmen are now at the end of our outward journey, and in about 20 days' time we shall turn back to the mountains. But as I deem thou wilt be minded to follow up thy quest of the damsel, and whatsoever else thou mayest be seeking. Now this thou mayest well do whiles we are here in Goldburg, and yet come back hither in time to fare back with us. And also, if thou wilt, thou mayest have fellows in thy quest, to wit, some of those our men at arms who love thee well. But now, when thou hast done thy best these days during, if thou hast then found naught, I counsel thee and beseech thee to come thy ways back with us, that we twain may wend to Upmeads together, where thou shalt live well and better all the deeds of thy father. Meseemeth this will be more meet for thee than the casting away of thy life in seeking a woman who maybe will be naught to thee when thou hast found her, or in chasing some castle in the clouds that shall never be the nigher to thee how far soever thou farest. For now I tell thee that I have known this while how thou art seeking the Well at the World's End, and who knoweth that there is any such thing on earth? Come then, thou art fair and young and strong, and if ye seek wealth thou shalt have it, and my furtherance to the utmost, if that be aught worth. Bethink thee, child, there are they that love thee in Upmeads and thereabout, were it but thy gossip, my wife, Dame Catherine. Said Ralph: Master Clement, I thank thee for all that thou hast said, and thy behest and thy deeds. Thy rede is good, and in all ways will I follow it save one, to wit, that if I have not found the damsel ere ye turn back, I must needs abide in this land searching for her. And I pray the pardon both of thee and of thy gossip, if I answer not your love as ye would, and perchance as I should. Yea, and of Upmeads also I crave pardon. But in doing as I do, my deed shall be but according to the duty bounden on me by mine oath, when Duke Osmond made me knight last year, in the church of St. Lawrence of Upmeads. Said Clement: I see that there is something else in it than that. I see thee to be young, and that love and desire bind thee in closer bonds than thy knightly oath. Well, so it must be. Until thou hast her, there is but one woman in the world for thee. Nay, it is not so, Master Clement, said Ralph, and I will tell thee this, so that thou mayst trow my naysay. Since I departed from Upmeads, I have been taken in the toils of love, and desired a fair woman, and I have won her, and death hath taken her. Trowest thou my word? Yea, said Clement, but to one of thy years love is not plucked up by the root, and it soon groweth again. Then said Ralph sadly: Now tell my gossip of this when thou comest home. Clement nodded yeasay, and Ralph spake again in a moment. And now will I begin my search in Goldburg by praying thee to bring me to speech of merchants and others, who may have seen or heard tidings of my damsel. He looked at Clement anxiously as he spoke, and Clement smiled, for he said to himself that looking into Ralph's heart on this matter was like looking into a chamber through an open window. But he said: Fear not, I will look to it. I am thy friend, and not thy schoolmaster. Therewith he departed from Ralph, and within 3 days he had brought him to speech of all those who were like to know anything of the matter. And one and all they said that they had seen no such woman, and that as for the Lord of Utterbol, he had not been in Goldburg these 3 months. But one of the merchants said: Master Clement, if this young knight is bound for Utterbol, he beareth his life in his hand, as thou knowest full well. Now I rede thee, bring him to our Queen, who is good and compassionate, and if she may not help him otherwise, yet belike she may give him in writing to show to that tyrant, which may stand him in stead. For it does not do for any man to go against the will of our Lady and Queen, who will surely pay him back for his ill will some day or other." Said Clement, "It is well thought of, and I will surely do as thou biddest." So wore 4 days, and that time during Ralph was going to and fro, asking questions of folk that he came across, as people new come to the city, and hunters from the mountain feet and the forests of the plain, and mariners and such like, concerning the damsel and the Lord of Utterbol. And Bull also went about seeking tidings. But whereas Ralph asked downright what he wanted to know, Bull was wary, and rather led men on to talk with him concerning those things, than ask them of them in such wise that they saw the question. Albeit it was all one, and no tidings came to them. Indeed, the name of the Lord of Utterbol, whom forsooth Bull named not, seemed to freeze the speech of men's tongues, and they commonly went away at once when it was spoken. On the 5th day came Clement to Ralph, and said: "Now will I bring thee to the Queen, and she is young, and so fair, and withal so wise, that it seems to me not all so sure but the sight of her will make an end of thy quest once for all, so that meseems thou mayest abide here in a life far better than wandering amongst uncouth folk, perilous and cruel. Yea, so thou mayest have it, if thou wilt, being so exceeding goodly and wise and well spoken, and of high lineage." Ralph heard and reddened, but gave him back no answer, and they went together to the high house of the Queen, which was like a piece of the kingdom of heaven for loveliness, so many pillars as there were of bright marble stone and gilded, and the chapiters carved most excellently. Not many hangings on the walls, for the walls themselves were carven and painted with pictures in the most excellent manner. The floors withal were so dainty that they seemed as if they were made for none but the feet of the fairest of women. And all this was set amidst of gardens, the like of which they had never seen. But they entered without more ado, and were brought by the pages to the lady's innermost chamber. And if the rest of the house were goodly, this was goodlier, and a marvel, so that it seemed wrought rather by goldsmiths and jewellers than by masons and carvers. Yet indeed many had said with Clement that the Queen who sat there was the goodliest part thereof. Now she spake to Clement and said: "Hail, merchant! Is this the young knight of whom thou tellest, he who seeketh his beloved, that hath been borne away into thraldom by evil men?" "Even so," said Clement. But Ralph spake: "Nay, lady, the damsel whom I seek is not my beloved, but my friend. My beloved is dead." The Queen looked on him, smiling kindly, yet was her face somewhat troubled. She said: "Master Chapman, thy time here is not over long for all that thou hast to do. So we give thee leave to depart, with our thanks for bringing a friend to see us. But this knight hath no affairs to look to, so if he will abide with us for a little, it will be our pleasure." So Clement made his obeisance and went his ways, but the Queen bade Ralph sit before her, and tell her of his griefs, and she looked so kindly and friendly upon him that the heart melted within him, and he might say no word for the tears that brake out from him, and he wept before her, while she looked on him, the colour coming and going in her face, and her lips trembling, and let him weep on. But he thought not of her, but of himself, and how kind she was to him. But after a while he mastered his passion and began, and told her all he had done and suffered. Long was the tale in the telling, for it was sweet to him to lay before her both his grief and his hope. She let him talk on, and whiles she listened to him, and whiles not, but all the time she gazed on him, yet sometimes askance, as if she were ashamed. As for him, he saw her face how fair and lovely she was, yet was there little longing in his heart for her more than for one of the painted women on the wall, for as kind and as dear as he deemed her. When he had done, she kept silence a while, but at last she enforced her and spake. Sad it is for the mother that bore thee, that thou art not in her house, wherein all things would be kind and familiar to thee. Maybe thou art seeking for what is not, or maybe thou shalt seek and shalt find, and there may be naught in what thou findest whereof to give thee such gifts as are meet for thy faithfulness and valiancy. But in thine home shouldest thou have all gifts which thou mayest desire. Then was she silent a while, and then spake. Yet must I needs say that I would that thine home were in Goldburg. He smiled sadly and looked on her, but with no astonishment, and indeed he still scarce thought of her, as he said: Lady and Queen, thou art good to me beyond measure. Yet look you, one home I had and left it, another I looked to have and I lost it, and now I have no home. Maybe in days to come I shall go back to mine old home, and whiles I wonder with what eyes it will look on me. For merry is that land and dear, and I have become sorrowful. Fear not, she said. I say again that in thine home shall all things look kindly on thee. Once more she sat silent, and no word did his heart bid him speak. Then she sighed and said: Fair lord, I bid thee come and go in this house as thou wilt. But whereas there are many folk who must needs see me, and many things are appointed for me to do, therefore I pray thee to come hither in 3 days' space, and meanwhile I will look to the matter of thy search, that I may speed thee on the way to Utterness, which is no great way from Utterbol, and is the last town whereof we know aught. And I will write a letter for thee to give to the Lord of Utterbol, which he will heed if he heedeth aught my good will or enmity. I beseech thee, come for it in 3 days' wearing. Therewith she arose and took his hand and led him to the door, and he departed, blessing her goodness, and wondering at her courtesy and gentle speech. For those 3 days he was still seeking tidings everywhere, till folk began to know of him far and wide, and to talk of him. And at the time appointed he went to the Queen's house, and was brought to her chamber as before, and she was alone therein. She greeted him and smiled on him exceeding kindly, but he might not fail to note of her that she looked sad, and her face was worn by sorrow. She bade him sit beside her, and said: Hast thou any tidings of the woman whom thou seekest? Nay, nay, said he, and now I am minded to carry on the search out a gates. I have some good friends who will go with me a while. But thou, lady, hast thou heard aught? Naught of the damsel, she said, but there is something else. As Clement told me, thou seekest the Well at the World's End, and through Utterness and by Utterbol is a way whereby folk seek thither. Mayest thou find it, and may it profit thee more than it did my kinsman of old, who first raised up Goldburg in the wilderness. Whereas for him was naught but strife and confusion, till he was slain in a quarrel, wherein to fail was to fail, and to win the day was to win shame and misery. She looked on him sweetly, and said: Thou art nowise such as he. and if thou drink of the well, thou wilt go back to Upmeads, and thy father and mother, and thine own folk, and thine home. But now here is the letter which thou shalt give to the Lord of Utterbol, if thou meet him. And mayhappen he is naught so evil a man as the tale of him runs." She gave him the letter into his hands, and spake again: "And now I have this to say to thee. If anything go amiss with thee, and thou be nigh enough to seek to me, come hither, and then, in whatso plight thou mayest be, or whatsoever deed thou mayest have done, here will be the open door for thee, and the welcome of a friend." Her voice shook a little as she spake, and she was silent again, mastering her trouble. Then she said: "At last I must say this to thee, that there may no lie be between us. That damsel of whom thou spakest, that she was but thy friend and not thy love, oh that I might be thy friend in such wise! But over clearly I see that it may not be so, for thy mind looketh on thy deeds to come, that they shall be shared by some other than me. Friend, it seemeth strange and strange to me, that I have come on thee so suddenly, and loved thee so sorely, and that I must needs say farewell to thee in so short a while. Farewell, farewell." Therewith she arose, and once more she took his hand in hers, and led him to the door. And he was sorry and all amazed, for he had not thought so much of her before, that he might see that she loved him, and he thought but that she, being happy and great, was kind to him who was hapless and homeless. And he was bewildered by her words, and sore ashamed, that for all his grief for her he had no speech, and scarce a look for her. He knew not what to do or say, so he left the Queen's house and the court thereof, as though the pavement were growing red hot beneath his feet. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 30. Ralph hath hope of tidings concerning the Well at the World's End. Now he goes to Clement and tells him that he deems he had no need to abide their departure from Goldburg to say farewell and follow his quest further afield, since it is clear that in Goldburg he should have no more tidings. Clement laughed and said, "Not so fast, Lord Ralph. Thou mayst yet hear a word or two." "What?" said Ralph. "Hast thou heard of something new?" Said Clement, "There has been a man here seeking thee, who said that he wotted of a wise man, who could tell you much concerning the Well at the World's End. And when I asked him of the damsel and the Lord of Utterbol, if he knew anything of her, he said yea, but that he would keep it for thy privy ear. So I bade him go and come again when thou shouldst be here, and I deem that he will not tarry long." Now they were sitting on a bench outside the hall of the hostel, with the court between them and the gate, and Ralph said, "Tell me, didst thou deem the man good or bad?" Said Clement, "He was hard to look into, but at least he looked not a fierce or cruel man, nor indeed did he seem false or sly, though I take him for one who has lost his manhood. But lo you, here he comes across the court." So Ralph looked, and saw in sooth a man drawing nigh, who came straight up to them, and louted to them, and then stood before them waiting for their word. He was fat and somewhat short, white-faced and pink-cheeked, with yellow hair long and curling, and with a little thin red beard and blue eyes, altogether much unlike the fashion of men of those parts. He was clad gaily in an orange tawny coat laced with silver, and broidered with colours. Clement spake to him and said, This is the young knight who is minded to seek further east to what if it be mere lies which he hath heard of the Well at the World's End. The newcomer louted before them again, and said in a small voice, and as one who was shy and somewhat afeared, Lords, I can tell many a tale concerning that well, and them who have gone on the quest thereof. And the first thing I have to tell is that the way thereto is through Utterness, and that I can be a shower of the way, and a leader to any worthy knight who listeth to seek thither. And moreover, I know of a sage who dwelleth not far from the town of Utterness, and who, if he will, can put a seeker of the well on the right road. He looked askance on Ralph, whose face flushed and whose eyes glittered on that word. But Clement said, Yea, that seemeth fair to look to. But hark ye, is it not so that the way to Utterness is perilous? Said the man, Thou mayst rather call it deadly, to any who is not furnished with a let-pass from the Lord of Utterbol, as I am. But with such a scroll, a child or a woman may wend the road unharmed. Where hast thou the said let-pass? Said Clement. Here, quoth the newcomer, and therewith he drew a scroll from out of his pouch, and opened it before them, and they read it together. And sure enough it was a writing charging all men so let pass and aid Morfinn the minstrel, of whose aspect it told closely, under pain of falling into the displeasure of Gandalf, Lord of Utterbol, and the date thereon was but 3 months old. Said Clement, This is good, this let pass. See thou, Ralph, the seal of Utterbol, the bear upon the castle wall. None would dare to counterfeit this seal, save one who was weary of life and longed for torments. Said Ralph, smiling, Thou seest, Master Clement, that there must be a parting betwixt us, and that this man's coming furthers it. But were he, or were he not, yet the parting had come. And wert thou not liefer that it should come in a way to pleasure and aid me, than that thou shouldst but leave me behind at Goldburg when thou departest, and I with naught done towards the achieving my quest, but merely dragging my deedless body about these streets, and at last, it may be, going on a perilous journey without guiding or safe conduct? Yea, lad, said Clement, I wotted well that thou wouldst take thine own way, but fain had I been that it had been mine also. Then he pondered a while, and said afterwards, I suppose that thou wilt take thy servant, Bull Shockhead, with thee, for he is a stout man at arms, and I deem him trusty, though he is a wild man. But one man is of little avail to a traveller on a perilous road, so if thou wilt, I will give leave and licence to 50 of the sergeants to follow thee on the road. For, as thou wottest, I may easily wage others in their place. Or else wouldst thou ask the Queen of Goldburg to give thee 100 of men-at-arms? She looked to me the other day as one who would deny thee few of thine askings. Ralph blushed red and said, Nay, I will not ask her this. Then he was silent. The newcomer looked from one to the other and said nothing. At last Ralph spake. Look you, Clement, my friend, I wot well how thou wouldst make my going safe, even if it were to thy loss, and I thank thee for it. But I deem I shall do no better than putting myself into this man's hands, since he has a let-pass for the lands of him of Utterbol. And meseemeth from all that I have heard, that 50 or 100, or for the matter of that, 100 men-at-arms would not be enough to fight a way to Utterbol, and their gathering together would draw folk upon them, who would not meddle with 2 men journeying together, even if they had no let-pass of this mighty man. Clement sighed and grunted, and then said, Well, Lord, maybe thou art right. Yea, said the guide, he is as right as may be. I have not spoken before, lest ye may have deemed me untrustworthy, but now I tell thee this, that never should a small band of men unknown win through the lands of the Lord of Utterbol, or the land debatable that lieth betwixt them and Goldburg." Ralph nodded friendly at him as he spake, but Clement looked on him sternly, and the man beheld his scowling face innocently, and took no heed of it. Then said Ralph, "As to Bull Shockhead, I will speak to him anon, but I will not take him with me, for indeed I fear lest his mountain pride grow up over greenly at whiles, and entangle me in some thicket of peril hard to win out of." "Well," said Clement, "and when wilt thou depart?" "To–morrow," said Ralph, "if my faring fellow be ready for me by then." "I am all ready," said the man. "If thou wilt ride out by the east gate about 2 hours before noon to–morrow, I will abide thee on a good horse, with all that we may need for the journey. And now I ask leave." "Thou hast it," said Clement. So the man departed, and those two being left alone, Master Clement said, "Well, I deemed that nothing else would come of it, and I fear that thy gossip will be ill content with me, for great is the peril." "Yea," said Ralph, "and great the reward." Clement smiled and sighed, and said, "Well, lad, even so hath a many thought before thee, wise men as well as fools." Ralph looked at him, and reddened, and departed from him a little, and went walking in the cloister there to and fro, and pondered these matters, and whatever he might do, still would that trim figure be before his eyes, which he had looked on so gladly erewhile in the hostel of Bourton Abbas. And he said aloud to himself, "Surely she needeth me, and draweth me to her whether I will or no." So wore the day. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 31. The Beginning of the Road to Utterbol. Early next morning Ralph arose and called Bull Shockhead to him, and said, "So it is, Bull, that thou art my war-taken thrall." Bull nodded his head, but frowned therewithal. Said Ralph, "If I bid thee aught that is not beyond reason, thou wilt do it, wilt thou not?" "Yea," said Bull surlily. "Well," quoth Ralph, "I am going a journey east away, and I may not have thee with me. Therefore I bid thee take this gold and go free with my good will." Bull's face lighted up, and the eyes glittered in his face, but he said, "Yea, king's son, but why wilt thou not take me with thee?" Said Ralph, "It is a perilous journey, and thy being with me will cast thee into peril, and make mine more. Moreover, I have an errand, as thou wottest, which is all mine own." Bull pondered a little, and then said, "King's son, I was thinking at first that our errands lay together, and it is so. But belike thou sayest true, that there will be less peril to each of us if we sunder at this time. But now I will say this to thee, that henceforth thou shalt be as a brother to me, if thou wilt have it so. And if ever thou comest amongst our people, thou wilt be in no danger of them. Nay, they shall do all the good they may to thee." Then he took him by the hand and kissed him, and he set his hand to his gear and drew forth a little purse of some small beast's skin that was broidered in front with a pair of bull's horns. Then he stooped down and plucked a long and tough bent from the grass at his feet, for they were talking in the garden of the hostel, and twisted it swiftly into a strange knot of many plies, and opening the purse laid it therein, and said, "King's son, this is the token whereby it shall be known amongst our folk that I have made thee my brother. Whether flames roaring about thee, or the swords clashing over thine head, if thou cry out, I am the brother of Bull Shockhead, all those of my kindred who are near will be thy friends and thy helpers. And now I say to thee, farewell. But it is not altogether unlike that thou mayest hear of me again in the furthest east." So Ralph departed from him, and Clement went with Ralph to the gate of Goldburg, and bade him farewell there. and or they parted he said, Meseems I have with me now some deal of the foreseeing of Catherine my wife, and in my mind it is that we shall yet see thee at Wulstead and Upmeads, and thou no less famous than now thou art. This is my last word to thee. Therewith they parted, and Ralph rode his ways. He came on his way leader about a bow-shot from the gate, and they greeted each other. The said guide was clad no otherwise than yesterday. He had saddle-bags on his horse, which was a strong black roadster, but he was nowise armed, and bore but a satchel with a case of knives done on to it, and on the other side a fiddle in its case. So Ralph smiled on him and said, Thou hast no weapon then? What need for weapon, said he, since we are not of might for battle? This is my weapon, said he, touching his fiddle, and withal it is my field and mine acre that raiseth flesh meat and bread for me, yea, and whiles a little drink. So they rode on together, and the man was blithe and merry, and Ralph said to him, Since we are fellows for a good while, as I suppose, what shall I call thee? Said he, Morfinn the minstrel I hight, to serve thee, fair lord, or some call me Morfinn the unmanned. Wilt thou not now ask me concerning that privy word that I had for thine ears? Yea, said Ralph, reddening. Hath it to do with a woman? Not less, said Morfinn, for I heard of thee asking many questions thereof in Goldburg, and I said to myself, Now may I, who am bound for utterness, do a good turn to this fair young lord, whose face bewrayeth his heart, and telleth all men that he is kind and bounteous, so that there is no doubt but he will reward me well at once for any help I may give him, and also it may be that he will do me a good turn hereafter, in memory of this that I have done him. Speak, wilt thou not, said Ralph, and tell me at once if thou hast seen this woman. Be sure that I shall reward thee. Nay, nay, fair sir, said Morfinn, a woman I have seen brought captive to the house of Utterbol. See thou to it if she be whom thou seekest. He smiled therewith, but now Ralph deemed him not so debonair as he had at first, for there was mocking in the smile. Therefore he was wroth, but he refrained him and said, Sir minstrel, I wot not why thou hast come with a tale in thy mouth, and it will not out of it. Lo you, will this open the doors of speech to thee? And he reached his hand out to him with 2 pieces of gold lying therein. Or shall this? And therewith he half drew his sword from his sheath. Said Morfinn, grinning again, Nay, I fear not the bare steel in thine hands, knight, for thou hast not fool written plain in thy face, therefore thou wilt not slay thy way-leader, or even anger him overmuch. And as to thy gold, the wages shall be paid at the journey's end. I was but seeking about in my mind how best to tell thee my tale, so that thou mightest believe my word, which is true. Thus it goes. As I left Utterbol a month ago, I saw a damsel brought in captive there, and she seemed to me so exceeding fair that I looked hard on her, and asked one of the men-at-arms, who is my friend, concerning the market whereat she was cheapened. And he told me that she had not been bought, but taken out of the hands of the wild men from the further mountains. Is that aught like your story, lord? Yea, said Ralph, knitting his brows in eagerness. Well, said Morfinn, but there are more fair women than one in the world, and belike this is not thy friend. So now, as well as I may, I will tell thee what like she was, and if thou knowest her not, thou mayest give me those 2 gold pieces and go back again. She was tall rather than short, and slim rather than bigly made, but many women are fashioned so, and doubtless she was worn by travel, since she has at least come from over the mountains. But that is little to tell her by. Her hands and her feet also, for she was a horseback and barefoot, wrought well beyond most women. Yet so might it have been with some. Yet few, methinks, of women who have worked afield, as I deem her to have done, would have hands and feet so shapely. Her face tanned with the sun, but with fair colour shining through it. Her hair brown, yet with a fair bright colour shining therein, and very abundant. Her cheeks smooth, round, and well wrought as any imager could do them. Her chin round and cloven. Her lips full and red, but firm set, as if she might be both valiant and wroth. her eyes set wide apart, grey and deep, her whole face sweet of aspect, as though she might be exceeding kind to one that pleased her, yet high and proud of demeanour also, meseemed, as though she were come of great kindred. Is this aught like to thy friend? He spake all this slowly and smoothly, and that mocking smile came into his face now and again. Ralph grew pale as he spoke, and knitted his brows as one in great wrath and grief, and he was slow to answer. But at last he said, Yea, shortly and sharply. Then said Morfinn, And yet after all it might not be she, for there might be another or two even in these parts of whom all this might be said. But now I will tell thee of her raiment, though there may be but little help to thee therein, as she may have shifted it many times since thou hast seen her. Thus it was. She was clad outwardly in a green gown, short of skirt, as one wont to go afoot, somewhat straight in the sleeves, as one who hath household work to do, and there was broidery many coloured on the seams thereof, and a border of flower work round the hem. And this I noted, that a cantle of the skirt had been rent away by some hap of the journey. Now what sayest thou, fair lord? Have I done well to bring thee this tale? Oh, yea, yea, said Ralph, and he might not contain himself, but set spurs to his horse, and galloped on ahead for some furlong or so, and then drew rein and gat off his horse, and made as if he would see to his saddle-girths, for he might not refrain from weeping the sweet and bitter tears of desire and fear, so stirred the soul within him. Morfinn rode on quietly, and by then he came up. Ralph was mounting again, and when he was in the saddle he turned away his head from his fellow, and said in a husky voice, Morfinn, I command thee, or if thou wilt I beseech thee, that thou speak not to me again of this woman whom I am seeking, for it moveth me overmuch. That is well, lord, said Morfinn. I will do after thy command, and there be many other matters to speak of besides one fair woman. Then they rode on soberly a while, and Ralph kept silence, as he rode pondering much. But the minstrel hummed snatches of rhyme as he rode the way. But at last Ralph turned to him suddenly and said, Tell me, way leader, in what wise did they seem to be using that woman? The minstrel chuckled. Fair lord, said he, if I had a mind for mocking, I might say of thee that thou blowest both hot and cold, since it was but half an hour ago that thou badest me speak not of her. But I deem that I know thy mind herein, so I will tell thee that they seemed to be using her courteously, as is no marvel, for who would wish to mar so fair an image? Oh, it will be well with her. I noted that the lord seemed to think it good to ride beside her, and eye her all over. Yea, she shall have a merry life of it if she but do somewhat after the Lord's will. Ralph looked askance at him fiercely, but the other heeded it not. Then said Ralph, And how if she do not his will? Said Morfinn grinning, Then hast my lord a many servants to do his will. Ralph held his peace for a long while. At last he turned a cleared brow to Morfinn and said, Dost thou tell of the Lord of Utterbol that he is a good lord and merciful to his folk and servants? Fair sir, said the minstrel, thou hast bidden me not to speak of one woman. Now will I pray thee not to speak of one man, and that is my Lord of Utterbol. Ralph's heart fell at this word, and he asked no questions as to wherefore. So now they rode on both, rather more than soberly, for a while. But the day was fair, the sun shone, the wind blew, and the sweet scents floated about them, and Ralph's heart cast off its burden somewhat, and he fell to speech again. And the minstrel answered him gaily by seeming, noting many things as they rode along, as one that took delight in the fashion of the earth. It was a fresh and bright morning of early autumn. The sheaves were on the acres, and the grapes were blackening to the vintage, and the beasts and birds at least were merry. But little merry were the husbandmen whom they met, either carles or queens, and they were scantily and foully clad, and sullen-faced, if not hunger-pinched. If they came across any somewhat joyous, it was here and there certain gangrel folk resting on the wayside grass, or coming out of woods and other passes by twos and threes, whiles with a child or two with them. These were of aspect like to the gipsies of our time and nation, and were armed all of them, and mostly well clad after their fashion. Sometimes, when there were as many as 4 or 5 carles of them together, they would draw up amidst of the highway, but presently would turn aside at the sight either of Ralph's war gear or of the minstrel's raiment. Forsooth, some of them seemed to know him, and nodded friendly to him as they passed by, but he gave them back no good day. They had now ridden out of the lands of Goldburg, which were narrow on that side, and the day was wearing fast. This way the land was fair and rich, with no hills of any size. They crossed a big river twice by bridges, and small streams often, mostly by fords. Some 2 hours before sunset they came upon a place where a byway joined the high road, and on the ingle stood a chapel of stone, whether of the heathen or Christian men Ralph wotted not, for it was uncouth of fashion. And by the door of the said chapel, on a tussock of grass, sat a knight all armed save the head, and beside him a squire held his war-horse, and 5 other men-at-arms stood anigh bearing halberds and axes of strange fashion. The knight rose to his feet when he saw the wayfarers coming up the rising ground, and Ralph had his hand on his sword-hilt, but ere they met, the minstrel said, "Nay, nay, draw thy let-pass, not thy sword. This knight shall bid thee to a courteous joust, but do thou nay say it, for he is a mere felon, and shalt set his men-at-arms on thee, and then will rob thee and slay thee after, or cast thee into his prison." So Ralph drew out his parchment which Morfinn had given into his keeping, and held it open in his hand, and when the knight called out on him in a rough voice as they drew anigh, he said, "Nay, sir, I may not stay me now, need driveth me on." Quoth the knight, smoothing out a knitted brow, "Fair sir, since thou art a friend of our lord, wilt thou not come home to my house, which is hard by, and rest a while, and eat a morsel, and drink a cup, and sleep in a fair chamber thereafter?" "Nay, sir," said Ralph, "for time presses," and he passed on withal, and the knight made no step to stay him, but laughed a short laugh, like a swine snorting, and sat him down on the grass again. Ralph heeded him not, but was glad that his let-pass was shown to be good for something, but he could see that the minstrel was nigh sick for fear, and was shaking like an aspen leaf, and it was long ere he found his tongue again. Forth then they rode till dusk, when the minstrel stayed Ralph at a place where a sort of hovels lay together about a house somewhat better builded, which Ralph took for a hostelry, though it had no sign nor bush. They entered the said house, wherein was an old woman to whom the minstrel spake a word or two in a tongue that Ralph knew not, and straightway she got them victual and drink nowise ill, and showed them to beds thereafter. In spite of both victuals and drink, the minstrel fell silent and moody. It might be from weariness, Ralph deemed, and he himself had no great lust for talk, so he went bedward, and made the bed pay for all. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 32. Ralph happens on evil days. Early on the morrow they departed, and now in the morning light and the sun the minstrel seemed glad again, and talked abundantly, even though at whiles Ralph answered him little. As they rode, the land began to get less fertile and less, till at last there was but tillage here and there in patches. Of houses there were but few, and the rest was but dark heathland and bog, with scraggy woods scattered about the countryside. Naught happened to tell of, save that once in the afternoon, as they were riding up to the skirts of one of the woods aforesaid, weaponed men came forth from it and drew up across the way. They were a dozen in all, and 4 were horsed. Ralph set his hand to his sword, but the minstrel cried out, "Nay, no weapons, no weapons! Pull out thy let-pass again, and show it in thine hand, and then let us on." So saying, he drew a white kerchief from his hand, and tied it to the end of his riding staff, and so rode trembling by Ralph's side. Therewith they rode on together towards those men, whom as they drew near they heard laughing and jeering at them, though in a tongue that Ralph knew not. They came so close at last that the waylayers could see the parchment clearly, with the seal thereon, and then they made obeisance to it, as though it were the relic of a saint, and drew off quietly into the wood, one by one. These were big men and savage-looking, and their armour was utterly uncouth. The minstrel was loud in his mirth when they were well past these men, but Ralph rode on silently, and was somewhat soberly. "Fair sir," quoth the minstrel, "I would wager that I know thy thought." "Yea," said Ralph, "what is it then?" Said the minstrel, "Thou art thinking what thou shalt do when thou meetest such like folk on thy way back. But fear not, for with that same seal thou shalt pass through the land again." Said Ralph, "Yea, something like that forsooth was in my thought, but also I was pondering who should be my guide when I leave Utterbol." The minstrel looked at him askance. Quoth he, "Thou mayest leave thinking of that a while." Ralph looked hard at him, but could make naught of the look of his face, so he said, "Why dost thou say that?" Said Morfinn, "Because I know whither thou art bound, and have been wondering this long while that thou hast asked me not about the way to the Well at the World's End, since I told thy friend the merchant that I could tell thee somewhat concerning it. But I suppose thou hast been thinking of something else?" "Well," said Ralph, "tell me what thou hast to say of the Well." Said Morfinn, "This will I tell thee first, that if thou hast any doubt that such a place there is, thou mayest set that aside, for we of Utterness and Utterbol are sure thereof. And of all nations and peoples whereof we know, we deem that we are the nighest thereto. How sayest thou? Is that not already something?" "Yea, verily," said Ralph. "Now," said Morfinn, "the next thing to be said is that we are on the road thereto. But the third thing again is this, lord, that though few who seek it find it, yet we know that some have failed not of it, besides that Lord of Goldburg, of whom I know that thou hast heard. Furthermore, there dwelleth a sage in the woods, not right far from Utterbol, a hermit living by himself, and folk seek to him for diverse lore, to be holpen by him in one way or other, and of him men say that he hath so much lore concerning the road to the Well, whether he hath been there himself they know not certainly, that if he will, he can put any one on the road so surely that he will not fail to come there, but he be slain on the way, as I said to thee in Goldburg. True it is that the said sage is chary of his lore, and if he think any harm of the seeker, he will show him naught. But fair sir, thou art so valiant and so goodly, and as meseemeth so good a knight per amour, that I deem it a certain thing that he will tell thee the uttermost of his knowledge." Now again waxed Ralph eager concerning his quest, for true it is that since he had had that story of the damsel from the minstrel, she had stood in the way before the Well at the World's End. But now he said, "And canst thou bring me to the said sage, good minstrel?" "Without doubt," quoth Morfinn, "when we are once safe at Utterbol. From Utterbol ye may wend any road." "Yea," said Ralph, "and there are perils yet a few on the way, is it not so?" "So it is," said the minstrel, "but tomorrow shall try all." Said Ralph, "And is there some special peril ahead tomorrow? And if it be so, what is it?" Said his fellow, "It would avail thee naught to know it. What then, doth that daunt thee?" "No," said Ralph. "By then it is nigh enough to hurt us, we shall be nigh enough to see it." "Well said," quoth the minstrel, "but now we must mend our pace, or dark night shall overtake us amid these rough ways." Wild as the land was, they came at even to a place where were a few houses of woodmen or hunters, and they got off their horses and knocked at the door of one of these, and a great black-haired carle opened to them, who, when he saw the knight's armour, would have clapped the door to again, had not Ralph by the minstrel's rede held out the parchment to him, who, when he saw it, became humble indeed, and gave them such guesting as he might, which was scant indeed of victual or drink, save wild fowl from the heath. But they had wine with them from the last guest house, whereof they bade the carle to drink, but he would not, and in all wise seemed to be in dread of them. When it was morning, early they rose their ways, and the carle seemed glad to be rid of them. After they had ridden a few miles, the land bettered somewhat. There were islands of deep green pasture amidst the blackness of the heath, with cattle grazing on them, and here and there was a little tillage. The land was little better than level, only it swelled a little this way and that. It was a bright sunny day, and the air very clear, and as they rode, Ralph said, "Quite clear is the sky, and yet one cloud there is in the offing. But this is strange about it. Though I have been watching it this half hour, and looking to see the wrack come up from that quarter, yet it changes not at all. I never saw the like of this cloud." Said the minstrel, "Yea, fair sir, and of this cloud I must tell thee that it will change no more till the bones of the earth are tumbled together. Forsooth this is no cloud, but the topmost head of the mountain ridge which men call the wall of the world. And if ever thou come close up to the said wall, that shall fear thee, I deem, however fearless thou be." "Is it nigh to Utterness?" said Ralph. "Nay," said the minstrel, "not so nigh, for as huge as it seemeth thence." Said Ralph, "Do folk tell that the Well at the World's End lieth beyond it?" "Surely," said the minstrel. Said Ralph, his face flushing, "Forsooth, that ancient lord of Goldburg came through those mountains, and why not I?" "Yea," said the minstrel, "why not?" And therewith he looked uneasily on Ralph, who heeded his looks not, for his mind was set on high matters. On then they rode, and when trees or some dip in the land hid that mountain top from them, the way seemed long to Ralph. Not Befell to Telleth for some while, but at last, when it was drawing towards evening again, they had been riding through a thick pine wood for a long while, and coming out of it they beheld before them a plain country, fairly well grassed, but lo! on the field, not far from the roadside, a pavilion pitched, and a banner on the top thereof, but the banner hung down about the staff, so that the bearing was not seen. And about this pavilion, which was great and rich of fashion, were many tents, great and small, and there were horses tethered in the field, and men moving about the gleam of armour. At this sight the minstrel drew rein and stared about him wildly. But Ralph said, "What is this? Is it the peril aforesaid?" "Yea," quoth the minstrel, shivering with fear. "What aileth thee?" said Ralph. "Have we not the let pass? What then can befall us? If this be other than the Lord of Utterbol, he will see our let pass and let us alone. Or if it be he indeed, what harm shall he do to the bearers of his own pass? Come on then, or else," and therewith he half drew his sword, "is this Lord of Utterbol but another name for the devil in hell?" But the minstrel still stared wild and trembled. Then he stammered out, "I thought I should bring thee to Utterness first, and that some other should lead thee thence. I did not look to see him. I dare not, I dare not. Oh, look, look!" As he spake, the wind arose and ran along the woodside, and beat back from it, and stirred the canvas of the tents, and raised the folds of the banner, and it blew out, so that the bearing was clear to see. Yet Ralph deemed it not dreadful, but an armoury fit for a baron, to wit, a black bear on a castle wall on a field of gold. But as Ralph sat on his horse gazing, him seemed that men were looking towards him, and a great horn was sounded hard by the pavilion. Then Ralph looked toward the minstrel fiercely, and laughed, and said, "I see now that thou art another traitor. So get thee gone, I have more to do than the slaying of thee." And therewith he turned his horse's head, and smote the spurs into the sides of him, and went a great gallop over the field on the right side of the road, away from the gay pavilion. But even therewith came a 50 of horsemen from the camp, as if they were awaiting him, and they spurred after him straightway. The race was no long one, for Ralph's beast was wearied, and the other horses were fresh, and Ralph knew not of the country before him, whereas those riders knew it well. Therefore it was but a few minutes till they came up with him, and he made no show of defence, but suffered them to lead him away, and he crossed the highway, where he saw no token of the minstrel. So they brought him to the pavilion, and made him dismount and led him in. The dusk had fallen by now, but within it was all bright with candles. The pavilion was hung with rich silken cloth, and at the further end, on a carpet of the hunting, was an ivory chair, whereon sat a man, who was the only one sitting. He was clad in a gown of blue silk, broidered with roundels, beaten with the bear upon the castle wall. Ralph deemed that this must be no other than the Lord of Utterbol. Yet after all the tales he had heard of that lord, he seemed no such terrible man. He was short of stature, but broad across the shoulders, his hair long, straight, and dark brown of hue, and his beard scanty. He was straight-featured and smooth-faced, and had been no ill-looking man, save that his skin was sallow, and for his eyes, which were brown, small, and somewhat bloodshot. Beside him stood Morfinn, bowed down with fear, and not daring to look either at the lord or at Ralph. Wherefore he knew for certain that when he had called him traitor even now, that it was no more than the very sooth, and that he had fallen into a trap. Though how or why he wotted not clearly. Well then might his heart have fallen, but so it was, that when he looked into the face of this lord, the terror of the lands, hatred of him so beset his heart that it swallowed up fear in him. Albeit he held himself well in hand, for his soul was waxing, and he deemed that he should yet do great deeds, therefore he desired to live, whatsoever pains or shame of the passing day he might suffer. Now this mighty lord spake, and his voice was harsh and squeaking, so that the sound of it was worse than the sight of his face. And he said, "Bring the man forth, that I may see him." So they brought up Ralph, till he was eye to eye with the lord, who turned to Morfinn and said, "Is this thy catch, lucky man?" "Yea," quavered Morfinn, not lifting his eyes. "Will he do, lord?" "Do?" said the lord. "How can I see him when he is all muffled up in steel? Ye fools, doff his war gear." Speedily then had they stripped Ralph of hauberk and helm and arm and leg plates, so that he stood up in his jerkin and breeches, and the lord leaned forward to look on him as if he were cheapening a horse, and then turned to a man somewhat stricken in years, clad in scarlet, who stood on his other hand, and said to him, "Well, David the sage, is this the sort of man? Is he goodly enough?" Then the elder put on a pair of spectacles and eyed Ralph curiously a while, and then said, "There are no two words to be said about it. He is as goodly and well-fashioned a young man as was ever sold." "Well," said the lord, turning towards Morfinn, "the catch is good, lucky man. David will give thee gold for it, and thou mayst go back west when thou wilt. And thou must be lucky again, moreover, because there are women needed for my house, and they must be goodly and meek, and not grievously marked with stripes or branded, so that thou hadst best take them, luckily if thou mayest, and not buy them. Now go, for there are more than enough men under this woven roof, and we need no half-men to boot." Said David, the old man, grinning, "He will hold him well paid if he go unscathed from before thee, lord, for he looked not to meet thee here, but thought to bring the young man to Utterness, that he might be kept there till thou camest." The lord said grimly, "He is not far wrong to fear me, maybe, but he shall go for this time. But if he bring me not those women within 3 months' wearing, and if there be but 2 uncomely ones amongst them, let him look to it. Give him his gold, David. Now take ye the new man, and let him rest, and give him meat and drink. And look you, David, if he be not in condition when he cometh home to Utterbol, thou shalt pay for it in one way or other, if not in thine own person, since thou art old and deft of service, then through those that be dear to thee. Go now." David smiled on Ralph, and led him out unto a tent not far off, and there he made much of him, and bade bring meat and drink and all he needed. Withal he bade him not to try fleeing, lest he be slain, and he showed him how nigh the guards were, and how many. Glad was the old man when he saw the captive put a good face on matters, and that he was not downhearted. In sooth, that hatred of the tyrant mingled with hope sustained Ralph's heart. He had been minded when he was brought before the Lord to have shown the letter of the Queen of Goldburg, and to defy him if he still held him captive. But when he had beheld him and his fellowship a while, he thought better of it. For though they had abundance of rich plenishing, and gay raiment, and good weapons and armour, howbeit of strange and uncouth fashion, yet he deemed when he looked on them that they would scarce have the souls of men in their bodies, but that they were utterly vile through and through, like the shapes of an evil dream. Therefore he thought shame of it to show the Queen's letter to them, even as if he had shown them the very naked body of her, who had been so piteous kind to him. Also he had no mind to wear his heart on his sleeve, but would keep his own counsel, and let his foemen speak, and show what was in their minds. For this cause he now made himself sweet, and was of good cheer with old David, deeming him to be a great man there, as indeed he was, being the chief counsellor of the Lord of Utterbol. Though forsooth not so much his own counsellor as that he durst counsel otherwise than as the Lord desired to go, unless he thought that it would bring his said Lord, and therefore himself, to very present peril and damage. In short, though this man had not been bought for money, he was little better than a thrall of the higher sort, as forsooth were all the Lord's men, saving the best and trustiest of his warriors, and these were men whom the Lord somewhat feared himself. Though on the other hand he could not but know that they understood how the dread of the Lord of Utterbold was a shield to them, and that if it were to die out amongst men, their own skins were not worth many days' purchase. So then David spake pleasantly with Ralph, and ate and drank with him, and saw that he was well bedded for the night, and left him in the first watch. But Ralph lay down in little more trouble than the night before, when, though he were being led friendly to Utterness, yet he had not been able to think what he should do when he came there. Whereas now he thought, who knoweth what shall betide? And for me there is naught to do save to lay hold of the occasion that another may give me, and at the worst I scarce deem that I am being led to the slaughter. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Well at the World's End, Book 2 by William Morris. Chapter 33. Ralph is brought on the road towards Utterbol. But now when it was morning, they struck the tents, and laded them on wains, and went their ways the selfsame road that Ralph had been minded for yesterday, to wit, the road to Utterness. But now must he ride it unarmed and guarded, other shame had he none. Indeed David, who stuck close to his side all day, was so sugary sweet with him, and praised and encouraged him so diligently, that Ralph began to have misgivings that all this kindness was but as the flower garlands wherewith the heathen times men were wont to deck the slaughter beasts for the blood offering. Yea, and into his mind came certain tales of how there were heathen men yet in the world, who beguiled men and women, and offered them up to their devils, whom they called gods. But all this ran off him soon, when he bethought him how little wisdom there was in running to meet the evil which might be on the way, and that way a rough and perilous one. So he plucked up heart, and spake freely and gaily with David and one or two others who rode anigh. They were amidst of the company. The Lord went first after his forerunners in a litter done about with precious cloths, and 20 horsemen came next, fully armed after their manner. Then rode Ralph with David and 6 of the magnates. Then came a sort of cooks and other serving men, but none without a weapon. And last another score of men at arms, so that he saw that fleeing was not to be thought of though he was not bound, and save for lack of weapons rode like a free man. The day was clear as yesterday had been, wherefore again Ralph saw the distant mountain top like a cloud, and he gazed at it long till David said, I see that thou art gazing hard at the mountains, and perchance art longing to be beyond them, were it but to see what like the land is on the farther side. If all tales be true, thou art best this side thereof, whatever thy lot may be. Lieth death on the other side then? quoth Ralph. Yea, said David, But that is not all, since he is not asleep elsewhere in the world. But men say that over there are things to be seen which might slay a strong man for pure fear, without stroke of sword or dint of axe. Yea, said Ralph, but how was it then with him that builded Goldburg? Oh, said David, hast thou heard that tale? Well, they say of him, who certes went over those mountains, and drank of the well at the world's end, that he was one of the lucky. Yet for all his luck never had he drunk the draught had he not been helped by one who had learned many things, a woman to wit. For he was one of them with whom all women are in love, and thence indeed was his luck. Moreover, when all is said, 'tis but a tale. Yea, quoth Ralph, laughing, even as the tales of the ghosts and bugs that abide the wayfarer on the other side of yonder white moveless cloud. David laughed in his turn, and said, Thou hast me there, and whether or no, these tales are nothing to us, who shall never leave Utterbol again while we live, save in such company as this. Then he held his peace, but presently spake again. Hast thou heard anything then of those tales of the well at the world's end? I mean others beside that concerning the Lord of Goldburg. Yea, surely I have, said Ralph, nowise changing countenance. Said David, Deemst thou aught of them? Deemst thou that it may be true that a man may drink of the well, and recover his youth thereby? Ralph laughed, and said, Master, it is rather for me to ask thee herefore, than thou me, since thou dwellest so much nigher thereto than I have done heretofore. David drew up close to him, and said softly, Nigher? Yea, but belike not so much nigher. How meanest thou? said Ralph. Said David, Is it so nigh that a man may leave home and come thereto in his lifetime? Yea, said Ralph, in my tales it is. Said the old man still softlier, Had I deemed that true, I had tried the adventure, whatever might lie beyond the mountains. But, and he sighed withal, I deem it untrue. Therewith dropped the talk of that matter, and in sooth Ralph was loath to make many words thereof, lest his eagerness shine through, and all the story of him be known. Anon it was noon, and the Lord bade all men stay for meat, so his serving men busied themselves about his dinner, and David went with them. Then the men at arms bade Ralph sit among them and share their meat. So they sat down all by the wayside, and they spake kindly and friendly to Ralph, and especially their captain, a man somewhat low of stature, but long-armed like the Lord, a man of middle age, beardless and spare of body, but wiry and tough-looking, with hair of the hue of the dust of the sandstone quarry. This man fell a-talking with Ralph, and asked him of the manner of tilting, and courteous jousting between knights in the countries of knighthood, till that talk dropped between them. Then Ralph looked round upon the land, which had now worsened again, and was little better than rough moorland, little fed, and not at all tilled, and he said, This is all but a sorry land for earth's increase. Well, said the captain, I wot not. It beareth plover, and wimbrel, and conies, and hares, yea, and men withal, some few, and whereas it beareth naught else that cometh of my lord's will. For deemst thou that he should suffer a rich land betwixt him and Goldburg, that it might sustain a host big enough to deal with him? But is not this his land? said Ralph. Said the captain, Nay, and also yea. None shall dwell in it save as he willeth, and they shall pay him tribute, be it never so little. Yet some there are of them, who are to him as the hounds be to the hunter, and these same he even wageth, so that if aught rare and goodly cometh their way, they shall bring it to his hands, as thou thyself knowest to thy cost. Yea, said Ralph, smiling, and is Morfinn the Unnamed one of these curs? Yea, said the captain with a grin, and one of the richest of them, in spite of his fiddle and minstrel's gear, and his lack of manhood, for he is the cunningest of men. But my lord unmanned him for some good reason. Ralph kept silence a while, and then said, Why doth the Goldburg folk suffer all this felony, robbery, and confusion so near their borders, and the land debateable? Said the captain, and again he grinned, Passing for thy hard words, Sir Knight, why dost thou suffer me to lead thee along whither thou wouldst not?" "Because I cannot help myself," said Ralph. Said the captain, "Even so it is with the Goldburg folk. If they raise hand against some of these strong thieves or man-stealers, he has but to send the war arrow round about these deserts, as ye deem them, and he will presently have as rough a company of carles for his friends as need be, say 100 of them. And the Goldburg folk are not very handy at a fray without their walls. Forsooth within them it is another matter, and beside not even our Lord of Utterbol would see Goldburg broken down, no, not for all that he might win there." "Is it deemed a holy place in the land then?" said Ralph. "I wot not the meaning of holy," said the other, "but all we deem that when Goldburg shall fall, the world shall change, so that living therein shall be hard to them that have not drunk of the water of the Well of the World's End." Ralph was silent a while, and eyed the captain curiously. Then he said, "Have the Goldburgers so drunk?" Said the captain, "Nay, nay, but the word goes that under each tower of Goldburg lieth a youth and a maiden that have drunk of the water, and might not die save by point and edge." Then was Ralph silent again, for once more he fell pondering the manner if he had been led away to be offered as a blood offering to some of the evil gods of the land. But as he pondered, a flourish of trumpets was blown, and all men sprang up, and the captain said to Ralph, "Now hath our lord done his dinner, and we must to horse." Anon they were on the way again, and they rode long and saw little change in the aspect of the land, neither did that cloud-like token of the distant mountains grow any greater or clearer to Ralph's deeming. End of chapter 33. Recording by Todd. Chapter 34 of The Well at the World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Well at the World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 34. The Lord of Utterbol will wot of Ralph's might and minstrelsy. A little before sunset they made halt for the night, and Ralph was shown to a tent as erst, and had meat and drink good enough brought to him. But somewhat after he had done eating comes David to him and says, "Up, young man, and come to my lord, he asketh for thee." "What will he want with me?" said Ralph. "Yea, that is a proper question to ask," quoth David, "as though the knife should ask the cutler, what will thou cut with me? Dost thou deem that I durst ask him of his will with thee?" "I am ready to go with thee," said Ralph. So they went forth, but Ralph's heart fell and he sickened at the thought of seeing that man again. Nevertheless he set his face as brass, and thrust back both his fear and his hatred for a fitter occasion. Soon they came into the pavilion of the Lord, who was sitting there as yestereve, save that his gown was red, and done about with gold and turquoise and emerald. David brought Ralph nigh to his seat, but spake not. The mighty lord was sitting with his head drooping, and his arm hanging over his knee, with a heavy countenance as though he were brooding matters which pleased him not. But in a while he sat up with a start, and turned about and saw David standing there with Ralph, and spake at once like a man waking up. "He that sold thee to me said that thou wert of avail for many things. Now tell me, what canst thou do?" Ralph so hated him that he was of half a mind to answer naught save by smiting him to slay him. But there was no weapon anigh, and life was sweet to him with all the tale that was lying ahead. So he answered coldly, "It is sooth, lord, that I can do more than one deed." "Canst thou back a horse?" said the lord. Said Ralph, "As well as many." Said the lord, "Canst thou break a wild horse, and shoe him, and physic him?" "Not worse than some," said Ralph. "Canst thou play with sword and spear?" said the lord. "Better than some few," said Ralph. "How shall I know that?" said the lord. Said Ralph, "Try me, lord." Indeed he half hoped that if it came to that he might escape in the hurley. The lord looked on him and said, "Well, it may be tried." But here is a cold and proud answerer, David. I misdoubt me whether it be worth while bringing him home." David looked timidly on Ralph and said, "Thou hast paid the price for him, lord." "Yea, that is true," said the lord. "Thou, canst thou play at chess?" "Yea," said Ralph. "Canst thou music?" said the other. "Yea," said Ralph, "when I am merry, or whiles indeed when I am sad." The lord said, "Make thyself merry or sad, which thou wilt, but sing, or thou shalt be beaten. Ho! Bring ye the harp." Then they brought it as he bade. But Ralph looked to right and left and saw no deliverance, and knew this for the first hour of his thraldom. Yet, as he thought of it all, he remembered that if he would do, he must needs bear and forbear, and his face cleared, and he looked round about again, and let his eyes rest calmly on all eyes that he met till they came on the lord's face again. Then he let his hand fall into the strings, and they fell a-tinking sweetly, like unto the song of the winter robin, and at last he lifted his voice and sang: "Still now is the stithy this morning unclouded, naught stirs in the thorpe save the yellow-haired maid, appealing the withy last Candlemas shrouded, from the mere where the moorhead now swims unafraid. For over the ford now the grass and the clover fly off from the tines as the wind driveth on, and soon round the sword-hole the swath shall lie over, and to-morrow at even the mead shall be won. But the hall of the garden amidst the hot morning, it drew my feet thither. I stood at the door, and felt my heart hardened 'gainst wisdom and warning, as the sun and my footsteps came on to the floor. When the sun lay behind me, there scarce in the dimness, I say what I sought for, yet trembled to find. But it came forth to find me, until the sleek slimness of the summer-clad woman made summer o'erkind. There we the once sundered together were blended, we strangers, unknown once, were hidden by naught. I kissed, and I wondered how doubt was all ended, how friendly her excellent fairness was wrought. Round the hall of the garden the hot sun is burning, but no master nor minstrel goes there in the shade. It hath never a warden till comes the returning, when the moon shall hang high, and all winds shall be laid. Waned the day, and I hied me afield, and thereafter I sat with the mighty when daylight was done, but with great men beside me, midst high-hearted laughter, I deemed me of all men the gainfullest one. To wisdom I hearkened, for there the wise father cast the seed of his learning abroad o'er the hall, till men's faces darkened, but mine gladdened rather, with the thought of the knowledge I knew over all. Sang minstrels the story, and with the song's welling men looked on each other, and glad were they grown. But mine was the glory of the tale and its telling, how the loved and the lover were naught but mine own. When he was done, all kept silence till they should know whether the Lord should praise the song or blame. And he said naught for a good while, but sat as if pondering. But at last he spake: "Thou art young, and would that we were young also. Thy song is sweet, and it pleaseth me, who am a man of war, and have seen enough and to spare of rough work, and would any day rather see a fair woman than a band of spears. But it shall please my lady wife less, for of love and fair women and their lovers she hath seen enough, but of war nothing save its show and pomps. Wherefore she desireth to hear thereof. Now, sing of battle." Ralph thought a while, and began to smite the harp while he conned over a story which he had learned one Yuletide from a chieftain who had come to Upmeads from the far-away Northland, and had abided there till spring was waning into summer, and meanwhile he taught Ralph this song and many things else. And his name was Sir Car Woodneb. This song now Ralph sang loud and sweet, though he were now a thrall in an alien land. Leave we the cup, for the moon is up, and bright is the gleam of the rippling stream, that runneth his road to the old abode, where the walls are white in the moon and the night. The house of the neighbour that drave us away, when strife ended labour amidst of the hay, and no road for our riding was left us but one, where the hill's brow is hiding that earth's way are done, and the sound of the billows comes up at the last, like the wind in the willows, ere autumn is past. But oft and again comes the ship from the main, and we came once more, and no lading we bore, but the point and the edge and the ironed ledge, and the bolt and the bow, and the bane of the foe. To the house 'neath the mountain we came in the morn, where welleth the fountain up over the corn, and the stream is a running fast on to the house of the neighbours uncunning, who quake at the mouse, as their slumber is broken, they know not for why, since yestreen was not token on earth or in sky. Come up, then up, leave board and cup, and follow the gleam of the glittering stream, that leadeth the road to the old abode, white-walled and white in the moon and the night, where low lies the neighbour that drave us away, sleep sunk in his labour amidst of the hay. No road for our riding is left us save one, where the hill's brow is hiding the city undone, and the wind in the willows is with us at last, and the house of the billows is done and o'erpast. Haste, mountain haste, ere the short night waste, for night and day late turned away. Draw nigh again, all kissing fain, and the morn and the moon shall be married full soon. So ride we together with wealth-winning wand, the steel or the leather, the ash in the hand. Lo, white walls before us, and high are they built, but the luck that outwore us now lies on their guilt. Lo, the open gate biding, the first of the sun, and to peace are we riding, when slaughter is done. When Ralph had done singing, all folk fell to praising his song, whereas the Lord had praised the other one. But the Lord said, looking at Ralph askance meanwhile, Yea, if that pleaseth me not, and I take but little keep of it, it shall please my wife to her heart's root, and that is the first thing. Hast thou others good store, newcomer? Yea, Lord, said Ralph. And canst thou tell tales of yore agone, and of the fays and such like? All that she must have. Some deal I can of that lore, said Ralph. Then the Lord sat silent, and seemed to be pondering. At last he said, as if to himself, Yet there is one thing. Many a blencher can sing of battle, and it hath been seen that a fair body of a man is whiles soft amidst the hard hand-play. Thou, Morfinn's luck, art thou of any use in the tilt-yard? Wilt thou try me, Lord? said Ralph, looking somewhat brisker. Said the Lord, I deem that I may find a man or two for thee, though it is not much our manner here. But now go thou. David, take the lad away to his tent, and get him a flask of wine of the best to help out thy maundering with him. Therewith they left the tent, and Ralph walked by David sadly, and with hanging head at first. But in a while he called to mind that, whatever betide, his life was safe as yet, that every day he was drawing nigher to the Well at the World's End, and that it was most like that he shall fall in with the Dorothea of his dream somewhere on the way thereto. So he lifted up his head again, and was singing to himself as he stooped down to enter his tent. Next day naught happened to tell of, save that they journeyed on. The day was cloudy, so that Ralph saw no sign of the distant mountains. Ever the land was the same, but belike somewhat more beset with pine woods. They saw no folk at all on the road. So at even Ralph slept in his tent, and none meddled with him, save that David came to talk with him, or he slept, and was merry and blithe with him, and he brought with him Otter, the captain of the guard, who was good company. Thus wore 3 days that were hazy and cloudy, and the Lord sent no more for Ralph, who on the road spake for the more part with Otter, and liked him not ill, howbeit it seemed of him that he would make no more of a man's life than of a rabbit's, according as his lord might bid him slay, or let live. The 3 hazy days passed. It fell to rain for 4 days, so that Ralph could see little of the face of the land. But he noted that they went up at whiles, and never so much down as up, so that they were wending uphill on the whole. On the 9th day of his captivity the rain ceased, and it was sunny and warm, but somewhat hazy, so that naught could be seen afar, but the land near hand rose in long low downs now, and was quite treeless, save where was a hollow here and there, and a stream running through it, where grew a few willows, but alders more abundantly. This day he rode by Otter, who said presently, Well, youngling of the north, to-morrow we shall see a new game, thou and I, if the weather be fair. Yea, said Ralph. And what like shall it be? Said Otter, At mid-morn we shall come into a fair dale amongst the downs, where be some houses and a tower of the Lord's, so that the place is called the Dale of the Tower. There shall we abide a while to gather victual, a day or 2, or 3 maybe. So my lord will hold a tourney there. That is to say, that I myself and some few others shall try thy manhood somewhat." "What?" said Ralph. "Are the new colt's paces to be proven? And how if he fail?" Quoth Otter, laughing, "Fail not, I rede thee, or my lord's love for thee shall be something less than nothing." "And then will he slay me?" said Ralph. Said Otter, "Nay, I deem not, at least not at first. He will have thee home to Utterbol, to make the most of his bad bargain, and there shalt thou be a mere serving thrall, either in the house or the field, where thou shalt be well fed, save in times of scarcity, and belike well beaten withal." Said Ralph, somewhat downcast, "Yea, I am a thrall, who was once a knight. But how if thou fail before me?" Otter laughed again. "That is another matter. Whatever I do, my lord will not lose me if he can help it. But as for the others who shall stand before thy valiancy, there will be some who will curse the day whereon my lord bought thee, if thou turnest out a good spear, as ye call it in your lands. Howsomever, that is not thy business, and I bid thee fear not, for thou seemest to be a mettle lad." So they talked, and that day wore on like the others, but the haze did not clear off, and the sun went down red. In the evening David talked with Ralph in his tent, and said, "If tomorrow be clear, knight, thou shalt see a new sight when thou comest out from the canvas." Said Ralph, "I suppose thy meaning is that we shall see the mountains from hence?" "Yea," said David, "so hold up thine heart when that sight first cometh before thine eyes. As for us, we are used to the sight, and that from a place much nigher to the mountains. Yet they who are soft-hearted amongst us are overcome at whiles, when there is storm and tempest and evil tides at hand." Said Ralph, "And how far then are we from Utterbol?" Said David, "After we have left Bullmead in the dale of the Tower, where tomorrow thou art to run with the spear, it is 4 days' ride to Utterness, and from Utterness ye may come, if my lord will, unto Utterbol in 12 hours. But tell me, knight, how deemest thou of thy tilting tomorrow?" Said Ralph, "Little should I think of it, if little lay upon it." "Yea," said David, "but art thou a good tilter?" Ralph laughed. Quoth he, "That hangs on the goodness of him that tilteth against me. I have both overthrown and been overthrown oft enough. Yet again who shall judge me? For I must tell thee, that were I fairly judged, I should be deemed no ill spear, even when I came not uppermost, for in all these games are haps which no man may foresee." "Well then," said David, "all will go well with thee for this time, for my lord will judge thee, and if it be seen that thou hast spoken truly, and art more than a little deft at the play, he will be like to make the best of thee, since thou art already paid for." Ralph laughed, yet as though the jest pleased him but little, and they fell to talk of other matters. And so David departed, and Ralph slept. End of chapter 34. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 35 of The Well at World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amelia Chesley. The Well at World's End, Book 2, by William Morris. Chapter 35. Ralph cometh to the Vale of the Tower. But when it was morning, Ralph awoke and saw that the sun was shining brightly. So he cast his shirt on him, and went out all at once, and turned his face eastward, and scarce awake said to himself that the clouds lay heavy in the eastward heavens after last night's haze. But presently his eyes cleared, and he saw that what he had taken for clouds was a huge wall of mountains, black and terrible, that rose up sharp and clear into the morning air, for there was neither cloud nor mist in all the heavens. Now Ralph, though he were but little used to the sight of great mountains, yet felt his heart rather rise than fall at the sight of them. For he said, "Surely beyond them lieth some new thing for me, life or death, fair fame or the forgetting of all men." And it was long that he could not take his eyes off them. As he looked, came up the Captain Otter, and said, "Well, knight, Thou hast seen them this morn, even if ye die ere nightfall. Said Ralph, What deemest thou to lie beyond them? Of us none knoweth surely, said Otter, whiles I deem that if one were to get to the other side there would be a great plain like to this, whiles that there is naught save mountains beyond, and yet again mountains like the waves of a huge stone sea. Or whiles I think that one would come to an end of the world, to a place where is naught but a ledge, and then below it a gulf filled with nothing but the howling of winds and the depth of darkness. Moreover, this is my thought, that all we of these parts should be milder men and of better conditions if yonder terrible wall were away. It is as if we were thralls of the great mountains. Said Ralph, Is this then the wall of the world? It may well be so, said Otter, but this word is at whiles said of something else, which no man alive amongst us has yet seen. It is a part of the tale of the seekers for the Well at the World's End, whereof we said a word that other day. And the Dry Tree, said Ralph, knowest thou thereof? Said Ralph. Such a tree, much beworshipped, said Otter, we have not very far from Utterbol, on the hither side of the mountains. Yet I have heard of old men say that it is but a toy and an image of that which is verily anigh at the Well at the World's End. But now haste thee to do on thy raiment, for we must needs get to horse in a little while. Yet one more word, said Ralph. Thou sayest that none alive amongst you have seen the Wall of the World? None alive, quoth Otter. Forsooth, what the dead may see, that is another question. Said Ralph, But have ye not known of any who have sought to the Well from this land, which is so nigh thereunto? Such there have been, said Otter, but if they found it, they found something beyond it, or came west again by some way else than by Utterbol, for they never came back again to us. Therewith he turned on his heel and went his ways, and up came David, and one with him bringing victual. And David said, Now, thou lucky one, here is come thy breakfast, for we shall presently be on our way. Cast on thy raiment, and eat, and strengthen thyself for the day's work. Hast thou looked well on the mountains? Yea, said Ralph, and the sight of them has made me as little downhearted as thou art, for thou art joyous of mood this morning. David nodded and smiled, and looked so merry that Ralph wondered what was toward. Then he went into his tent, and clad himself, and ate his breakfast, and then gat to horse, and rode betwixt two of the men at arms, he and Otter, for David was ridden forward to speak with the Lord. Otter talked ever gaily enough, but Ralph heeded him little a while, but had his eyes ever on the mountains, and could see that for all they were so dark, and filled up so much of the eastward heaven, they were so far away that he could see but little of them save that they were dark blue and huge, and one rising up behind the other. Thus they rode the down country till at last, 2 hours before noon, coming over the brow of a long down, they had before them a shallow dale, pleasanter than aught they had yet seen. It was well grassed, and a little river ran through it, from which went narrow leats held up by hatches, so that the more part of the valley bottom was a water meadow, wherein as now were grazing many kine and sheep. There were willows about the banks of the river, and in an ingle of it stood a grange or homestead, with many roofs half hidden by clumps of tall old elm trees. Other houses there were in the vale, 2 or 3 cots, to wit, on the slope of the hither down, and some half dozen about the homestead, and above and beyond all these, on a mound somewhat away from the river and the grange, a great square tower, with barriers and bailey all dight ready for war, and with a banner of the Lord's hanging out. But between the tower and the river stood as now a great pavilion of snow-white cloth striped with gold and purple, and round about it were other tents, as though a little army were come into the vale. So when they looked into that fair place, Otter the captain rose in the stirrups, and cast up his hand for joy, and cried out aloud, Now, young knight, now we are come home. How likest thou my lord's land? It is a fair land, said Ralph. But is there not come some one to bid thy lord battle for it? Or what mean the tents down yonder? Said Otter, laughing, Nay, nay, it hath not come to that yet. Yonder is my lord's lady wife, who hath come to meet him, but in love, so to say, not in battle, not yet. Though I say not that the cup of love betwixt them be brim full, but this it behoveth me not to speak of, though thou art to be my brother in arms, since we are to tilt together presently. For lo, yonder the tilt yard, my lad. Therewith he pointed to the broad green meadow, but Ralph said, "How canst thou, a free man, be brother in arms to a thrall?" "Nay, lad," quoth Otter, "let not that wasp sting thee, for even such was I, time was. Nay, such am I now, but that a certain habit of keeping my wits in a fray maketh me of avail to my lord, so that I am well looked to. Forsooth in my lord's land the free men are of little account, since they must oftenest do as my lord and my lord's thralls bid them. Truly, brother, it is we who have the wits and the luck to rise above the whipping post and the shackles that are the great men hereabouts. I say we, for I deem that thou wilt do no less, whereas thou hast the lucky look in thine eyes. So let to-day try it." As he spake came many glittering figures from out of those tents, and therewithal arose the sound of horns and clashing of cymbals, and their own horns gave back the sound of welcome. Then Ralph saw a man in golden armour of strange outlandish fashion, sitting on a great black horse beside the Lord's litter, and Otter said, "Lo, my lord, armed and a horseback to meet my lady. She looketh kinder on him thus. Though in thine ear be it said, he is no great man of war, nor need he be, since he hath us for his shield and his hauberk." Herewith were they come on to the causeway above the green meadows, and presently drew rein before the pavilion, and stood about in a half ring facing a 20 of gaily clad men at arms, who had come with the lady and a rout of folk of the household. Then the Lord gat off his horse, and stood in his golden armour, and all the horns and other music struck up, and forth from the pavilion came the lady with a 50 of her women, clad gaily in silken gowns of green and blue and yellow, broidered all about with gold and silver, but with naked feet, and having iron rings on their arms, so that Ralph saw that they were thralls. Something told him that his damsel should be amongst these, so he gazed hard on them, but though they were goodly enough, there was none of them like to her. As to the Queen, she was clad all in fine linen and gold, with gold shoes on her feet. Her arms came bare from out of the linen, great they were, and the hands not small, but the arms round and fair, and the hands shapely, and all very white and rosy. Her hair was as yellow as any that can be seen, and it was plenteous and shed all down about her. Her eyes were blue and set wide apart, her nose a little snubbed, and her mouth wide, full lipped and smiling. She was very tall, a full half head taller than any of her women, yea, as tall as a man who is above the middle height of men. Now she came forward hastily with long strides, and knelt down before the Lord, but even as she kneeled looked round with a laughing face. The Lord stooped down to her, and took her by both hands, and raised her up, and kissed her on the cheek. And he looked but little, and of no presence beside her. And he said, "Hail to thee, my lady, thou art come far from thine home to meet me, and I thank thee therefore. Is it well with our house?" She spake seeming carelessly and loud, but her voice was somewhat husky. "Yea, my lord, all is well. Few have done amiss, and the harvest is plenteous." As she spake, the Lord looked with knit brows at the damsels behind her, as if he were seeking something, and the lady followed his eyes, smiling a little, and flushing as if with merriment. But the Lord was silent a while, and then let his brow clear, and said: "Yea, lady, thou art thanked for coming to meet us, and timely is thy coming, since there is game and glee for thee at hand. I have cheapened a likely thrall of Morfinn the unmanned, and he is a gift to thee, and he hath given out that he is no ill player with the spear after the fashion of them of the West, and we are going to prove his word here in this meadow presently." The lady's face grew glad, and she said, looking toward the ring of newcomers: "Yea, lord, and which of these is he, if he be here?" The Lord turned a little to point out Ralph, but even therewith the lady's eyes met Ralph's, who reddened for shame of being so shown to a great lady. But as for her, she flushed bright red all over her face, and even to her bosom, and trouble came into her eyes, and she looked adown. But the Lord said: "Yonder is the youngling, the swordless one, in the green coat, a likely lad, if he hath not lied about his prowess, and he can sing thee a song withal, and tell a piteous tale of old, and do all that those who be reared in the lineages of the Westlands deem meet and due for men of knightly blood. Dost thou like the looks of him, lady? Wilt thou have him?" The lady still held her head down, and tormented the grass with her foot, and murmured somewhat, for she could not come to herself again as yet. So the Lord looked sharply on her, and said, Well, when this tilting is over, thou shalt tell me thy mind of him, for if he turn out a dastard, I would not ask thee to take him. Now the lady lifted up her face, and she was grown somewhat pale, but she forced her speech to come, and said, It is well, Lord, but now come thou into my pavilion, for thy meat is ready, and it lacketh but a minute or so of noon. So he took her hand, and led her into the pavilion, and all men got off their horses, and fell to pitching the tents and getting their meat ready. But Otter drew Ralph apart into a nook of the homestead, and there they ate their meat together. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Well at World's End, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amelia Chesley. The Well at World's End, Book 2 by William Morris. Chapter 36. The Talk of Two Women Concerning Ralph. But when dinner was done, came David and a man with him, bringing Ralph's war gear, and bade him do it on, which they were doing with such stuff as they had at the Tower. And the Lord had been calling for Otter, that he might command him what he should tell to the marshals of the lists, and how all should be duly ordered, wherefore he went up unto the Tower, whither the Lord had now gone. So Ralph did on his armour, which was not right meet for tilting, being overlight for such work, and his shield in especial was but a target for a sergeant, which he had brought at Cheaping Knowe, that he deemed that his deftness and much use should bear him well through. Now the lady had abided in her pavilion when her lord went abroad. Anon after she sent all her women away, save one whom she loved, and to whom she was wont to tell the innermost of her mind. Though forsooth she mishandled her at whiles, for she was hot of temper, and over ready with her hands when she was angry, though she was no wise cruel. But the woman aforesaid, who was sly and sleek, and somewhat past her first youth, took both her caresses and her buffets with patience, for the sake of the gifts and largesse wherewith they were bought. So now she stood by the board in the pavilion, with her head drooping humbly, yet smiling to herself, and heedful of whatso might betide. But the lady walked up and down the pavilion hastily, as one much moved. At last she spake as she walked, and said, Agatha, didst thou see him when my lord pointed him out? Yea, said the woman, lifting her face a little. And what seemed he to thee? said the lady. O my lady, quoth Agatha, what seemed he to thee? The lady stood and turned and looked at her. She was slender and dark and sleek, and though her lips moved not, and her eyes did not change, a smile seemed to steal over her face whether she would or not. The lady stamped her foot and lifted her hand and cried out, What! Dost thou deem thyself meet for him? And she caught her by the folds over her bosom. But Agatha looked up into her face with a simple smile as of a child. Dost thou deem him meet for thee, my lady? He a thrall, and thou so great? The lady took her hand from her, but her face flamed with anger, and she stamped on the ground again. What dost thou mean? she said. Am I not great enough to have what I want when it lieth close to my hand? Agatha looked on her sweetly, and said in a soft voice, Stretch out thine hand for it, then. The lady looked at her grimly, and said, I understand thy jeer. Thou meanest that he will not be moved by me, he being so fair, and I being but somewhat fair. Wilt thou have me beat thee? Nay, I will send thee to the White Pillar when we have come home to Utterbol. The woman smiled again, and said, My lady, when thou hast sent me to the White Pillar, or the Red, or the Black, my stripes will not mend the matter for thee, or quench the fear of thine heart that by this time, since he is a grown man, he loveth some other. Yet belike he will obey thee if thou command, even to the lying in the same bed with thee, for he is a thrall. The lady hung her head, but Agatha went on in her sweet clear voice, The Lord will think little of it, and say nothing of it, unless thou anger him otherwise, or unless indeed he be minded to pick a quarrel with thee, and hath baited a trap with this stripling. But that is all unlike. Thou knowest why, and how, that he loveth the little finger of that new come thrall of his, whom ye left at home at Utterbol in his despite, better than all thy body, for all thy white skin and lovely limbs. Nay, now I think of it, I deem that he meaneth this gift to make an occasion for the staying of any quarrel with thee, that he may stop thy mouth from crying out at him. Well, what wilt thou do? He is a mighty lord. The lady looked up, for she had hung her head at first. Her face all red with shame, yet smiling, though ruefully, she said, Well, thou art determined that if thou art punished it shall not be for naught. But thou knowest not my mind. Yea, lady, said Agatha, smiling in despite of herself, that may well be. Now the lady turned from her, and went and sat upon a stool that was thereby, and said nothing a while, only covering her face with her hands, and rocking herself to and fro, while Agatha stood looking at her. At last she said, Hearken, Agatha, I must tell thee what lieth in mine heart, though thou hast been unkind to me, and hast tried to hurt my soul. Now thou art self-willed and hot-blooded, and not unlovely, so that thou mayst have loved and been loved ere now, but thou art so wily and subtle that mayhappen thou wilt not understand what I mean, when I say that love of this young man hath suddenly entered into my heart, so that I long for him more this minute than I did the last, and the next minute shall long still more. And I long for him to love me, and not alone to pleasure me. Mayhappen it will so betide without any pushing the matter, said Agatha. Nay, said the lady, nay, my heart tells me that it will not be so, for I have seen him, that he is of higher kind than we be, and if he were a god come down to us, who, if he might not cast his love upon a goddess, would disdain to love an earthly woman, little-minded, and in whom perfection is not? Therewith the tears began to run from her eyes, but Agatha looked on her with a subtle smile, and said, O my lady, and thou hast scarce seen him, and yet I will not say but that I understand this. But as to the matter of a goddess, I know not. Many would say that thou sitting on thine ivory chair, in thy golden raiment, with thy fair bosom and white arms and yellow hair, wert not ill done for the image of a goddess, and this young man may well think so of thee. However that may be, there is something else I will say to thee, and thou knowest that I speak the truth to thee most often, though I be wily. This is the word, that although thou hast time and again treated me like the thrall I am, I deem thee no ill woman, but rather something over good for Utterbol and the dark lord thereof. Now sat the lady shaken with sobs, and weeping without stint, but she looked up at that word, and said, Nay, nay, Agatha, it is not so. To-day hath this man's eyes been a candle to me, that I may see myself truly, and I know that though I am a queen, and not uncomely, I am but coarse and little-minded. I rage in my household when the whim takes me, and I am hot-headed and masterful and slothful, and should belike be untrue if there were any force to drive me thereto, and I suffer my husband to go after other women, and this new thrall is especial, so that I may take my pleasure unstayed with other men whom I love not greatly. Yes, I am foolish and empty-headed and unclean, and all this he will see through my queenly state, and my golden gown, and my white skin withal. Agatha looked on her curiously, but smiling no more. At last she said, What is to do, then? Or must I think of something for thee? I know not, said the lady between her sobs. Yet if I might be in such case that he might pity me, belike it might blind his eyes to the ill part of me. Yea, she said, rising up and falling walking to and fro swiftly, if he might hurt me and wound me himself, and I so loving him. Said Agatha coldly, Yes, lady, I am not wily for naught, and I both deem that I know what is in thine heart, and that it is good for something, and moreover that I may help thee somewhat therein. So in a few days thou shalt see whether I am worth something more than hard words and beating. Only thou must promise in all wise to obey me, though I be the thrall and thou the lady, and to leave all the whole matter in my hands. Quoth the lady, That is easy to promise, for what may I do myself? Then Agatha fell pondering a while, and said thereafter, First thou shalt get me speech with my lord, and cause him to swear immunity to me, whatsoever I shall say or do herein. Said the lady, Easy is this, what more hast thou? Said Agatha, It were better for thee not to go forth to see the jousting, because thou art not to be trusted that thou show not thy love openly when the youngling is in peril, and if thou put thy lord to shame openly before the people, he must needs thwart thy will, and be fierce and cruel, and then it will go hard with thy darling. So thou shalt not go from the pavilion till the night is dark, and thou mayest feign thyself sick meantime. Sick enough shall I be if I may not go forth to see how my love is faring in his peril? This at least is hard to me, but so be it. At least thou wilt come and tell me how he speedeth. "O yes," said Agatha, "if thou must have it so, but fear thou not, he shall do well enough." Said the Lady: "Ah, but thou wottest how oft it goes with a chance stroke, that the point pierceth where it should not, nay, where by likelihood it could not." "Nay," said Agatha, "what chance is there in this, when the youngling knoweth the whole manner of the play, and his foemen know naught thereof? It is as the chance betwixt Geoffrey the minstrel and black Anselm, when they play at chess together, that Anselm must needs be mated ere he hath time to think of his fourth move. I wot of these matters, my lady. Now further I would have thy leave to marshal thy maids about the seat where thou shouldst be, and moreover there should be some one in thy seat, even if I sat in it myself." Said the Lady: "Yea, sit there if thou wilt." "Woe's me," said Agatha, laughing, "why should I sit there? I am like to thee, am I not?" "Yea," said the Lady, "as the swan is like to the loon." "Yea, my lady," said Agatha, "which is the swan, and which the loon? Well, well, fear not, I shall set Joyce in thy seat, by my lord's leave. She is tall and fair, and forsooth somewhat like to thee." "Why wilt thou do this?" quoth the Lady. "Why should thralls sit in my seat?" Said Agatha: "Oh, the tale is long to tell, but I would confuse that young man's memory of thee somewhat, if his eyes fell on thee at all when ye met, even now, which is to be doubted." The Lady started up in a sudden wrath, and cried out: "She had best not be too like to me then, and strive to draw his eyes to her, or I will have her marked for diversity betwixt us. Take heed, take heed." Agatha looked softly on her, and said: "My lady, ye fair skinned, open faced women should look to it not to show yourselves angry before menfolk, for open wrath marreth your beauty sorely. Leave scowls and fury to the dark browed, who can use them without wrying their faces like a 3 months' baby with the colic. Now that is my last rede as now, for methinks I can hear the trumpets blowing for the arraying of the tourney. Wherefore I must go to see to matters, while thou hast but to be quiet, and to night make much of my lord, and bid him see me to morrow, and give heed to what I shall say to him. But if I meet him without now, as is most like, I shall bid him in to thee, that thou mayest tell him of Joyce, and her sitting in thy seat. Otherwise I will tell him as soon as he is set down in his place. Sooth to say, he is little like to quarrel with either thee or me for setting a fair woman other than thee by his side." Therewith she lifted the tent lap, and went out, stepping daintily, and her slender body swaying like a willow branch, and came at once face to face with the Lord of Utterbol, and bowed low and humbly before him, though her face, unseen of him, smiled mockingly. The Lord looked on her greedily, and let his hand and arm go over her shoulder, and about her side, and he drew her to him, and kissed her, and said: "What, Agatha, and why art thou not bringing forth thy mistress to us?" She raised her face to him, and murmured softly, as one afraid, but with a wheedling smile on her face and in her eyes: "Nay, my lord, she will abide within to day, for she is ill at ease. If your grace go within, she will tell thee what she will have." "Agatha," quoth he, "I will hear her, and I will do her pleasure if thou ask me so to do." Then Agatha cast down her eyes, and her speech was so low and sweet that it was as the cooing of a dove, and she said: "O my lord, what is this word of thine?" He kissed her again, and said: "Well, well, but dost thou ask it?" "O yea, yea, my lord," said she. "It is done then," said the Lord, and he let her go, for he had been stroking her arm and shoulder, and she hurried away, laughing inwardly, to the ladies' women. But he went into the pavilion after he had cast one look at her. End of chapter 36.